Chapter 767. However, once the picture scroll shattered, the dark sides gathered together. After a long time, it would be hard to avoid strange changes. Ka-ca. The scarlet heavenly rock flapped its wings. The strand of purple saber chi that Xiaochen sent out shattered it into pieces. They turned into flashes of lightning that crackled and flickered. Xiaochen's pupils constricted slightly. Aside from a grave expression, there was something else in the depths of his eyes. Ao Jiao, if I did not guess wrong, it should be a core painting piece as well. The core painting piece that Ing Qiong subdued should be the Heavenly Rock King's light side. There should not be one core painting piece but two. Xiaochen's guess was right. The core painting piece was indeed split into two. One contained the Heavenly Rock King's good side and the light side. The other was occupied by the Heavenly Rock King's evil side and the dark side. Both had gained some intelligence. However, in terms of craftiness and viciousness, the light side was far inferior to the dark side. This dark core painting piece had killed Mingyu. At the crucial moment when he was subduing the light part, the dark core painting piece sneak attacked him and killed him. Hence, Mingyu felt extremely dissatisfied when he died. He had great ambitions and was about to succeed. In the end, he died at the hands of a core painting piece, an unparalleled genius falling just like that. Furthermore, this core painting piece was extremely crafty. When it felt threatened, it even knew how to disguise itself to deceive others. If not for that final flash of inspiration, Xiaochen might not have discovered it. If this evil spirit had another few hundred years, it might have gained another powerful ferocious spirit. However, now, Xiaochen had advanced to half-sage and refined 100 heavenly sage laws. This dark core painting piece could not do anything to him. The scarlet heavenly rock flapped its wings, and rings of red light came from its body. It looked ferociously at Xiaochen as it cried out and charged over. Its scarlet claws flickered with a cold light as it tried to tear Xiaochen to shreds. The space was narrow, so Xiaochen did not dodge. He did not intend to engage in a tug-of-war with this dark core painting piece. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Tenfold Combat Prowess, Deities Descending. Bang! At this moment, Xiaochen's tenfold combat prowess was incomparable to before. When he punched, the heavenly sage laws behind him formed ribbons of light. Light burst forth like a halo, visible to the naked eye. As his long hair fluttered in the wind, Xiaochen was like a god walking in the world. A loud sound came from the void. The air was blasted apart by this punch. The entire stone chamber shook violently as if it was going to collapse at any time. The fist wind carried a shockwave as it surged forward. The descending scarlet heavenly rock cried out miserably and flew back. The red light on its body dimmed significantly, and its body turned illusory. The scarlet sky rock hid in a corner, trembling as it looked at Xiaochen. One punch, and the ferocious black painting piece completely lost its temper. Deities Descending was very mighty. Unfortunately, the amount of mental energy and quintessence it exhausted was startling as well. Xiaochen could not use it without any worries. Otherwise, with another 2 punches, this evil spirit would be completely destroyed. Xiaochen roared and shot up, launching a barrage of attacks at the Scarlet Heavenly Rock. The Scarlet Heavenly Rock, which had been weakened by Deities Descending, could not retaliate at all before Xiaochen's unstoppable aura. It cried out miserably without end. Those who heard it panicked. However, they could not save the Heavenly Rock from death. After the final strike, the Scarlet Heavenly Rock cried out miserably and turned into clumps of scarlet light, vanishing from the stone chamber. A painting piece covered in black light slowly floated down from the sky. Xiaochen stretched out his hand to catch it. Ci La. A hole appeared in the protective quintessence around his hand, and he instantly felt pain in his palm. Xiaochen reflexively tossed out the black painting piece. What's going on? Looking at the wound on his palm, Xiaochen felt confused. The evil spirit was already dead, but this black light could still break through his protective quintessence. Ao Jiao said, "You are inexperienced." This is filled with the heavenly rock king's evil aura and dark side. Unless you are an evil cultivator, how can you touch this thing? Although the core painting piece split into two and more than 10,000 years have passed, it is no longer as mighty as it was in the beginning. However, it is still the evil aura of a sovereign martial emperor. You cannot absorb it with your current cultivation. As Xiao Chen looked at the dark core painting piece floating in the air, he could not help feeling depressed. Such a great temptation was placed before him, yet he could not swallow it. Is there any other way? I can think about it, Xiao Chen asked, feeling dissatisfied. Ao Jiao supported her chin with her right hand and smiled. Naturally, there is a way. When we go to the place where the Thunder King comprehended his will, we can draw out the immortal divine lightning and purify the evil aura and dark aura. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he had intended to rush to the place where the Thunder King comprehended his will after he left. It would not be a big deal for him to absorb the light from the core painting piece after some time. Without touching the dark painting piece, Xiao Chen directly placed it in his universe ring. Then, he did not say anything more and started to familiarize himself with his current strength. During the 2 months in the Grave Palace, Xiao Chen's strength had accumulated greatly, reaching unprecedented heights. This improvement was inevitable and not a coincidence. Even without this painting piece, it would have been the same. The painting piece was just an igniter. It completely ignited the energy that Xiao Chen had accumulated as a martial monarch. Then, it exploded, achieving a qualitative leap. Xiao Chen's strength had suddenly increased by too much. He needed to calm down and carefully explore this energy, familiarizing himself with it as quickly as possible. 3 days later, Xiao Chen gained a rough understanding of his current combat prowess. If he met the Bai Wuxia of half a year ago, even without comprehending the will of thunder, he would be able to defeat him easily. Of the 7 giants, only Jianghu could hold his own against him. If first senior sister did not distance herself, she would not be able to defeat him in close combat. However, while Xiao Chen was improving, the others were improving as well. As for the specifics, it was hard to say. I have to comprehend the will of thunder. What I want is not just to defeat Bai Wuxia and Jianghu, the aloof son of the 3 holy masters, and the various geniuses of the other races of the Kunlun realm's 5 domains are all my opponents. A determined expression appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, he looked at the formless barrier in front of the stone door that he could not break. His expression turned grave. Xiao Chen walked to the stone door step by step. Then, he looked at the faint light barrier and took a deep breath. Although Xiao Chen was fully confident of breaking this formless barrier, there were exceptions to everything. Once he failed, Deity's Descending's tenfold combat prowess would land on him. With Xiao Chen's current strength, even if he did not die from such an attack, he would be severely injured. Indecisiveness was not Xiao Chen's character. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he executed Deity's Descending and punched the formless barrier. Bang! 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 Non-stop explosions resounded. The formless barrier was like a mirror. Then, it shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions with a gust of wind. The situation was simpler than Xiao Chen imagined. He did not continue to struggle or wait anxiously. With his tenfold combat prowess, he broke this formless barrier with one punch. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and revealed a relaxed expression. Ying Xiong laughed at him for not being able to come out for 100 years. However, he managed to do so in less than 2 months. Xiao Chen said that even an inferior grade martial sage would not be able to break this formless barrier. However, with his tenfold combat prowess, he managed to break it with one punch. In terms of explosive power, Xiao Chen had accumulated 100 heavenly sage laws. With his tenfold combat prowess, a regular inferior grade martial sage would not be able to compare to him. In terms of sustained explosive power, Xiao Chen could not compare to a martial sage. After all, he could not use his tenfold combat prowess like drinking water without any worries. Xiao Chen raised his foot and walked out of the stone room that he had been trapped in for 2 months. Fresh air immediately assaulted his face. Breaking this barrier with one punch gave Xiao Chen boundless confidence. He asked somewhat anxiously, "Ao Jiao, how far is the place where the Thunder King comprehended his will from here?" "It is not far. With your current speed, if you travel at full speed, you will reach it in 10 days. That is a fiend race forbidden land called Misleading Fog Lake." Misleading Fog Lake? Xiao Chen repeated this name twice. Just from the name, he could guess what kind of place it was. Misleading Fog Lake is shrouded in thick fog. Mental energy and other senses would not exceed 500 meters in there. Even a martial sage would be trapped in there. Ao Jiao continued, "However, you have my guidance. There is no need to worry about getting lost." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Since Ao Jiao said that, there was no need to worry. When the time came, he just had to focus on comprehending the will of thunder. Once he comprehended the will of thunder, he would become an unrivaled existence among half-sages. As they spoke, Xiao Chen arrived at the exit of the Grave Palace. Just as he was about to step out, he frowned slightly and stopped. "Young Master Xian, how much longer do we have to wait? Although we are not major characters, we should not waste our time like this." Outside the vast Grave Palace, the leader of the 30 half-sage loose cultivators on the yellow sand asked sinisterly with a sullen expression. Originally, they had said that they would wait for half a month at most. Not only would they obtain 100,000 astral coins, but they would also obtain 2 painting pieces. However, they ended up waiting for 1.5 months. No matter how tempting they were, they would grow impatient. They suggested charging in several times, but Xian Yu stopped them. As time went by, this group of people became more and more agitated. Every 2 or 3 days, they would come looking for Xian Yu to pester him. Xian Yu's expression turned sullen. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be in there for 2 months without coming out. What does 2 months count for? If you can obtain 1 painting piece, with some luck, you can save 10 years of bitter cultivation. The black-clad man smiled insincerely. If you have a painting piece, naturally, everything will be fine. However, if you do not, what do you mean? I am the scion of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race's Xian clan. Why would I lie to an insignificant person like you? If you don't want to wait, my Xian clan's martial sage will be coming soon. At that time, if you continue speaking nonsense with me, I will give you all the benefits. Xian Yu was in a bad mood in the first place. When he saw the black-clad man's attitude, he immediately flared up. The black-clad man did not want to blow the matter up. Furthermore, the Xian clan did have some power and was not someone he could afford to offend. After muttering a few words, he left. Humph. You keep coming to me to say this and that. Aren't you just trying to increase the rewards? None of these loose cultivators are good people. Chapter 768. The middle-aged man beside Xian Yu frowned slightly and said, "Xian Yu, just waiting like this is not a solution. How about I go in and check out the situation first and see what that white-robed brat is doing?" Xian Yu's expression remained calm, but a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "The Xian clan's senior elders will arrive today. At that time, the senior elders will lead the way." At the exit of the Grave Palace, Xiao Chen, who was hidden in the shadows, saw all this. His lips curled up, and a cold murderous intent flashed on his delicate face. There would always be some people who would do foolish things that they believed to be infallible. "Young Master Xian, are you looking for me?" Xiao Chen walked out of the shadows and stood before the steps of the Grave Palace. As he looked at Xian Yu in the distance, he smiled faintly and spoke in a clear voice. When the blazing sunlight shone on Xiao Chen's body, it made his white robes reflect a faint glow. In that instant, it seemed like all the light gathered on him, making him look very bright. As the light flickered, Xian Yu's eyes flickered. However, he was currently filled with rage and did not care why this happened. When Xian Yu saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, he revealed an expression of wild joy. He shouted, "That's him. Kill him. 100,000 astral coins and the painting pieces are all yours." The 30 half-sages behind immediately discovered Xiao Chen the moment he appeared. Their instincts told them that Xiao Chen was a very dangerous person. However, when they checked and discovered that he was just a half-sage, they relaxed. No matter how dangerous it was, there were 30 of them. Furthermore, every one of them was an outstanding half-sage. They were not early-stage half-sages like Situlei, who had not comprehended heavenly sage laws yet. In their eyes, Xiao Chen was just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He was destined to die. Kill. The leader of the group charged forward, giving off an overwhelming baleful aura as he soared into the sky. 10 odd slender scarlet heavenly sage laws moved up and down behind him, making him look like an ancient ferocious god. Blood hand chop. This person shouted coldly, and his right hand suddenly turned scarlet like blood. He looked very charming and demonic. The middle-aged man smiled at Xian Yu and said, "This blood hand chop is a rather tyrannical blood technique. It requires the blood of 1,000 female martial monarchs to cultivate. After great perfection, the palm becomes as red as blood. Not only can it split mountains, but it also possesses unparalleled might. Furthermore, it contains blood poison, baleful aura, and resentment. It is an extremely sinister martial technique. Even an inferior-grade martial sage would not feel good after receiving such an attack." Xian Yu's eyes flickered with excitement when he heard that. Every single one of the 30 people he had found possessed a unique skill. After committing numerous crimes in the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain, he ran to Hunluo province. Any one of them would be a ruthless character in the same cultivation realm. If 30 ruthless characters attacked together, Xiao Chen would not have any chance of survival. Even if Xiao Chen's methods were powerful and his luck was impressive, the Xian clan's senior elders were still rushing over. In the end, he would not be able to escape death. Don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for falling in love with someone you shouldn't have. There are some people that a small character like you can't afford to offend." Xian Yu's expression was cold as he said with a chilling gaze. Bang! However, just as he finished speaking, he heard a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Chen, who was standing in front of the palace grave, did not move an inch. Looking at the bloody hand flying at him, he directly punched it. 100 purple heavenly sage laws gave off a bright light. A vast and pure lightning-attributed quintessence poured into Xiao Chen's right hand like a surging river. The sound of a fist rang out, and thousands of dazzling purple lightning bolts shot out. The blood-red right hand of the leader was smashed into a pile of broken bones by Xiao Chen the moment it came into contact with Xiao Chen. The bloody hand that the leader was so proud of, the one that had chopped off many sect half-sages, was crushed by Xiao Chen's absolute strength. The force of the fist continued to spread up through the leader's right hand. The bones in his right arm exploded continuously. Soon, the leader's right hand was crippled, and he became a one-armed half-sage. Unorthodox methods are just insignificant tricks in the end. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this person as he cried out miserably. He clenched his fist and instantly punched with the 100 heavenly sage laws in his body. No. This person felt the threat of death approaching. He drained all the quintessence in his remaining left hand, driving the heavenly sage laws as he did his best to block Xiao Chen's punch. However, the 10 odd slender heavenly sage laws in his body were as weak as babies before Xiao Chen. 100 finger-thick purple heavenly sage laws surged out and easily shattered the heavenly sage laws. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. Xiao Chen's protective quintessence and heavenly sage laws all shattered. Xiao Chen's punch blasted the leader of the loose cultivators into a clump of scarlet light. As the saying went, the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Evil cultivators were extremely evil. Xiao Chen could be considered to have brought this upon himself by crushing his bones and scattering his ashes. Such a scene happened in an instant. The previously awe-inspiring loose cultivator turned into a clump of scarlet light in 2 breaths of time by Xiao Chen, dying without a complete corpse. A trace of horror flashed across the eyes of the 20 or so wandering cultivators, and their movements involuntarily paused for a moment. Shock filled Xian Yu's eyes. He said in disbelief, "What in the world is going on?" 2 months ago, he was just a superior grade martial monarch. How did he advance to half-sage in 2 months? Furthermore, he comprehended so many heavenly sage laws. When Xiaochen saw the openings in the group of loose cultivators in the air, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he shot forward like a sharp arrow. Majestic sagely songs rang out in the air. As the sagely songs drifted about, they told of a distant legend. As his combat experience increased, Xiaochen's comprehension of the myriad heaven divine fist deepened. The power of a distant legend was to create a sense of vicissitudes of history. As time passed, the legend would become an epic, and the epic would become a myth. Who was the legend? Who was the epic? Who was the myth? It was not those vague deities in the distant heavenly nation. It was himself, Xiaochen. The change in Xiaochen's mentality and comprehension allowed this move to evolve in that instant. The vast sagely songs of the distant legends sang of his glory. Xiaochen's past deeds, his various glorious achievements in the Sky Dome realm, materialized into huge golden paintings that flickered in the surroundings, creating a vast and majestic aura. When Xiaochen punched, the sagely songs rang out, and a boundless light poured out. His mental energy, quintessence, and vital qi merged into one. His essence, qi, and soul turned into an unparalleled divine radiance. Boom! The light struck the 29 half-sages in the air, which Xiaochen had found openings in. They all cried out in pain and vomited large mouthfuls of blood as they fell to the yellow sand. The sagely songs did not ring out, but the light on Xiaochen's body grew increasingly brighter. The deities in the boundless starry heavens, hundreds of billions of light-years away, all focused their gazes on Xiaochen. This was different from the gazes of the past. This time, aside from boundless energy, the deities' gazes also contained a gaze of wisdom. It seemed like because of Xiaochen's comprehension of the distant legend, the deities had a whole new level of respect for him, materializing the light of wisdom in their gazes. The deities' gazes pierced through and focused on Xiaochen, making the light on his fist dazzlingly dazzling. It looked like it could compete with the blazing sun of the Kunlun realm. Radiance of deities. A vast pillar of light flew towards the 29 half-sages on the ground as Xiaochen punched. Everywhere it passed, it wiped out all the dust and cleansed the surroundings. All sorts of sins and evils were cleanly purified. The 29 half-sages on the ground showed horrified expressions. They quickly linked their heavenly sage laws into a line, forming an undulating scarlet river. Ghosts cried and wolves howled in the river for thousands of kilometers. Corpses piled up, and aggrieved spirits drifted about. This was the dark scarlet river of hell that rivaled the underworld river. The dark scarlet sea depicted the great sins and evils of the world. It was one of the most horrifying mysterious phenomena. However, these people's heavenly sage laws were only as thin as ribbons. Even when they were combined, they were not as strong as Xiaochen's. Furthermore, they were not powerful evil cultivators who did not comprehend the meaning of the dark scarlet sea. Even if they could materialize the mysterious phenomenon of the dark scarlet river, they would not be able to save themselves from being killed. Boom! The light did not extinguish, and the holy light was eternal. A vast aura and a trace of wisdom instantly shattered that dark scarlet sea. Silently, all the evil and darkness were purified. There were not even any cries of pain. A bottomless hole appeared in the yellow sand. The 29 half-sages died without a trace. Xiaochen casually waved his hand and collected all the spatial rings in the deep hole. Then, he glanced coldly at the dumbfounded Xianyu in the distance. Xianyu, quickly leave. This person is a demonic genius like Yan Shisan. Now that he has advanced to half-sage, no one can stop him. The middle-aged man let out a horrified roar as he turned and fled, fleeing for his life. When the spring wind is endless, the weeds are endless. When cutting the weeds, one has to pull out the roots. Naturally, Xiaochen would not let the two fleeing people off. Keeping such vicious people by Bai's side would be a disaster. Be it for himself or for Bai, Xianyu and his second uncle had to die. Riding on the 3 blue dragons, Xiaochen arrived quickly. Riding on the dragons, he kicked up strong winds. Surging yellow sand rose up behind him like a mountain. His aura was overwhelming, and the winds and clouds changed color. In 2 or 3 breaths, Xiaochen caught up to the fleeing Xianyu and the middle-aged man. Xianyu, quickly leave. I'll help you block him. When the middle-aged man saw Xiaochen land, he quickly flew over, trying to buy time for Xianyu to leave. The middle-aged man's quintessence surged. He did not care about the exhaustion as he executed all sorts of martial techniques with great momentum, attacking Xiaochen continuously. Yellow sand flew everywhere, and under the blazing sun, Xiaochen's expression did not change. He countered every move, returning a move with every move. The quintessence condensed by 100 heavenly sage laws surged out as Xiaochen's palm moved. To the middle-aged man, it was like a mountain smashing into his chest. After 10 moves, the middle-aged man vomited blood and went flying. His complexion paled, without a trace of blood. This was absolute strength, a complete suppression. A demonic genius would erupt after accumulating for a long time. Once he advanced to half-sage, all the pain he suffered would blossom into a flower of pride that shone brightly. Chapter 769. Flowers do not wither, the sun does not extinguish, the heavens do not disappoint me. Xiaochen waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand from the universe ring. Without drawing the saber, he casually swung it. Pu ci. The sharp scabbard and the lunar shadow saber gave off a piercing sonic boom. Before the middle-aged man landed, the lunar shadow saber pierced through his chest, pinning him to the yellow sand. Blood flowed out and seeped into the golden sand. Soon, the blazing sun roasted it into a glaring blood stain, like a flower of death blooming. Suddenly, a shadow appeared. When Xiaochen looked up, he saw Xianyu revealing his true form. He had turned into a 4-meter-tall, 20-meter-long, 3-tailed white fox. However, even after revealing his true form, Xianyu still did not have the confidence to fight Xiaochen. He only wanted to run faster, to increase his chances of escaping. Xiaochen gently leaped up and smiled coldly as he watched the 3-tailed white fox flee. He circulated the myriad heaven divine fist and executed the 4th move, Chains of Deities. Ka-cie. Ka-cie. In the void, long golden chains appeared around the 3-tailed white fox. At this moment, the chains were infused with Xiaochen's heavenly sage laws. Compared to before, they looked even more realistic. The patterns on the chains were very clear. The flowing divine scripts gave off a bright light. Under the illumination of the blazing sun, they looked even more dazzling and divine. So. The 3-tailed white fox's nimble body leaped around in the air, dodging the berserk dragon-like chains with the divine scripts. However, these divine scripts contained the will of deities. They were compatible with the world. Unless the 3-tailed spirit fox broke them forcefully, it would not be able to escape the seals of the chains. Soon, a chain wrapped itself around one of the 3-tailed spirit fox's legs, preventing it from struggling free. Following that, more chains flew over like a strong wind, completely sealing it. Pai Li. Pa La. The divine scripts flowed and struck the 3-tailed spirit fox's body, causing it to cry out in pain. Its body trembled continuously as its strength was slowly sealed. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Waves of divine patterns flowed and struck the body of the 3-tailed spirit fox, causing it to howl in pain. Its body trembled uncontrollably as its power was slowly sealed. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and beckoned. The 3-tailed spirit fox that was bound by the divine mark chains landed before Xiaochen with a loud bang. It kicked up a large cloud of yellow sand that flew away with the wind. After landing on the ground, Xianyu completely lost the power to maintain his demon body. He returned to his human form and appeared in front of Xiaochen. However, his handsome face was pale and devoid of blood. He looked like an ordinary person under the pressure of Xiaochen's half-sage might. He had completely lost the will to fight back. Fear filled his heart, and he didn't dare to look at Xiaochen directly. Compared to the murderous and sinister aura from before, it formed a huge contrast. Xianyu thought back to what he had said. There are some people that a small character like you can't afford to offend. Indeed, there were some people that a small character like him could not afford to offend. However, that small character was himself and not Xiaochen. Don't kill me. Now that the Fox King has taken Baiyan as his adopted daughter, there will be many spirit fiend geniuses eyeing her. With me watching from the side, I guarantee that no one will dare to touch her or harm her. In the end, Xianyu's desire to live won over his pride. As he looked at the expressionless Xiaochen, he could not help begging for mercy. At the same time, Xianyu wanted to buy some time for himself. When the Xian clan's senior elders arrived, the situation would turn around completely. The one begging for mercy would be Xiaochen. Xianyu was born in a noble clan of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. He was handsome and had outstanding talent. Since he was young, he had been the center of attention. His future was boundless. As long as Xianyu managed to win Bai's heart, he would be able to establish a relationship with the Fox King and gain the favor of a sovereign martial emperor. At that time, the spirit fiend geniuses of the fiend domain would not dare to be impudent before him. I cannot die. I absolutely cannot die. I still have a great future ahead of me. I cannot fall here. Thinking of this, Xianyu started begging for mercy in a low voice, making all sorts of promises like rain. If he did not get rid of this problem, even if he did not harm himself, he would harm his friends. Xiaochen could not be bothered to listen to Xianyu's sophistry. He pointed at Xianyu's forehead, intending to kill him. Brat, try attacking if you dare. Just at this moment, a thunderous shout came from the distance. This voice seemed to resonate with heaven and earth, affecting Xiaochen's mind. When Xianyu heard this voice, he could not help but rejoice. When Xianyu heard this, he could not help but rejoice. He swept away his earlier sorry state and laughed loudly. The Doyen is here. The Doyen is here. Xiaochen, you are dead for sure. Just wait to kneel and beg for mercy. You bastard, how dare you snatch Xiaobai from me? At first, the voice came from far away. After Xiaochen was distracted for a moment, the other party's figure appeared before him. As the figure approached, a strong wind blew, covering the yellow sand on the ground. It rustled as it arrived before Xiaochen. A figure hid in the yellow sand. This figure threw a palm strike at Xiaochen without saying a word. It turned out that the Xian clan's martial sage had arrived. However, so what? He was just an inferior grade martial sage. Did he think that he was some powerful expert? Myriad heaven divine fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. A strand of divine light tore through the barrier of the sky and entered Xiaochen's body. Then, it merged with his heavenly sage laws. Immediately, Xiaochen's body released a dazzling golden light. His hair fluttered in the wind, giving off motes of light. Xiaochen's aura soared infinitely. Everything in the world had to bow before him. Bang! A resplendent fist clashed with that Xian clan's senior elder's palm strike. A loud rumble resounded and yellow sand filled the air. Before Xianyu's horrified gaze, the Xian clan's senior elder that he saw as his savior grunted. Unexpectedly, he got knocked back by Xiaochen's punch. The Xian clan's senior elder landed 5 kilometers away. Then, he slid along the yellow sand for another 2 kilometers before he truly stabilized himself. Before the wild joy on Xianyu's face faded away, he was stupefied. He did not know what was going on until Xiaochen looked over. Only then did Xianyu react. He said, Xiaochen, don't kill me. I'll give you 1 million astral coins. I can think of a way to give you all the beauties of the spirit fox race. I will definitely not target Bai. Before Xianyu could finish speaking, a finger-sized hole appeared on his forehead. Blood poured out, and he lost all signs of life, unable to say another word. A martial sage could cross the distance of 7 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The Xian clan's senior elder, who had been knocked back by Xiaochen's punch due to underestimating him, suffered some internal injuries. When he saw the dead Xianyu, his expression immediately changed drastically. You actually really killed my Xian clan's scion. The Xian clan's senior elder bellowed angrily at Xiao Chen, enraged. Xiao Chen gently drifted back. As he moved back, he casually pulled out the lunar shadow saber from Xian Yu's second uncle's chest. He said coldly, no matter who the killer is, they should be prepared to be killed. This is the way of the world. You only have yourself to blame. Why are you pretending to be confused? The Xian clan's senior elder did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "This is the way of the world? In that case, this old man will kill you now. It looks like you have nothing to complain about." Martial sage transcended mortality and entered holiness. Once a cultivator advanced to martial sage, they would undergo a transformation from the inside out. Not only would their quintessence turn into heavenly sage laws, but the moment they advanced to martial sage, their physical body would also undergo a baptism of the world. Along the way, their physical body, which had been cleansed by spiritual energy thousands of times, would undergo a complete transformation, becoming a sage body. During that moment of advancement, the martial artist would also enter an indescribably wonderful state of being one with the world. At this time, if any martial technique or cultivation method reached a bottleneck, if they reached a bottleneck in any martial technique or cultivation technique, they could use the state of being one with nature to effectively break through the bottleneck, allowing them to gain insight and broaden their mind, allowing them to break through in one go. Cultivators who crossed the hurdle of martial sage would become an overlord of a region. Even if they went to the 9 ranks of the great families, they would be treated with respect and treated generously. Martial sages were the true experts of the Kunlun realm. They were the elites of any sect or faction. The Xian clan's senior elder before Xiao Chen was such an expert, a bona fide inferior grade martial sage without any exaggeration. If a regular half-sage heard that a martial sage wanted to kill them, they would immediately be frightened to death. Their minds would be thrown into chaos, and they would either kneel and beg for mercy or turn around and flee. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change much. If he really felt fear, he would not have killed Xianyu despite knowing that this person was here. If you think you have the ability, you can do it. Xiao Chen landed on the ground and looked at the other party calmly. In terms of physical body, Xiao Chen had a rank 2 sage body, which was far stronger than the other parties. In terms of heavenly sage laws, the other party was not a demonic genius or had any great fortuitous encounters. The other party was just an ordinary inferior grade martial sage. Even after converting all his quintessence into heavenly sage laws, he only had about 150 heavenly sage laws, not much stronger than Xiao Chen. The only advantage the other party had over Xiao Chen was that he had been a martial sage longer. His understanding and usage of heavenly sage laws far surpassed Xiao Chen's. In this aspect, Xiao Chen could not compare to the other party at all. If the two entered a tug of war, Xiao Chen would definitely lose. However, Xiao Chen was not foolish enough to fight with the other party until victory was decided. The Xian clan's senior elder snorted coldly and said, "If I had not been careless earlier, how could I have been knocked back by your palm strike? Do you really think that you can defeat a martial sage? Die." Right after the Xian clan's senior elder spoke, all 150 heavenly sage laws surged out of his body and danced wildly behind him. The spiritual energy of the world flowed like a river, merging into the heavenly sage laws. This made the blue heavenly sage laws even more profound and filled with power. Xiao Chen thought to himself, after removing the heavenly sage laws from my body, I can absorb the spiritual energy of the world even more directly. It looks like there are indeed many techniques in the martial sage realm that half-sages cannot grasp. Hu Qi. The Xian clan's senior elder flew forward and sent out a palm strike. The 30-odd heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Chen quickly flew into his palm, making this seemingly ordinary palm strike feel like a real mountain pressing down on him. When the Xian clan's senior elder leaped down, it was like he had turned into a mountain pressing down, pushing down the air. Xiao Chen's shoulders immediately felt a strong pressure. However, his physical body could endure it and did not affect his movement technique. However, the desert below him could not endure it. It formed a strange whirlpool and kicked up a large amount of sand in all directions. Soon, a huge, deep pit appeared. This was not an aura, nor was it pressure. This was actual force, a kind of pressure formed by the heavenly sage laws. Before this, regular half-sages would find it difficult to even walk. Chapter 770. If I did not have any fortuitous encounters, would have been too careless. Xiao Qin said with a slightly grave expression. He could not underestimate any martial sage, at least not now. He circulated the heavenly sage laws in his body, and the remaining pressure immediately vanished. Without drawing his saber, Xiao Qin watched the Xian clan's senior elder's palm strike. He grasped his saber's hilt with his right hand and infused 30 heavenly sage laws into it as well. Bang! The tip of the saber's scabbard and the Xian clan's senior elder's palm instantly clashed. A vast energy immediately surged out in all directions from where the two clashed. The loud sound was like thunder. The ground within a 5-kilometer radius was instantly shaved off by 100 meters. Countless yellow sand was swept up by the airflow. The sandstorms formed hundreds of 100-meter-long sandstorms surging out in all directions. The clear sky turned dark at this moment. Pure electric light flickered continuously on the scabbard. The Xian clan's senior elder's palm turned cold. With a casual strike, the two were evenly matched. Neither gained the upper hand. Clearly, this was not the result that the Xian clan's senior elder was willing to see. His face sank, and another 30 heavenly sage laws poured into his palm. Xiao Qin could not bring out his heavenly sage laws like the Xian clan's senior elder, so he could not compare to the Xian clan's senior elder in terms of strength. Xiao Qian's body trembled, and the Xian clan's senior elder, whose strength had suddenly doubled, immediately knocked him back. However, Xiao Qian's physical body had already reached rank 2 sage body. Before the Xian clan's senior elder's shocked gaze, he spun around twice and dissipated the surging force. Xiao Qin pushed off the air and executed a blue dragon tail whip. Then, he appeared behind the Xian clan's senior elder and charged at him. Bang! 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 A chain of explosions resounded. The battle between the two turned the boundless desert into a scene of desolation. Bottomless pits littered the place. Xiao Qin relied on the advantage of his physical body. Without drawing his saber, he clashed with the Xian clan's senior elder, not showing any signs of being at a disadvantage. Damn it! The Xian clan's senior elder was flustered and exasperated, feeling incredibly frustrated. He had thought that Xiao Qin had only sent him flying because he had been careless. When he got serious, killing Xiao Qin would be a piece of cake. But when they really fought, he realized that Xiao Qin was actually so difficult to deal with. Xiao Qian's strong physical body and heavenly sage laws were not much weaker than Xiao Qian's. Xiao Qian's mysterious movement technique, which allowed him to move like the wind, prevented him from gaining any advantage in speed. As for the various heaven-ranked martial techniques, Xiao Qin had a way to deal with them. He did not fear clashing head-on with Xiao Qin at all. This made Xiao Qin, a bona fide martial sage, feel very sullen. Forced into a corner, the Xian clan's senior elder could only use his trump card, wanting to end the battle in one go. He felt humiliated just thinking about it. A martial sage was actually forced to use his trump card to deal with a half-sage. The 150 heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Qin suddenly vanished into thin air. The Xian clan's senior elder waved his hand, and the temperature plummeted. The scorching hot desert actually made people feel a sense of coldness. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Everything was within his expectations. Despite his advanced age, his cultivation had not improved much. If he did not cultivate 1 or 2 trump cards to protect his life, it would not be right. Xiao Qin had been waiting for this moment. Suddenly, Xiao Qin, who was in the air, narrowed his eyes. He executed the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber. He placed his saber at his waist and grasped its hilt with his right hand. Then, he stepped on the air and quickly headed for the Xian clan's senior elder. The expression of the Xian clan's senior elder suddenly turned startled. Before the Xian clan's senior elder's eyes, Xiao Qin, who was running over, turned into 3, then 6, eventually 80-odd figures. Furthermore, Xiao Qin's figures holding saber hilts were everywhere, all with a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. The Xian clan's senior elder's pupils constricted, and the 80-odd figures turned back into 1. However, the feeling of being watched from all directions felt like prickles on his back. He could not shake it off. What martial technique is this? It is not a cloning technique, drawing the saber, or a mental energy martial technique. Why does it feel completely unfathomable? It is like he can send out 80-odd figures with one saber strike. The Xian clan's senior elder could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. As he watched the approaching Xiao Qin, he felt uncertain. In the end, the Xian clan's senior elder clenched his teeth and stopped executing his trump card. Then, he quickly retreated. A bona fide martial sage was actually frightened by Xiao Qin into giving up on executing his trump card. However, it was clear that the Xian clan's senior elder's decision to give up was the right one. In the next moment, a saber light lit up, and 80-odd saber chi with different trajectories charged at the Xian clan's senior elder. The Xian clan's senior elder barely dodged, narrowly avoiding a few fatal saber chi. However, the non-fatal saber chi inflicted many bloody wounds on his body. Flickering electric light leaped around the wounds, lingering for a long time. Even though the Xian clan's senior elder had a rank 1 sage body, these injuries could not heal that quickly. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and looked at the Xian clan's senior elder. He said calmly, "Even if you are a martial sage, what can you do to me?" Xiao Qin's words were indifferent. However, they were like thunder rumbling in the Xian clan's senior elder's mind, making him feel sullen, uncomfortable, and helpless. "You are seeking death." The Xian clan's senior elder shouted angrily, and 150 heavenly sage laws instantly entered his body. Then, he revealed his true form and turned into a huge spirit fox charging at Xiao Qin. As the spirit fox ran, the ground trembled continuously. It felt like the sky was going to fall as it burst out with an unparalleled aura. Competing in explosive power? You are not as good as me in that. Xiao Qin smiled coldly and executed deities descending, tenfold combat prowess of the myriad heaven divine fist. Bang! A surging energy surged out, and the huge spirit fox burst out with a startling might. However, Xiao Qin's punch still knocked it back. When the fiend race revealed their true form, if they were not a spirit fiend, their combat prowess would only increase by 2-fold at best. However, Xiao Qin's deities descending truly increased his combat prowess by 10-fold. The spirit fox crashed into the ground 10,000 meters away, creating a bottomless pit. Xiao Qin glanced at it and ignored the Xian clan's senior elder. He turned around and rushed to misleading Fog Lake. Xiao Qin could not use deities descending continuously. Furthermore, it exhausted a horrifying amount of mental energy. He was destined not to be able to kill this person, so there was no need to waste any more time. However, this person could only dream of doing anything to Xiao Qin. Now, Xiao Qin was no longer like he was in the Sky Dome realm, where any martial sage could deal with him easily. 5 days later, Ao Jiao, that fellow keeps following me. This is not a solution. Don't. Are you thinking of using the strength character formula? Although you can kill that fellow with the strength character formula, you will fall into a deep coma, losing all your combat prowess. Any spirit beast will be able to kill you then. Xiao Qin rode on the azure dragon on a desolate plain, flying close to the ground. As he moved up and down, he could travel 5 kilometers in an instant. The Xian clan's senior elder followed behind unhurriedly. No matter what Xiao Qin did, he could not shake him off. Xiao Qin thought for a while and could only sigh. The strength character formula was boundlessly profound, containing great might. Once it was used 33 times its combat prowess, anyone of the same generation would die. However, everything in the world had its own heavenly Tao. Naturally, such a heaven-defying martial technique could not be executed so easily. Not only was it draining, but it was also very difficult to comprehend. With Xiao Qin's current cultivation, or rather, his horizons, he could only scratch the surface. Xiaochen had a great killing weapon, but he could not kill his enemies to his heart's content. This was a very depressing matter. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "It's fine." After he reached Misleading Fog Lake, he would not dare to act rashly. That is a famous forbidden land of the Fiend domain. Even Emperor Wu once went in and got lost in there. How could he, a half-sage, barge in? Xiao Chen's expression turned startled. He asked in disbelief, "Is that true?" "Of course it is true. Otherwise, Misleading Fog Lake would not have such an extraordinary reputation. However, don't worry. Back then, the Thunder King already solved the mysteries of it. With my guidance, you will not get lost in there." After obtaining Ao Jiao's confirmation again, Xiaochen relaxed slightly. He glanced at the Xian clan's senior elder behind him and continued flying forward at full speed. The Xian clan's senior elder, who had an extremely hostile expression, said somewhat suspiciously, "Why does this brat seem to be heading for Misleading Fog Lake? Could it be that he knew that I already used a secret technique to send a message to the main clan of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox? Knowing that he could not escape death, he simply fled to Misleading Fog Lake. The heir that the Xian clan's clan head had high hopes for was killed just like that. Naturally, this was a shocking matter. The Xian clan's senior elder received orders from the clan head to pass on the truth. However, he also hid some things. The Xian clan's senior elder was too embarrassed to pass on the fact that Xiao Chen, a half-sage, had forced him to the point of being helpless. He only said that Xiao Chen had learned a special movement technique. If Xiao Chen ran for his life, the Xian clan's senior elder would not be able to catch up to him. He asked the clan head to send a few more senior elders to help surround and kill Xiao Chen. 10 days later, the Xian clan's senior elder saw a white figure standing at the shore of a mysterious lake shrouded in dense fog. Then, he did not hesitate to step in. Misleading Fog Lake is a forbidden land that even Emperor Wu could not leave. He really went in. The horror on the Xian clan's senior elder's face could no longer be described with words. He simply could not understand why Xiao Chen sought death like that. He clearly could have left easily. The Xian clan's senior elder's figure flashed as he approached the lake shrouded in dense fog. He sent out his perception, and his face filled with deep regret. Xiao Chen really went in. This way, even if the other Xian clan's senior elders rushed over, they would not be able to kill that brat personally. After entering the Misleading Fog Lake, it was hard to escape death. Since ancient times, there had been too many people who overestimated themselves, but no one had ever walked out alive. Some of the curious sovereign martial emperors only dared to go 10 kilometers in before quickly retreating, afraid that they would get lost in there as well. With Xiao Chen's strength as a half-sage, he would only die if he went in. There would be no other ending. How unfortunate. I cannot kill that brat personally. It is hard to vent my hatred. In the battle 15 days ago, the Xian clan's senior elder had suffered greatly, forced into a sorry state by a half-sage. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the greatest humiliation of his life. It was not that the Xian clan's senior elder had never been defeated before. In fact, he had been defeated even more miserably than that battle. However, his opponents were all people of the older generation. Furthermore, their cultivations were much higher than the Xian clan's senior elders. He had nothing to say about his defeat. Chapter 771. However, a junior like Xiao Chen forced him into such a sorry state was unprecedented. If he did not personally kill Xiao Chen, he would not be able to get rid of this heart demon for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha. So, it turns out that you miss Xiao Chen so much. In that case, this Xiao Chen will give you another punch. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Suddenly, a splash appeared on the lake. Xiao Chen leaped out and did not hesitate to send out deities descending. The Xian clan's senior elder had not expected such a sudden development. By the time he retreated, that surging energy, a punch with tenfold combat prowess, had already struck his chest. Bang! The Xian clan's senior elder vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back with a pale complexion. He looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. It turned out that Xiao Chen had not entered the lake at all. He had just stopped at the shore, waiting for the Xian clan's senior elder to come over. A punch with tenfold combat prowess already surpassed the might of the Xian clan's senior elder's full power strike. This punch struck him while he was caught off guard. This could be said to have truly injured him. The Xian clan's senior elder felt so depressed that he wanted to hack Xiao Chen into 1,000 pieces. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen made a fool out of him again. You are going too far. This old man will fight it out with you. The Xian clan's senior elder roared and charged at Xiao Chen like a madman. You want to kill me? Come with me to Misleading Fog Lake. I will wait for you at the center of the lake. Xiao Chen felt very happy in his heart. This old fellow had been following him for half a month and had long since disliked him. Now, he finally managed to trick him. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and entered the vast fog again. Bang! In the end, reason won over impulse. The Xian clan's senior elder stopped midway. If he really followed Xiao Chen into this misleading fog lake, he would end up in a miserable state. This time, the Xian clan's senior elder did not dare to stand casually at the shore. He waited for 2 days before carefully arriving at the shore. Then, he jumped into the lake. The Xian clan's senior elder searched the bottom of the lake before he confirmed that Xiao Chen had truly entered the depths of the lake. When the Xian clan's senior elder jumped back onto the shore, a group of people was already waiting a kilometer away. The person leading this group looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. However, his aura was withdrawn, and there were more than 300 heavenly sage laws behind him. Furthermore, each one was as thick as a thumb, much stronger than Xiao Chen's. Unexpectedly, this person was a peak inferior grade martial sage. There were actually 2 martial sages among the 40 or 50 people standing behind him. The clothes they wore were exactly the same as the Xian clan's senior elders. When the clan's senior Xian of the Chen of the Xian of the clan, he was, of, Qi, Chen, a Chen, of the of Zoff the Chen, and of it his, of Xiao of his, of the Chen, of the clan, of out of the Chen of. Xian Feng, the day before yesterday, you sent word that the person who killed Xian Yu had already entered deep into Misleading Fog Lake. Xian Ke did not answer Xian Feng's question directly. He only frowned as he looked at the mysterious Misleading Fog Lake, which was always shrouded in fog. He entered deep thought. Xian Feng lowered his head and answered, "It is absolutely true. I chased this brat for 15 days and nights. In the end, he had nowhere else to run and entered this Misleading Fog Lake." Haha. Xian Feng, you are really capable. Even after chasing a half-sage for half a month, you still could not catch him, a Xian clan's senior elder mocked behind Xian Ku. Xian Feng felt a slight pain in his chest. He wanted to retort, but he felt too guilty. He lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. Carefully, he asked Xian Ku, first elder, what did the clan head say? Xian Ku thought for a while, not paying much attention to this. He said, "Did that person barge into this place by mistake or on purpose?" Xian Feng, are you sure? He should have barged in by mistake. He is not from my fiend domain. He probably has not heard of the strangeness of Misleading Fog Lake. If he barged in by mistake, then never mind. Just stand guard here for 3 months. If he comes out, just kill him. If he doesn't, then forget it. After Xian Ke spoke, he glanced at the fog-covered Misleading Fog Lake. Then, he stood up and left. As the Xian clan's first elder, he had many matters to attend to. Naturally, he could not waste 3 months on a half-sage who barged into Misleading Fog Lake by mistake. Seeing the first elder leave, Xian Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the first elder was only here to go through the motions. Otherwise, he would have been afraid that he would have revealed his secret. Aside from the thick fog, the water of Misleading Fog Lake looked no different from any other lake. It was clear and transparent. When one looked down, one would see the shadows of fish swimming around. However, the fog above the lake disturbed the tranquility of the lake. After Xiao Chen stepped in for a kilometer, he became completely lost. Even when Xiao Chen infused quintessence into his eyes, he could not see beyond 100 meters. When he extended his spiritual sense, it became hazy after 500 meters. What was even more horrifying was that there was no sense of direction in there. This sense of direction was not limited to a flat surface. Even if one tried to fly upwards with all their might, it would appear that they were flying upwards. However, after a while, they would strangely land back on the lake. As for swimming to the depths of the water, it was even more dangerous. Perhaps after you swam down for 1,000 meters, you wouldn't be able to survive. Perhaps after swimming for a kilometer, one would discover that one could not float up no matter how one swam. One would keep spinning in the water, suffocating to death. This misleading fog lake did not have any strong ferocious beasts, traps, or formations. Furthermore, it did not have any natural disasters that could destroy the world. It only blurred one's 5 senses, rendering one's overwhelming abilities useless, grinding one to death in there. Now, Xiao Chen was somewhat curious about how the Thunder King managed to get out of this place back then. According to Ao Jiao, when the Thunder King barged into this place, he had not advanced to Martial Emperor yet. He had only just broken through to Martial Sage. In the depths of this misleading fog lake, there is a bolt of divine lightning. That is the true divine lightning. Even at his peak, the Thunder King could not bring out even 1/10 of it. Back then, the Thunder King was trapped here. Coincidentally, he reached the bottleneck of comprehending a will, so he started cultivating here. He sensed the existence of the divine lightning, which allowed him to reach the depths of misleading fog lake. In the end, he broke through the bottleneck in one go, becoming the only cultivator in the past 10,000 years to comprehend a will before the age of 25, successfully walking out of misleading fog lake. Ao Jiao told Xiao Chen everything that happened back then, answering many of his questions. Divine lightning, even at his peak, the Thunder King could not bring out even 1/10 of its might. What kind of lightning was that? Xiao Chen could not help but feel very interested. At his peak, the Thunder King was a sovereign martial emperor. Just one bolt of lightning equaled 10 sovereign martial emperors. In that case, how strong was the master of that bolt of divine lightning? It completely surpassed Xiao Chen's imagination. This was truly incredible. There were strong sovereign martial emperors and weak sovereign martial emperors. However, there would not be much of a difference. In the martial epoch, sovereign martial emperor was synonymous with the peak of cultivators. As for martial gods, they had been a legend for tens of thousands of years. Even the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era, the Qing Emperor, was only a sovereign martial emperor and not a martial god. Most of the legends about martial gods came from the ancient era. That was when martial emperors were as common as clouds and sages roamed the land. It was the golden age of the martial epoch. In the end, legends were just legends. Sovereign martial emperors could live for 10,000 years. Martial gods should be eternal. However, the reality was that several strong sovereign martial emperors from the ancient era had their bloodlines passed down. Even now, they did not go extinct and were revered as sovereign noble clans. As for several of the legendary martial gods, not to mention their bloodlines, they did not even leave behind their inheritances. This made many later generations believe that martial god was just a figment of their imagination and did not exist at all. Now, Ao Jiao said that one bolt of divine lightning equaled 10 sovereign martial emperors. In that case, could the master of the divine lightning be a martial god? At this moment, Xiao Chen could not help but feel excited. He urged Ao Jiao to quickly lead the way. Don't rush. It has been more than 2,000 years. The connection between me and that bolt of divine lightning is already somewhat weak. I need some time. After waiting for a long time, Ao Jiao turned into a beam of light and flew out from the immortal spirit ring. In the depths of Ao Jiao's intelligent eyes was a spot of golden electric light drifting about like a flame. That spot of electric fire was only several times the size of a grain of rice. However, it gave off a soul-stirring light, deterring others from looking directly at it. Ao Jiao revealed an extremely grave expression on her cute and petite face. Her gaze slowly moved around the surroundings, occasionally revealing a confused expression. When Xiaochen saw this scene, he frowned slightly. It looked like this misleading fog lake was not as easy as Ao Jiao said. However, Xiaochen was not a rash person. His mental state was much calmer than that of his peers. He did not show any panic on his face, nor did he say anything to disturb Ao Jiao. Time passed slowly. The surrounding fog did not weaken at all. At a glance, all Xiaochen saw was a vast expanse of white. He could not tell north from south at all. The fog did not look strange. When Xiaochen collected some, he did not find anything wrong with it. That was to say, the strangeness of this place had nothing to do with this vast fog. The crucial thing was that the divine lightning had clouded the five senses. If not for the fortuitous encounter like the Thunder Kings, a sovereign martial emperor would not have been able to leave. Boom! Just as Xiaochen's thoughts ran wild, a strong wind suddenly blew. The thick fog in front of Ao Jiao parted, revealing a clear path. The two undetectable spots of golden electric light in Ao Jiao's eyes suddenly turned into clumps of blazing flames, giving off a resplendent and dazzling light. With a thought, Xiaochen quickly followed behind Ao Jiao, moving quickly on the water. It was like there was a formless energy guiding Ao Jiao. The fog in front of her automatically parted as she moved forward. After she crossed it, it immediately closed up again. When one looked back, it was still a vast and boundless fog that stretched for an unknown distance. This was truly inconceivable. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaochen felt that they had already advanced at least 150 kilometers. However, Ao Jiao still showed no signs of stopping. "We've arrived." Suddenly, Ao Jiao stopped. Right after she spoke, Xiaochen discovered that the surrounding fog had vanished at some point in time. The scene before Xiaochen turned into a golden world. Not only was the lake under his feet golden, but the surrounding air and the vast sky were also pure gold. Chapter 772. The sudden change caused Xiaochen's eyes to be somewhat stimulated. His vision blurred, and he could not help but squint. In the middle of the lake, there was a ball of golden lightning floating 1,000 meters above the lake. The golden radiance was emitted from it, and then the entire world was dyed golden from the inside out. This was the divine lightning that Ao Jiao spoke of. Xiaochen could feel the energy contained in the electric light. It was like a boundless sea, vast and boundless. However, at this moment, it seemed very gentle. The entire world gave off a sense of tranquility. Xiaochen glanced at Ao Jiao beside him and could not help but be startled. Ao Jiao's exquisite and charming body had actually turned completely golden. Her skin, eyes, hair, and clothes were all golden. However, this golden color seemed very lively, making one feel that she was not an inanimate object. "How did you become like this?" Ao Jiao giggled and said, "In my eyes, you are like this too." Xiaochen raised his hand and looked. Indeed, he had become like Ao Jiao, covered in a layer of golden light from the inside out. It was extremely strange. Xiaochen did not know if he could recover. If he remained like this for the rest of his life, he would not be used to it. Ao Jiao could tell what Xiaochen was worried about. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. This is its domain. After you entered, you were all assimilated. You will be fine once you leave. You can try cultivating and see if there are any unexpected effects." Xiaochen did as he was told. He sat cross-legged on the golden lake and closed his eyes to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. After a while, he opened his eyes and said in pleasant surprise, "This place is filled with the purest lightning-attributed spiritual energy. Cultivating here is at least 10 times faster than cultivating outside." Ao Jiao nodded and said, "With your talent, you will definitely be able to break through to Martial Sage in less than 3 years. When you advance to Martial Sage, the more quintessence you have, the more heavenly sage laws you will be able to convert." Xiaochen asked about what he was most concerned about. "Then, what should I do to make my state of thunder break through to the will of thunder?" Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "I don't know. The Thunder King comprehended his will here, but how exactly did he comprehend it? Only he himself knew, and he couldn't tell anyone else. Everyone's situation is different, and the experiences of others may not apply to you. To you, this place is just a fortuitous encounter. However, you will still have to rely on your own comprehension to make a breakthrough. Xiao Qin was stunned at first, but he soon understood. He smiled and said, to comprehend a will, one needs talent, accumulation, and fortuitous encounters. The first two are easy to achieve, but the latter is hard to come by. I don't know how many geniuses are stuck at the bottleneck of fortuitous encounters. Since I have such an opportunity, I should learn to be satisfied. Do your best and leave the rest to the heavens. If you fail, you will have no regrets as long as you do your best. Ao Jiao smiled softly and said, you have already comprehended the state of thunder to the limit. You have already accumulated enough. The fact that you comprehended the immortal state at Thunder Emperor Valley is sufficient proof of your talent. You already have sufficient talent and accumulation. Now that the fortuitous encounter has arrived, you will be able to form the immortal will of thunder in the near future. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, I'll be counting on your auspicious words. Comprehend it well. I also want to make use of this opportunity to raise my strength. Ao Jiao nodded, and her body slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Ripples spread out, and she completely vanished, leaving behind the most peaceful environment for Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin saw this scene, he could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This girl, you can just cultivate here. It is not like you are in my way. Xiao Qin looked deeply at the divine lightning floating a kilometer above the center of the lake. Then, he entered deep thought. Logically speaking, given the might of the divine lightning, he should have been electrocuted into nothingness long ago, even if he did not do anything, given how close he was to it. However, the divine lightning before Xiao Qin clearly possessed an incomparably vast energy. However, it remained gentle and calm, not showing the berserk nature of lightning. In nature, all sorts of states were ever-changing. Wind had gentle winds, cool winds, and strong winds. Fire had warm flames, slow flames, een flames, and blazing flames. Water had flood waters, brook waters, and clear waters. Only lightning was not so ever-changing. Even the weakest lightning bolt could easily strike an ordinary person to death. It would not be gentle at all. Its might shook the heavens, it was decisive, and it dispersed with one strike. This was lightning. Xiao Qin had never seen such gentle lightning before. After thinking for a while, he found it very strange. After hesitating for a while, he gathered his courage and flew towards the divine lightning. Xiao Qian's figure flashed as he slowly approached. As he got closer, the feeling of vastness intensified. It was like he was embracing a boundless sea. Before this boundless energy, Xiao Qian's state of thunder was so insignificant that it was negligible. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Qin arrived before the divine lightning. When he looked carefully, he discovered that the clump of light looked like a thick eggshell protecting something. Could the true divine lightning be in there? Xiao Qin frowned and thought hard. If that was the case, wouldn't he have to break the clump of light before he could see the divine lightning? Xiao Qian's state of thunder had already reached its limits long ago. All he needed was an opportunity to break through that bottleneck. Then, he would be able to form his will. The divine lightning was Xiao Qian's opportunity. If he tried to comprehend the divine lightning through a barrier, the effects would be much weaker. However, the danger of breaking the barrier was unpredictable. The possibility of it killing him in one exchange was very high. Should I break it or not? Break it. Xiao Qin felt conflicted. He clenched his teeth and resolutely made a decision. He had to break it. As long as he could increase his chances of comprehending the will of thunder, the risk was worth it. However, he still needed to be cautious. He retreated 1 kilometer and circulated the heavenly sage laws in his body. Strands of pure lightning attributed quintessence poured into his fingertips like a river. Qi. Qi. The purple lightning attributed quintessence condensed into a beam of light and shot at the eggshell-like clump of light in front. Contrary to Xiao Chen's expectations, the clump of light was easier to break than he expected. It instantly tore a finger-sized hole in it, and a strand of golden lightning surged out. Everywhere it passed, it tore the incredibly tough space of the Kunlun realm in half, forming long black cracks that looked as if they were one. Xiao Chen had been prepared long ago. When he shot out that purple beam of light, he quickly dodged, brushing past the golden lightning. The afterimage left in the air was directly cut in half along with the black crack in space. Xiao Chen sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill run down his spine. His heart pounded heavily. Had he been slower by even a fraction of a second, his physical body would have been torn in half. Legend had it that Emperor Wu's physical body could withstand the destructive force of the shattering of space. Aside from that, only some spirit beasts at the peak of the food chain could block spatial tears. However, no matter what kind of physical body it was, Xiao Chen was worlds apart from it. An inconspicuous crack could easily tear him to shreds. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the hole. Then, his spiritual sense turned into a thin line and quickly entered. The scene he saw stunned him. This clump of light actually contained a small world that was tens of millions of kilometers wide. It was a chaotic, pitch-black space. In the very depths, Xiao Chen saw thousands upon thousands of berserk bolts of lightning roaring furiously. The bolts of golden lightning were actually filled with spirituality, turning into berserk dragons. As they roared and leaped about, they radiated a power that could shatter mountains and dry up rivers. The bolt of lightning that tore space earlier was just an ordinary bolt of lightning that came from the depths of the small world. After traveling for tens of millions of kilometers, its might had decreased. If the surrounding dragons had any destructive power, the entire misleading fog lake would have been reduced to rubble in an instant. Now, Xiao Chen finally understood why Ao Jiao said that even when the Thunder King was at his peak, the lightning he executed was only a tenth of the might of this divine lightning. If it was only a tenth, Xiao Chen felt that Ao Jiao was being overconfident. The surrounding dragon-shaped lightning is definitely not the true body of this divine lightning. It is just an electric light that was casually emitted. I have to see exactly what this divine lightning looks like. Xiao Chen carefully controlled his spiritual sense to fly forward. In an instant, his spiritual sense had traveled 500 kilometers. Such a strange speed in the small world astonished Xiao Chen. As his spiritual sense flew, he could even clearly feel the flow of time. Ka-ca. A random bolt of lightning crashed into Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. In that instant, his spiritual sense turned to ashes, and the scene in his mind vanished. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted. The hole in the clump of light earlier was already slowly closing. His spiritual sense no longer had a chance to enter. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen pointed with his finger and tore another hole. Then, in the time it took for a spark to fly, he dodged the golden lightning that shot out from it. This repeated over and over again. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense went in again and again, and again and again. He got closer and closer to the divine lightning at the core of the small world. The golden lightning that shot out was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, brushing past Xiao Chen again and again. Even with Xiao Chen's strong mental fortitude, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If he was careless, he would lose his life here. Xiao Chen did not know how many times his spiritual sense went in. Finally, he passed through the dragon-shaped lightning and saw the true body of the divine lightning. However, how was this divine lightning? It was clearly a talisman, a supreme lightning talisman. The immortal patterns flowing on it, the traces of strokes, and the strands of immortal chi emanating from the talisman all showed that this was an immortal-grade lightning talisman. It was exactly the same as the introduction of talismans in the Compendium of Cultivation. However, the grade of this talisman was too high, completely surpassing the level of talismans in the Compendium of Cultivation. Xiao Chen did not know what grade this talisman was. Sage grade, immortal grade, or divine grade. With just one look, the golden lightning talisman's shape was deeply imprinted in Xiao Chen's mind. It was like a bolt of lightning had blown open his closed thoughts, opening him up. Xiao Chen felt like he understood something. He quickly withdrew his spiritual sense and absorbed the shocking scene he just saw. The surging mental energy in his sea of consciousness started to surge. Xiaoqun started to imitate that supreme talisman according to his memory. Chapter 773. For the state of thunder to turn into a will, it required a point to gather the scattered and blurry states. Xiaoqun finally found this point. It was the supreme lightning talisman in the small world. Under Xiaoqun's intentional carving, the originally blurry state of thunder slowly merged together. Its initial form was like a clump of mud, completely unrelated to the talisman. Furthermore, it shattered at the slightest provocation. If an impatient person tried to do this, he would probably give up after a while. Xiaoqun did not feel anxious at all. At this moment, excitement and agitation filled his heart. He did not know how the Thunder King comprehended a will. However, Xiaoqun was certain that the Thunder King would not recognize that talisman. That was a treasure left behind by the strongest immortal of the immortal epoch. Otherwise, Ao Jiao would not have called it divine lightning. The will of thunder that Xiaoqun was about to comprehend was not only different from the Thunder King's will but also unique in the entire Kunlun realm. That supreme lightning talisman suddenly became extremely clear in Xiaoqun's mind. With just one look, it was deeply imprinted in his mind, unforgettable. However, when Xiaoqun wanted to merge the state of thunder and form this lightning talisman, he encountered many difficulties. The power of states was formless and formless. First, he had to pile up the formless things. This was not easy. It was like piling up a pile of loose sand into something solid. How could that be easy? After a few tests, the state of thunder that he gathered was like a pile of ugly mud. Even the moment he let go, it immediately turned into a pile of loose sand. Fantasy was wonderful, but reality was harsh. This was the situation that Xiaoqun was currently in. Sometimes, when one thought about many things, one would get half-dead excited, hot-blooded. One would think that it would be perfect, something that no one had ever done before or after, shocking everyone. However, when one tried to do it, one would discover that it was a mess. The perfect idea in one's heart could not be achieved at all. Damn it! I failed again. Even after thousands of attempts, Xiaoqun still did not get any results. He started to feel frustrated. He opened his eyes and punched the golden lake. With a bang, a 3,000-meter-tall water pillar soared into the air. It shone with golden light like a precious sword, flickering with glorious light. This punch poured out all the anger and frustration that Xiaoqun had accumulated from thousands of failures. Even the calmest person would not have a temper, and Xiaoqun was no exception. The lake water crashed to the ground, rippling and bobbing up and down. After a while, it became calm again, looking like a smooth mirror of light. There was nothing in the world that could be as tolerant and gentle as water. No matter how high one stood, water would still flow downwards. Along the way, the dirt on the ground would be silently absorbed by the water. When one sank into a depression, only the water would remain calm. No matter what happened in the outside world, when everything calmed down, the water would return to its original state. Not a single drop of water would be unable to endure the loneliness and jump out on its own. If one placed a pile of sand in a lake, without external help, there would be a few uneven spots with uneven heights. As Xiaoqun looked at the golden lake water below, his frustrated heart slowly calmed down. Then, he suppressed his earlier agitated emotions. He calmly analyzed what the root cause of his thousands of failures was. Closing his eyes and thinking hard, Xiaoqun entered a state of selflessness, tossing all the empty excitement and hot-bloodedness out of his mind. After a long time, Xiaoqun opened his eyes and looked at the calm surface of the lake again. A spirited light flashed in his eyes. Sand cannot be piled up into a solid state. Just the state of thunder alone cannot force it together. I need to add something else, like water. Sand was indeed not sturdy. However, if one mixed water and sand, it would not be a problem to build an indestructible castle. If the power of concepts was compared to sand, then what was water? Xiaoqun muttered to himself. Some of the problems slowly became clear. What was the most abundant in the sea of consciousness? Naturally, it was the vast mental energy. Only by mixing mental energy and the state of thunder could one truly merge them together. Naturally, the state of thunder would be unbreakable, indestructible. After thinking of a way to resolve the problem, Xiaochen remained as calm as before. He immediately did as he was told. Excitement and joy could wait until after the matter was done. Xiaochen closed his eyes, and strands of scattered state energy gathered together once more, forming a clump of ugly mud. This mud looked like it would scatter at any moment. However, Xiaochen did not lose heart. He poured in strands of mental energy like water. Buzz! A soft buzzing sound rang out in Xiaochen's mind. The clump of mud that looked like it would scatter at any moment. As Xiaochen infused his mental energy, it slowly merged together, hugging each other tightly. Xiaochen revealed a faint smile. Indeed, his guess was right. The state of thunder was like sand, and mental energy was like clear water. Only by combining the two could one achieve true perfection. Continuing his efforts, Xiaochen continuously merged his peak state of thunder together. The clump of mud became even larger. At the same time, the mental energy in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness slowly seeped in. The two merged perfectly. When all the state of thunder had merged, Xiaochen's consciousness leaped up and took human form. Then, he entered the sea of consciousness and sat on the scarlet throne. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the purple mud containing mental energy and the state of thunder flew to him. Xiaochen stood up from the throne and recalled the appearance of the lightning talisman. Then, he started to slowly polish it. As Xiaochen polished the rough mud, it slowly became more exquisite. Slowly, a talisman appeared on it. At the very least, it looked like a talisman. No one would mistake it for a mud ball. Xiaochen did not understand or know how to draw the immortal scripts on the divine grade lightning talisman. However, he did not need to draw them. After all, he was not trying to make another divine grade lightning talisman. Firstly, he did not have the ability to do so. Secondly, he did not have the materials. He only wanted to use this opportunity to forge his own unique will of thunder. After some thought, Xiaochen knew what he should carve on the talisman. He wanted to carve the immortal attribute on it. This was the mental world. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and a brush appeared out of nowhere. As Xiaochen moved, all sorts of startling mysterious phenomena appeared in the boundless world of the sea of consciousness. Volcanoes erupted, lightning flashed, thunder roared, seas roared, and snowy shores crumbled. The winds and clouds changed. There was no moment of peace. Only Xiaochen remained standing on the scarlet throne, his expression calm. No matter how horrifying the mysterious phenomena were, I will write immortal with every stroke. The immortal patterns on the purple talisman slowly linked together. As Xiaochen drew the final stroke, a divine charm appeared on the rough talisman. On the rough wrinkles, a trace of charm appeared out of thin air. The world of the sea of consciousness that had changed colors also stopped moving at this moment. In the world, only that talisman was eternal and immortal. Xiaochen withdrew his consciousness from the sea of consciousness and opened his eyes. A light flashed on his forehead, and the purple talisman flew out. At this moment, the state was still the state, and the mental energy was still the mental energy. The two only merged together. A will did not appear. It still lacked one last breath. Xiaochen's expression remained calm. He clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of lifeblood essence. Pu ci. When the blood seeped into the talisman, it immediately gave off a strange light. At this moment, Xiaochen's mind, flesh, and blood were completely connected to this talisman. They were bound together for good or for ill. The last thing that was missing from the will was completely fixed. It would be refined into the immortal will of thunder that belonged to Xiaochen, the one and only in the world. As the light flowed, it no longer showed any signs of dimming. As long as Xiaochen did not die, the light of his will would be eternal and inextinguishable. Still not enough. Xiao Chen's eyes were resolute as he looked at the divine lightning talisman hidden in the small world encased in the clump of light. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and a finger-sized hole immediately appeared in the clump of light. Pu Ci. The lightning that shot out brushed past Xiao Chen's shoulder. However, it struck the purple talisman flickering with light in the air. When the golden lightning struck the talisman, Xiao Chen immediately roared in pain. It was like the lightning struck him. He was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. If jade is not cut, it will not be useful. If the sword is not sharp, how can it kill? The newborn will of thunder had to undergo the baptism of the absolute divine lightning before it could truly become glorious. Despite the boundless pain, Xiao Chen's eyes did not show any intention of giving up. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and another hole appeared, releasing another bolt of golden lightning. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he attacked 81 times, allowing this newborn will of thunder talisman to undergo the baptism of the absolute divine lightning 91 times. At some point in time, Ao Jiao had emerged from the bottom of the lake. As she looked at the agonized Xiao Chen in the air, a complicated expression appeared in her eyes. The scene before her was very similar to the scene from many years ago. Even after 1,000 years, the scene did not change. The faces of the Thunder King and Xiao Chen kept changing before Ao Jiao's eyes. She focused her gaze, and her face froze. It was a young man with delicate features who could not be considered very handsome. The face that belonged to the Thunder Emperor never appeared again. Let the past legends and inextinguishable glory fade away in the long river of history. If one was determined and never gave up, one would definitely create an even more glorious legend. Back then, the Thunder King was like this as well. Although the will he comprehended was different from Xiao Chen's, the instant he comprehended his will, he immediately used the absolute divine lightning to baptize himself. A foolish person would have 10,000 ways to be foolish. However, a truly powerful demonic genius, be it 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, or now, was the same on a certain level. The baptism of the divine lightning would definitely not be effective in a short time. If one gave up after enduring the torment of pain, all their previous efforts would be wasted. It would be meaningless. As the light flickered, it lasted for 7 days. The somewhat crude talisman that belonged to Xiao Chen's will became even more exquisite and perfect under this baptism. After 7 days, no more absolute divine lightning shot out from the clump of light. The purple talisman glowed with light. Occasionally, one could see faint golden light flowing out of the immortal patterns. The edges were distinct, looking like a perfect work of art. Chapter 774. As the talisman spun around, a faint light spread out in all directions, forming a blurry clump of light. Unfortunately, before the radiance of the powerful divine lightning, this talisman, which could shock everyone in the outside world, seemed to pale in comparison. A state was formless, but a will had form. To turn a state into a will, most people would imitate a weapon that they were good at, be it a saber, a sword, or a spear. There were also outstanding talents, powerful demonic geniuses, and wondrous ideas. Some people were bold enough to imitate their will into a legendary ferocious beast, such as a phoenix, a true dragon, a qilin, a golden crow, or a kuanpeng. However, such holy beasts had a huge problem. They had vanished long ago during the martial epoch. Occasionally, there were rumors of them, but they were fleeting. It was hard to verify the veracity of them. Without seeing the real thing, no matter how outstanding one was and how talented one was, one's will would lack some charm. Xiao Chen was different. He did not know the grade of the talisman in the clump of light, but it was definitely at least a divine grade talisman. If he could subdue such a talisman, he could easily injure a true dragon. The master of this talisman should have been someone who stood at the peak of the immortal epoch. Who knew how many holy beasts, divine blood and all sorts of natural treasures were needed to make such a talisman? Even with the materials prepared, it would take several hundred years to make it. Xiao Chen used this talisman as the manifestation of his will. This was unprecedented in the martial epoch. Even people with higher cultivation than him could not block his sharpness. If the two clashed, Xiao Chen would definitely have the last laugh. Withdraw. Xiao Chen, who had rested for a long time, said softly as he looked at the talisman floating in the air. Then, the will talisman turned into a beam of light and entered Xiao Chen's forehead. The instant the talisman entered his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed. A formless might spread out without any need for him to circulate it. Right now, if a cultivator with a lower cultivation than Xiao Chen approached him, even if Xiao Chen did not do anything, they would feel mental pressure. Not to mention exchanging glances with Xiao Chen. With just one look, they would feel fear and fear. This was the might of a will. Back then, in the Dragon Burial Mound, the thunder and lightning palaces in Jianghu's will of thunder shocked everyone. Whether it was intentional or not, as long as they were within the range of Jianghu's will, they would be affected, stunned for a moment. It was hard to imagine how the 5 fiend cultivators, especially in Jianghu's enemies, felt at that. If they knew that Jianghu had comprehended a will, no one else would dare to compete with him for the dragon bones. Haha. Xiao Chen, congratulations. Back then, the Thunder Emperor was the youngest genius to comprehend a will in the past 10,000 years. He was already 25. You are 22. And already, Now, spirit. Fiend, Ao Jiao slowly floated down, feeling happy for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said calmly, now is a once in 10,000 years age of geniuses. The peak of the martial epoch will arrive again. There will be countless demonic geniuses. The Kunlun realm is so vast. It is possible that no one has comprehended a will earlier. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, there is no need to be humble. Oh, right. What is the form of your will? I have never seen it before. I have also never heard of anyone who could make their will form into such a form. The form of the will was very crucial. To a large extent, it would determine the quality of the will, which would affect one's combat prowess. Normally, one's will would form a weapon that they cultivated. That way, it would be more offensive and would also increase the might of their martial techniques. Cultivators with stronger talent would form their will into a living thing, giving it spirituality. It might even form a new life, becoming their own incarnation. The demonic geniuses would set their goals even higher. Their boldness would be unparalleled, directly forming their will into a legendary divine beast. However, the difficulties and challenges they faced would also be greater. The Tianwu domain's 3 holy masters had a special advantage in this aspect. Their martial spirits were legendary divine beasts. Forming their will into a divine beast was much easier. However, aside from the Lost Dragon's Gate, there were only 3 holy masters in the world. After all, most cultivators' martial spirits were ordinary worldly items. Under normal circumstances, they only had the use of condensing and storing quintessence. The will that Xiao Chen formed was not a weapon or a spirit beast, much less a legendary divine beast. It was a talisman that no one had seen before. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt it was strange. He asked, the Thunder King did not see the true appearance of that divine lightning back then. Ao Jiao shook her head and said, no. Back then, the Thunder King was just a martial sage. The small thousand realms were too far away. With his perception, he could only see thousands of dragon-shaped lightning bolts. He did not see the true divine lightning. This was not strange. Xiao Chen had relied on his spiritual sense and risked his life thousands of times before he saw the true appearance of the divine lightning. However, when he saw the true appearance of the divine lightning, it dispelled another of Xiao Chen's guesses. This divine lightning was not left behind by a martial god. Whether martial gods existed in the world was still a mystery. This divine lightning could not prove anything. After giving a simple explanation of why the talisman turned into this, Xiao Chen started to familiarize himself with the changes in his strength after comprehending a will. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and resumed her cultivation. This place would be of great help to her recovery. She could not waste any time. Then, Xiao Chen checked his heavenly sage laws. There were 100 heavenly sage laws. The number had not changed. However, due to his will, they had become thicker. From the thickness of a pinky finger, they had grown to the thickness of a thumb. The baptism of the divine lightning on his will seemed to affect his heavenly sage laws as well, making them even more resilient. As the heavenly sage laws danced, they felt very powerful. They even contained the might of a will. If Xiaoqun ran into that Xian clan's senior elder again, he would be able to instantly crush the other party in terms of the strength of his heavenly sage laws, mercilessly shattering the other party's heavenly sage laws. In another 6 months, the appointed time with Bai Wuxue would arrive. With Xiao Chen's talent, he would definitely not stop advancing. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided not to rush out. He would cultivate here for 3 months, strengthening his quintessence further and using the special environment of this place to stabilize his cultivation. At the same time, he would comprehend the movement technique, thunder steps, that he obtained from Mo Lingtian. The first time Xiao Chen saw Mo Lingtian execute thunder steps' explosive increase in speed, he felt very interested. He felt that there were many things he could learn from it. Although there was only one move of the Kunpeng fist that the Heavenly Rock King left behind, Xiao Chen still had to make some time to learn it. Furthermore, he had not purified that dark painting piece yet. Before he left, he had to make some time to purify it. As for when he would absorb it, that was another matter. 3 months might seem like a lot, but when he thought about it, he did not have much time to waste. However, Xiao Chen did not know that the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race did not intend to let him off. As long as he left, he would face 3 bona fide inferior grade martial sages. The hazy white fog lingered all year round. In the past 10,000 years, no one had heard of anyone coming out of misleading Fog Lake. What was in the lake? Why did it cause people to get lost? The Forbidden Land, misleading Fog Lake, had always been filled with all sorts of mysteries in the vast and boundless fiend domain. Throughout history, there had been several sovereign martial emperors who wanted to explore it. However, after they delved 10 kilometers, they did not dare to advance any further. These sovereign martial emperors could clearly sense that the thing in the center of the lake already surpassed that of a sovereign martial emperor. It might be related to the legendary true god or a powerful expert from the previous epoch. This was not something they could take the risk to find out. At this moment, the 3 Xian clan senior elders led dozens of Xian clan half-sages on the shore, chatting listlessly. Although the first elder, Xian Feng, had given the mission of guarding this place for 3 months, everyone knew that this was just for show, to appease the clan head's anger. Even Emperor Wu could not come out of this misleading fog lake. How could an insignificant half-sage do so? If he really did come out, the entire fiend domain would be shaken. Haha. Xian Feng, you are really capable. You could not even catch an insignificant half-sage, causing us to sit here for 3 months. There were 3 Xian clan senior elders here. Aside from Xian Feng, who fought with Xiao Chen earlier, there were also Xian Yi and Xian Shui. The one who spoke was Xian Shui, who had always been at odds with Xian Feng. The 10 half-sages behind all showed unhappy expressions. However, due to Xian Feng's status, they could not say anything. 40 half-sages and 3 martial sages. For the sake of killing Xiao Chen, the Xian clan had put in a lot of effort. It looked like Xian Yu's death had truly angered the Xian clan's clan head. Such a force was equivalent to a third of the Xian clan's strength. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen hid in misleading Fog Lake, leaving this strong team with nowhere to go. They could only sit here and do nothing. However, they could not disobey orders and leave on their own. Xian Feng said angrily, Xian Yi, what is the meaning of this? Earlier, you mocked me in front of the first elder. I already endured it. Yet, you still dare to mock me? Xian Shui retorted, did I say anything wrong? If not for your strength being average, how could you give that breath a chance to enter misleading Fog Lake? Why would we waste 3 months? The fight with Xiao Chen had already made Xian Feng extremely depressed in the first place. He no longer had a good temper. He shouted, if you are capable, then charge in and bring out that brat's head. Seeing the two arguing intensifying, Xian Yi had no choice but to be the peacemaker. She said, all right, stop arguing. The deadline will be up when the sun sets today. This brat will definitely die if he enters misleading Fog Lake. At least we can report to the clan head. Doyens, there seems to be some movement in there. Just at this moment, one of the Xian clan half-sages in the back suddenly said uncomfortably. Xian Feng and the other two stopped talking and looked in the direction the half-sage pointed. They saw a formless sword flying over the dense fog in the distance, splitting it in half like a canvas. This is... Xian Feng's expression froze. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. The fog in front parted automatically, and a figure that Xian Feng did not want to see the most appeared. He had delicate facial features, fluttering white clothes, long black hair, and a pair of deep and boundless eyes. Chapter 775. Xiao Chen's expression was as calm as ever, without any fluctuations. The 3 Xian clan's senior elders and the 40 half-sages behind them were all stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. Xiao Chen, whom everyone thought was dead, actually walked out of misleading Fog Lake. Even Emperor Wu could not. Yet, an insignificant half-sage like him managed to walk out. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. When he saw the lineup at the shore, he was startled as well. 3 martial sages and 40 half-sages. Unexpectedly, the Xian clan mobilized so many people to wait for him for 3 months. They are really extraordinarily patient. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a strange smile. However, while the lineup looked large, the ones that Xiao Chen truly needed to pay attention to were the 3 Xian clan senior elders. The 40 half-sages all had varying strengths. Several of them had not even comprehended heavenly sage laws. Right now, Xiao Chen could easily crush such cultivators with a casual punch. No matter how many of them there were, it would be pointless. Whoosh! Xiao Chen gently pushed off the water, and a clump of electric light exploded out. A blue dragon seemed to soar up from the center of the electric light. In these 3 months, Xiao Chen had not only completely comprehended Thunder Steps, but he had also creatively merged it with his Azure Dragon Cloud soaring art. Now, Xiao Chen's speed was more than twice as fast as before he entered misleading Fog Lake. To everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen seemed to teleport, traversing a kilometer and arriving at the shore. Xiao Chen raised his eyes and looked around. The 40 half-sages immediately felt a strange pressure invading their minds, forcing them to take a step back unconsciously. Fear spread in their hearts as they looked at Xiao Chen, trembling slightly. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and looked at Xian Feng. "Old man, you have not left yet. That punch on your chest should no longer hurt, right?" Xiao Chen did not show any fear before the 3 martial sages, casually mocking Xian Feng. "It's good that you came out. Today, I will definitely kill you with my own hands." The flame of hatred in Xian Feng's eyes erupted like a volcano. Xiao Chen's words ignited it, and more than 100 heavenly sage laws instantly poured into his hand. It formed a huge might and pressure as it charged at Xiao Chen with its full power. 99 ice-roaming dragons danced around Xiao Chen's body. Before Xiao Chen arrived, an icy aura surged towards Xiao Chen like an ocean. With his previous experience, Xian Feng did not plan to hold back the moment he started. He directly used his trump card. Xian Shui and Xian Yi frowned slightly when they saw this scene. They exchanged glances with each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Wasn't it just a half-saint? Even if he was a monstrous genius, there was no need for him to use his trump card at the beginning of the battle. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and watched Xian Feng fly over like a gushing river. A vigorous fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. After comprehending a will and cultivating bitterly for 3 months, Xiao Chen's strength had increased explosively. He could use this group of people as practice. The 100 thick purple heavenly sage laws in Xiao Chen's body merged like 100 tributaries and poured into his right fist. Kuan Peng Fist. Xiao Chen roared ferociously. Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind him. A boundless aura followed the strong wind and surged forward. In an instant, that vast tsunami-like cold chi was completely washed away. The Kuan Peng was a legendary immortal beast. It was thousands of kilometers long and wide. Its wings could cover the sky, allowing it to fly 5,000 kilometers in one breath. As the saying went, when the Kunpeng spread its wings and soared into the clouds, it hated that the sky was too low for it to fly. A huge shadow suddenly cast down, and the curtain of night suddenly fell. Everyone looked up in shock. At some point in time, an incredibly huge divine bird had appeared in the sky behind Xiaochen. The huge shadow came from this bird. A vast and boundless state instantly spread in everyone's hearts. The instant the Kunpeng spread its wings in the sky, Xiaochen gently leaped up as well. At the same time, he leaped up and clashed with Xian Feng's trump card. Bang! A surging force burst forth from Xiaochen's fist. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded without end as the ice dragons around Xian Feng's body exploded. The ice dragons around Xian Feng shattered one by one and turned into vast cold chi spreading everywhere. Frost instantly covered the surrounding 1 kilometer. Every time an ice dragon was destroyed, the color on Xian Feng's face became a little weaker. In terms of strength, Xiaochen did not even need to use deities descending to firmly suppress Xian Feng. The 99 ice dragons shattered in an instant. It was so fast that even Xian Shui and Xian Yi, who were behind, could not react. Scram! Xiaochen roared and took another step forward. The mark on his forehead flickered. The mark on his forehead flickered, and the light of his will spread out. The mark on his forehead flickered, and the 40-odd half-sages behind felt like thunder roared in their minds. They fell into a lightning-attributed illusion and cried out in horror. Xian Shui and Xian Yi, the 2 inferior-grade martial sages, felt their minds buzz, and they were momentarily at a loss. Xian Feng, who was in the lead, was in an even more sorry state. Extreme horror appeared on his pale face. As he watched Xiaochen press forward, he did not react at all. Bang! Xiaochen kicked the air and landed a kick on the Xian clan half-sage's chin. The bona fide inferior-grade martial sage's body flew up like a sandbag, crashing into several Xian clan half-sages trapped in the lightning illusion. The huge shadow slowly vanished. After all, the Kunpeng was not a true Kunpeng. It was just a mysterious phenomenon that Xiaochen created using his quintessence, heavenly sage laws, and will. Maintaining such a majestic and imposing mysterious phenomenon was not something an ordinary person could do. Even if a regular inferior-grade martial sage obtained the Kunpeng fist's martial technique, they would not comprehend a will. Even if they could forcefully create such a mysterious phenomenon, it would just be for show. These inferior-grade martial sages would not be able to bring out a mysterious phenomenon like what Xiaochen did, making them feel insignificant. The shadow vanished, and sunlight shone on the ground once again. The blazing sun's faint light shone on Xiaochen's pure white clothes. The wind continued to blow, and the hair on Xiaochen's forehead fluttered. His delicate facial features appeared before everyone's eyes. One punch, the full-powered strike of an inferior-grade martial sage. Xiaochen exploded his opponent with one punch. It looked like no one knew how much strength he had used. Xian Shui and Xian Yi felt their throats go dry. Their throats squirmed uncontrollably, and they appeared somewhat stunned. Rumble. The sound of Xian Feng falling to the ground was accompanied by miserable cries. This jolted the 2 out of their daze. They shouted, "Attack together! Quickly kill him!" The 40 half-sages of the Xian clan were people who had experienced many battles. No matter what, they were half-sages. After they struggled free from the illusions, they heard the senior elders' order and immediately attacked decisively. At the same time, they revealed their true forms and charged at Xiaochen. After the fiend race took human form, revealing their true forms exhausted a lot of quintessence. Unless they were forced into dire straits, they would not reveal their true forms. Now that they faced Xiaochen, who had comprehended a will, they would not be able to do anything without revealing their true forms. Xiaochen smiled faintly. Faced with 40 fiend race half-sages in their true forms, the previous him would have been forced to flee in a sorry state. However, so what if he revealed his true form now? Against Xiao Chen, who comprehended the immortal will of thunder and had 100-thumb-thick heavenly sage laws, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Myriad heaven divine fist, chains of deities. Xiao Chen used up all his energy, vital qi, and mental energy at the same time. He punched 3 times at the 40-odd spirit foxes in the air. Ka-cia. Ka-cia. Chains with divine scripts flowing on them appeared out of nowhere, looking like berserk dragons. The chains danced around chaotically, like a group of dragons fighting each other. The spirit foxes were easily bound, unable to move. More than 40 spirit foxes were bundled together, looking like a small hill. It was a frightening sight. The divine scripts flowed with light, and a fiery sealing power swept across the group of fiend race half-sages in their true forms. Miserable cries rang out. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold, not showing any mercy at all. He had killed Xian Yu. Now, he had established a grudge with the Xian clan. This grudge would not rest until he was dead. The Xian clan would not let him off. In that case, Xiao Chen did not need to show mercy. He stretched out his hand, and a large net-like chain formed by the divine script half-sages slid out. Then, he caught one of the chains. Before Xian Shui and Xian Ye's shocked gazes, Xiao Chen raised the divine script chain in his hand and tossed the Xian clan half-sages into the mound. Then, he used it as a weapon, smashing it at the two. Hu Qi. A whistling sound rang out, and Xian Shui and Xian Yi paled in fright as they quickly dodged. Xiao Chen leaped into the air, an electric light burst out under his feet. His figure flickered as he swung the half-sages bound by the divine script chain, smashing them at the two. Xian Shui and Xian Yi dodged as they cursed. This fellow was actually so bold, using their clansmen as weapons. Clearly, the mountain of flesh flying over was very strong. Even the two of them did not dare to clash head-on. More importantly, these were their clansmen. The more they resisted, the more severely injured the Xian clan would be. This would have nothing to do with Xiao Chen. Little bastard, stop right now. Stop right now, and we can give you a quick death. Xiao Chen did not even know who had the upper hand, yet these two were still so stubborn. He could not be bothered with them. His figure flashed as he continued swinging the chains. Rumble. The bound half-sages continuously fell to the ground. Deep pits appeared, dust kicked up, and cracks appeared in the ground. This showed how heavy Xiao Chen's attacks were. Bang! Xiao Chen felt like he had hit a person. When he looked carefully, he could not help but smile. It turned out that Xian Feng, who had clashed head-on with Xiao Chen and suffered a crushing defeat, wanted to take advantage of the chaos to flee. In the end, he got accidentally injured by Xiao Chen, and the mountain-sized meatball smashed into his severely injured body. Xian Feng cried out in pain and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground and fainted. Xiao Chen had not done this on purpose. He had crashed into the meatball himself. Suddenly, he felt his hand lighten. The quintessence of the Xian clan half-sages bound by the divine chain was drained, and they all recovered their human form. Xiao Chen's lips curled up as he casually tossed them away like they were trash. Whoosh! Xian Shui and Xian Yi narrowed their eyes and focused their killing qi. They no longer held back and immediately charged over. The two inferior-grade martial sages worked together and executed their killing moves. A cold wind blew, and their auras turned cold. Chapter 776. The mark on Xiao Chen's forehead flickered, and he leaped into the air, charging over without fear. Xiao Chen's fists danced as he executed the myriad heaven divine fist. A sagely song resounded in the surroundings. Bang! Quintessence surged, and a strong wind howled. 3 figures flashed in the air, clashing with each other. The sound of their exchange resounded like thunder. Relying on the might of his will, Xiao Chen did not fall into a disadvantage. In fact, he even held the upper hand, forcing Xianshui and Xuanye to retreat step by step. The light of the immortal will of thunder brought with it a mental pressure, making it difficult for them to even breathe. Purple light flickered behind Xiao Chen, and electric light danced around. It was like he stood on a sea of lightning. The two states crumbled upon contact. They could not compete with him at all. Radiance of deities. Xiao Chen shouted, and his fist glowed with a light like the sun. A vast pillar of light containing the immortal will of thunder charged over ferociously. The defensive martial techniques that Xuanya and Xianxia used earlier were scattered. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths as they were knocked back 5 kilometers. Xiao Chen chased them closely. He completely released the light of his will. His long hair fluttered, and his white robes fluttered. He looked like an ancient immortal. After exchanging another 100 moves, the two's heavenly sage laws were not as resilient as Xiao Chen's. They also did not comprehend a will. They could not bring out their advantage in experience. They kept retreating. The setting sun looked like blood. A strange scene appeared on the shore of misleading Fog Lake. A half-sage chased after 2 inferior-grade martial sages in a sorry state. Boom! The 2 no longer dared to hold back. They steeled themselves and revealed their true forms at the same time. Immediately, 2 20-meter-tall, 100-meter-long 3-tailed spirit foxes glowed red as they stared at Xiao Chen ferociously. Xiao Chen's expression sank. He stood in the air and stopped chasing. When they revealed their true forms, the two's offensive power would double. When they worked together, they would be quite strong. The 3 tails of the 2 spirit foxes stood straight, and their auras surged out. Under the pressure of their auras, dust particles slowly floated up. Roar! The 2 spirit foxes roared and leaped into the air. They charged at Xiao Chen with all their might. Xian Yi and Xian Shui's aura was as heavy as a mountain, and the wind howled. After Xian Yi and Xian Shui revealed their true forms, their auras rose crazily, suppressing Xiao Chen so much that he almost couldn't help but retreat. Finish this quickly. Xiao Chen made up his mind, and the mark on his forehead released a dazzling light. It was the purple talisman representing the immortal will of thunder. With a poochie sound, he escaped. Purple lightning flickered incessantly as a boundless might burst forth, suppressing the auras of the 2 in an instant. Bang! Like a flickering meteor, the purple talisman emitted resplendent and immortal electric light. Profound water and profound leaf were struck by the talisman one after another. Unsurprisingly, the 2 of them were blasted away without the slightest ability to resist. They landed in a faraway place. Dust flew up, and Xian Shui and Xian Yi reverted to their human forms. They vomited a large mouthful of blood as they looked at Xiao Chen in the distance. Their eyes filled with horror. We have to inform the clan head. This fellow is a demonic genius. Now that he comprehended a will, we ordinary inferior-grade martial sages are no match for him. The 2 immediately turned around and fled, not daring to linger any longer. As Xiao Chen watched the 2 leave, he shook his head and did not give chase. If he used his newly comprehended movement technique, he would definitely be able to catch up to them within an hour. However, this was the fiend domain after all. If he continued fighting, he might attract some fiend domain experts over, and there would be trouble. Xiao Chen withdrew the talisman and landed on the ground. Then, he collected the spatial rings of the 40 half-sages and Xian Feng's spatial ring. Then, he quickly left this place. Before Xiao Chen had time to look at the spatial rings of the 30 half-sages he obtained 3 months ago, he obtained another 40 half-sages spatial rings and even an inferior-grade martial sage's spatial ring. If Xiao Chen sorted them out, he would definitely earn a vast fortune. Not long after Xiao Chen left, a stout man landed on the shore of misleading Fog Lake. He wore tiger robes and had thick eyebrows and large eyes. His eyes were like lightning, shining brightly. More than 500 heavenly sage laws appeared behind him, each as thick as a baby's arm. As they moved, they gave off a berserk aura. 500 heavenly sage laws was already the maximum that an inferior-grade martial sage could condense. Based on the thickness of this person's heavenly sage laws, it was clear that he had been stuck at peak inferior-grade martial sage for many years. Otherwise, his heavenly sage laws would not have been so thick. The stout man looked at the naked corpses and tattered clothes on the ground. He frowned slightly and muttered, "It's the people of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race's Xian clan. Even after they revealed their true forms, they still ended up in such a sorry state." "Hey!" The stout man narrowed his eyes and noticed Xian Feng's body. He flew forward and observed him for a while before entering deep thought. Xian Feng's injuries were very severe, especially his internal injuries. His internal organs seemed to have been forcefully torn apart by a huge force. However, this was not the cause of Xian Feng's death. The cause of his death was a finger-sized bloody hole in his forehead. When the stout man saw Xian Feng's empty finger, a scene appeared in his mind. A man with a cold expression had taken away Xian Feng's spatial ring. Then, that man had casually pointed a finger and pierced through Xian Feng's forehead. The 40 half-sages had all died the same way. This showed that this person was indifferent and did not care about life or death. He was very decisive when it came to killing and snatching treasures. Why would someone who can easily suppress this group of Xian clan cultivators be interested in the treasures of some half-sages? The stout man looked at the nearby misleading fog lake and entered deep thought. He checked his surroundings but could not figure out what was going on, so he could only helplessly leave this place. After the stout man left, several figures with auras no weaker than his landed. All of them had sinister gazes. They all noticed the strangeness of the matter. Fortunately, Xiaochen had not been greedy. Otherwise, if he had delayed the two Xian clan martial sages for a while longer, he might have ended up in trouble. As Xiaochen advanced, electric light exploded under his feet, and the blue dragon soared up. In an instant, he crossed 5 kilometers. Furthermore, he had not even used his full power yet. If Xiaochen traveled at full speed, not caring about his quintessence consumption, he could cross 10 kilometers in one breath. After traveling for 400 kilometers, Xiaochen found a secluded place and stopped. He needed to sort out the spatial rings he had collected in the past few days. He had 70 half-sages spatial rings and one inferior-grade martial sage's spatial ring. Together, they would be a huge sum. After going through the spatial rings of the 70 half-sages, Xiaochen mainly looked at the astral coins. After all, it was impossible for these half-sages to have any powerful treasures. If they did, they would have used them long ago. The strength of each half-sage was different. Their wealth varied as well. With 70 half-sages, Xiaochen had about 3 million astral coins. In an instant, this more than doubled Xiaochen's wealth, reaching 5 million astral coins. Refining the breaking sage pill required many precious materials. It would be hard to avoid using large amounts of astral coins. Furthermore, there were the last 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art. Each layer required a powerful treasure, which was also a large sum of astral coins. Right now, Xiaochen urgently needed astral coins. Furthermore, the more, the better. Finally, Xiaochen checked the spatial ring on Xian Feng's hand. As an inferior-grade martial sage, this fellow should not be as poor as the half-sage. Indeed, Xiaochen found 1,500,000 astral coins in there. He placed all the astral coins in his universe ring, totaling 6,500,000 astral coins. If Xiaochen sold the miscellaneous items of these people, he could obtain another 500,000 astral coins. Right now, Xiaochen's wealth was equivalent to 7 million astral coins. After tidying up everything, Xiaochen started to think about his earlier fight with the 3 martial sages. These 3 inferior-grade martial sages had ordinary talent. They were at least 200 years old. However, they were still stuck at early-stage inferior-grade martial sage. Honestly speaking, Xiaochen did not feel much of a sense of accomplishment when he defeated these people. Before Xiaochen comprehended a will, he could already easily deal with Xian Feng. After comprehending a will, his strength increased explosively in all aspects. Furthermore, he could not defeat 3 inferior-grade martial sages who were about as strong as Xian Feng. That would be too much. Xiaochen wondered how the strength of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain had changed. They were all demonic geniuses. Even if the 7 giants did not have any fortuitous encounters, they should not have stagnated. However, no matter how much Xiaochen improved, he dared to fight them fairly. Aside from Jianghu, he was 80% confident of defeating them. In the past, Bai Wushue's great icy palm imprint had reduced Xiaochen to a sorry state, forcing him to use his full power to block. Now that the 1-year promise was drawing near, it was time to give Bai Wushue a pleasant surprise. When Xiaochen thought of Bai Wushue's disdain for him in the past, a fierce flame blazed in his eyes. Collecting his thoughts, a magnificent clump of light appeared in Xiaochen's palm. That was the dark painting piece of the great rock spreading wings painting. However, at this moment, the dark aura was gone. Xiaochen did not feel any discomfort holding it in his palm. A spiritual light surged, making him feel very comfortable. The divine lightning had already purified the dark aura. If Xiaochen wanted to absorb it, he could do so now. However, Ao Jiao suggested that Xiaochen not absorb it for now. The core painting piece had been split into 2. Like before, there were only 3 choices. If he could merge the 2 pieces together, he would have 10 choices. If that Ing Qiong sensed that the core painting piece he obtained was not complete, he would definitely not be in a rush to absorb it. In the future, if Xiaochen ran into Ing Qiong, he might have a chance to merge the 2 pieces back into 1. Let's return to Hunluo City first. There are still some things that I have not dealt with there. Xiaochen put away the core painting piece and looked in the direction of the distant Hunluo province as he spoke calmly. Just as Xiaochen was about to set off, Ao Jiao said, "Xiaochen, do you feel that even though your strength has increased greatly recently, you have forgotten some of the purest things?" "What did I forget?" Xiaochen asked out of curiosity as he stopped walking. Ao Jiao replied with a serious expression, "You forgot your saber. You forgot that you are a bladesman. Ever since you started cultivating the myriad heaven divine fist, this tendency has become somewhat serious. The myriad heaven divine fist allowed your vast, dormant mental energy to be put to use. However, you are too engrossed in it. Now that you have comprehended the immortal will of thunder, you like to use strength to suppress your opponent. Have you ever thought about how you would deal with such a peerless monster if you were to encounter him? For example, Yan Shisan and Jianghu, or the son of the 3 holy masters. They have also comprehended a will, and their strength is no weaker than yours. Some are even stronger than yours." Chapter 777. What are you going to do? Are you going to use your strength to crush them? If you think that way, I'm afraid you'll be defeated in 1 round. Ao Jiao's cold words were like a cold water splashed on Xiaochen's body, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Just a moment ago, he was still immersed in the joy of his huge harvest, but now, all of a sudden, he felt an indescribable fear in his heart. People needed to wake up by themselves, but how many people could truly wake up by themselves? Their strength and achievements increased crazily. Sometimes, you don't even notice it yourself, but you're already so engrossed in it that you think you're awake. Xiaochen frowned bitterly and stretched out his hand. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand. He vaguely felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Since you are a bladesman, why do you need to use these unorthodox methods of the god race? Suddenly, Xiaochen recalled what Yan Shisan said to him. At that time, he did not think much of it, thinking that Yan Shisan misunderstood and underestimated him. Actually, the other party was feeling pity for Xiaochen. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. If Xiaochen walked further down this path, no one would remember the white-robed bladesman of the past. Even if he could obtain a brief moment of glory, he would not be able to go far on the path of martial arts if he abandoned his foundation. After a long time, Xiaochen sighed and said with a serious expression, "Many thanks, Ao Jiao. My saber will never give up. I, Xiaochen, will always be a bladesman." Ao Jiao smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Since ancient times, sages were all lonely. They either went crazy in loneliness or reached the peak in loneliness. She believed. She had always believed that Xiaochen was the latter. Rushing Thunder Saber Technique, Lingyun Saber Technique, Wukuei Saber Technique, For Season Saber Technique, lightning tribulation saber technique, dragon subduing slash. In merely 4 years in the Sky Dome realm, Xiaochen had practiced so many saber techniques. Aside from the dragon subduing slash, he had practiced the other 5 saber techniques to great perfection. Xiaochen counted the saber techniques that he had learned in the past few years. Each saber technique represented a past event. Scenes of the past appeared in Xiaochen's mind. The rushing thunder saber technique, the promise of 10 years in Mo City. Using this saber technique, he defeated the young clan heads of the Zhang and Tang clans. Lingyun saber technique. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiaochen had relied on this saber technique to defeat the core disciples of the other peaks in one fell swoop. Xiaochen took the top spot, fighting for Qingyun Peak and Lu Rui's honor in front of everyone. Later on, when the Phoenix's Passion Palace's envoy arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Mu Qingxue exposed his identity. The Wuxia saber technique allowed him to defeat the disciples of various noble clans. From then on, the title of White-Robed Bladesman spread like wildfire. Comprehending the 4-season saber technique in one move made Xiaochen famous. During the 5-nation youth competition, he used this saber technique to defeat the outstanding talents of the Sky Dome realm. His path was filled with glory, and his saber skills improved by leaps and bounds. However, after more than a year in the Kunlun realm, Xiaochen's cultivation of his saber skills showed signs of stagnating. The reason was not hard to explain. Although Xiaochen had joined the Haotian sect, he had never attended an elder's lecture. There were no masters proficient in the saber in the sect, either, who were worthy of Xiaochen's admiration. At Xiaochen's current cultivation realm, he still had to rely on his own comprehension. Taking large strides forward would definitely be difficult. Secondly, out of all the saber techniques that Xiaochen grasped, only the dragon subduing slash caught his attention. However, a saber technique at the level of the dragon subduing slash was not like the saber techniques of the past, where he could comprehend it with just one look. Every move had its own deep meaning. Normally, comprehending one move would take a long time. There were even some mysteries that, without a fortuitous encounter, one would not be able to comprehend no matter how much time one spent. Furthermore, with the appearance of the myriad heaven divine fist, Xiaochen unknowingly distanced himself from the dragon subduing slash. When Xiaochen heard what Ao Jiao said, he found it somewhat inconceivable. How could he have forgotten his identity as a bladesman? However, when he thought about it carefully, everything made sense. Even without the myriad heaven divine fist, if Xiaochen did not wake up to it, his identity as a bladesman would drift further and further away. Now that he had found the problem, the solution was not far away. After thinking for a long time, Xiaochen more or less figured out where the problem lay. Xiaochen had to systematically learn a saber technique that was compatible with his current cultivation realm. Furthermore, when he reached the martial sage realm, it would not be outdated. This saber technique could not be like the dragon subduing slash, which could only be used as a killing move. It could be executed as easily as the 4-season saber technique. Martial techniques had always been expensive. Without a large amount of astral coins, he would not be able to purchase a martial technique that suited Xiaochen's requirements. Even if he had money, he would not be able to buy it. However, Xiaochen already had a vague idea. There was no need to worry too much about how to obtain this saber technique. 10 days later, Hunluo Province's provincial capital, Hunluo City, appeared before Xiaochen's eyes once again. Tall, majestic city walls, cultivators moving in a hurry, cultivators exuding baleful auras, and chaotic battles were everywhere. Like before, this place had not changed at all. Fighting and killing were very normal in Hunluo City. It would be strange if there were no such things. Just as Xiaochen was about to enter the city, he squinted and exclaimed softly. He stopped and looked at a battle. One side wore the uniform of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. There were more people there, about 50 or 60 of them. Most of them were early-stage superior-grade martial monarchs. The other side had only 2 people. Furthermore, with one look, it was clear that they were not local cultivators of Hunluo Province. One of them brandished a halberd. As he walked, he exuded might. Every move he made was straightforward. No one could get within 5 steps of him. The other person used a saber. His saber techniques were exquisite and exquisite. As the saber light flickered, blood spurted out and miserable cries resounded. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School had the advantage in numbers. However, these two people firmly controlled the flow of the battle. In less than 2 hours, they would all be wiped out. The people of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School understood this as well. However, they did not scatter. Instead, they persistently held the two people back, not letting them leave. With one glance, Xiaochen figured out what the other party was planning. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School was one of the 6 major sects of Hunluo province. Its branch in the city would definitely be significant. If things went wrong, there might even be a martial sage. Even if a martial sage did not come, just a few half-sages would come. Even a peak superior grade martial monarch would not have a good ending. Xiaochen smiled in disappointment and frustration. Unexpectedly, he could run into some old acquaintances here. These two people were none other than the Sky Dome Realms Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian. Since they parted at Bushan Palace, Xiaochen had not seen them for more than a year already. Naturally, Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian, who were surrounded, were not fools. They knew what these Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples were planning. They tried to charge out several times but failed every time. The longer this dragged on, the more grave their expressions became. If the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's half-sages arrived, it would be difficult for the two to leave. Just at this moment, thunder suddenly roared. A flickering electric light tore through the sky, dazzling everyone. The many Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples could not help but feel a cold wind containing killing chi. When they looked back, a boundless saber chi immediately entered their eyes. The saber chi gave off a bright light. They seemed to see a blurry white figure behind it, holding a saber with one hand. A black wind blew, and his robes fluttered. Before the Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples could react, the purple saber chi flew out like a rainbow piercing through the sun and chopped the Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples in half. A scarlet light shot out, and the saber chi disappeared in a flash. The 10-odd cultivators in front of them all died in one strike. Quick, run! The remaining Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples cried out in horror. They no longer dared to linger, fleeing for the city. The strong wind did not stop. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and walked over to Bai Wuxia and Xianyuan Zhantian. Then, he smiled faintly. Xiaochen. When Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian saw that the person who attacked was Xiaochen, they were stunned. Clearly, they had not expected to meet him here. At a table by the window of an inn in Hunluo City, Xiaochen, Bai Qi, and Xianyuan Zhantian drank wine and chatted casually. From their conversation, Xiaochen learned that Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian had joined the same 9 ranks of the great families. They had done well in the past year, successfully becoming true inheritors. However, the competition in the Kunlun realm was much greater than in the Sky Dome realm. The glory of the past had faded away long ago, and they had to start all over again. This time, the two had come to Hunluo province for a sect mission, to hunt a desolate dragon. Who knew, after they killed the desolate dragon, they would run into an Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciple for some reason. Without saying anything, the other party demanded that the two hand over the desolate dragon's remains. The desolate dragon's remains were for the mission. Naturally, the two refused, so a conflict erupted between them. This resulted in the scene that Xiaochen saw. The desolate dragon was a sub-dragon that contained the blood of a true dragon. In a situation where one could not find the remains of a true dragon, the desolate dragon's remains were a pretty good substitute. Haha. Think about the geniuses of our Sky Dome realm. After the 5-nation youth competition, they were all in high spirits, preparing to show off their skills in the Kunlun realm. Unfortunately, after more than a year, they are all unknown. Some of them even ended up in miserable states. Only you, Xiaochen, are still that absolute genius from back then. As a martial monarch, you dared to challenge one of the 7 giants, Bai Wuxia, and even obtained his acknowledgement. Now, very few people in the Tianwu domain do not know your name. Bai Qi sighed as he picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Back then, although Xiao Chen was stronger than Bai Qi, it was not as if he could not catch up. However, in the Kunlun realm, their cultivations and reputations seemed to never be on the same level. When Xianyuan Zhantian spoke of the past, he also felt somewhat sad. This Eastern Sea's little dragon king, who once comprehended the state of kingship, was now like a true dragon trapped in the shallows. Before a large group of geniuses who were much stronger than him, his state of kingship became a joke, receiving many blows and mockery. For Xianyuan Zhantian to be able to make it this far without collapsing was because he still had a proud heart. He had not forgotten his past glory and his goal. However, he had no idea how long he could last. Very few people in the Kunlun realm dared to use the state of kingship as their foundation. The more flourishing the age, the more demonic geniuses there were, the harder this path would be. Xiao Chen did not know what to say. He changed the topic and asked, "Are there any major changes in the Tianwu domain now?" There were still 2 months left before Xiao Chen left the Tianwu domain. That would be 1 year away. In the past, 1 year might have passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 778. However, in this age of geniuses, 1 year was sufficient to change the situation. The old and the new would replace each other. The two remained silent for a while. Then, Bai Qi said with some yearning, "The Tianwu domain has changed. The Tianwu domain has changed." Xiao Chen thought about this a few times. Then, he took a sip of wine and asked seriously, "How did it change?" Of the 7 giants, Jianghu relied on the true dragon lightning whip to finally have a weapon to deal with the divine martial gate's holy son, Feng Wuji. The two fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Feng Wuji had the upper hand, but he could not do anything to Jianghu. He could only call it a draw. Bai Qi put down his wine cup and spoke in a calm and unhurried tone. However, what he said still startled Xiao Chen, who was already prepared. For a long time, the holy sons and holy daughters seemed to be naturally superior in the Tianwu domain. No one would compare themselves to them. When ordinary people asked who the peak experts of the younger generation of the Tianwu domain were, the answer would definitely be the 7 giants. They purposely left out the 3 holy masters. Furthermore, they did not feel that there was anything wrong with that. The 3 holy masters transcended the world. The holy sons and holy daughters normally did not move around the Tianwu domain, so it was difficult to see them in person. To the younger generation of the Tianwu domain, the 3 holy masters were too distant. They were like living legends. The 7 giants were the experts that could be seen. If one wanted to make a name for themselves and challenge them, they would only be targets. No one would seek out the 3 holy masters. However, Jianghu had broken this legend, becoming the only person in the Tianwu domain to be as famous as the 3 holy masters in the past 10,000 years. Xianyuan Zhantian could not help saying, that battle was really intense. One comprehended the will of wind, and the other comprehended the will of thunder. Several of the inferior grade martial sages watching were so frightened that they turned pale. Jianghu is indeed incredible. The holy son, Feng Wuji, is clearly stronger than Jianghu. However, Feng Wuji cannot take him down and can only call it a truce. Xianyuan Zhantian's words were somewhat contradictory. However, they were easy to understand. If the other party was just slightly stronger, unless they fought to the death, there would be no way to determine a victor. However, even in a true life and death battle, the possibility of the two dying together was the highest. Jianghu had to admit that this person was very strong. Now, there are 4 holy scions in the Tianwu domain. The Thunder and Lightning Palace that Jianghu belongs to is slightly weaker than the Holy Lands. However, everyone acknowledges his strength, which clearly distinguishes him from the 7 giants. Bai Qi continued, moreover, the title of the 7 magnates is now only in name. Xiao Chen raised his brows and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Half a year ago, the top bladesman of the south, Feng Xingsheng, challenged Luo Zixiao, one of the 7 giants. With exquisite saber techniques and 80% comprehended saber intent, he defeated Luo Zixiao within 200 moves. The other of the 7 magnates, Jianghu, was also defeated by a mysterious swordsman from the Heaven Sword World, Duan Yi, within 100 moves. Their undefeated record was broken, and they lost the title of the 7 magnates. The Shiman clan's Shiman Bao received some kind of stimulation. After he returned from the savage battlefield, he entered his clan's impassable purgatory to cultivate. He received the demonic training of the Shiman clan's martial emperor, becoming neither human nor ghost. After Shiman Bao came out, he directly challenged the passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng. Initially, no one thought highly of this profligate scion. However, he actually managed to fight to a draw with the passionate young master, even nearly defeating him. There is also the top genius of the battle realms, Niu Deng. He is even more shocking. He directly challenged the hot-tempered Wang Meng of the 7 giants and actually managed to fight to a draw. In the past year, several young experts have emerged, gaining a resounding reputation. The children of luck from the various realms have all matured. They are no weaker than the 7 giants of the past. Bai Qi said a lot in one breath. Aside from yearning, there was also a trace of desolation in his tone. In this age of geniuses, those lower realm experts had undergone a baptism of tempering and elimination. All those who could make a name for themselves had emerged. However, Bai Qi's name was not among them. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Based on what Bai Qi said, the Tianwu domain had indeed changed. Of the 7 giants, 1 advanced to the Holy Scion, 2 were defeated, and 2 fought to a draw. For the past 10-odd years, the 7 giants had dominated the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Now, they were completely disrupted. After a period of dormancy and accumulation, many children of karmic luck from the lower dimensions that were similar to him had finally emerged and revealed their extraordinary might. This was a grand age of geniuses that only appeared once every 10,000 years. The countless geniuses of the 3,000 great realms and the vast stage finally revealed the tip of the iceberg in the Kunlun realm's Tianwu domain. Whoever could stand out in the Tianwu domain would truly gain a ticket to this stage of geniuses, gaining the qualifications to compete for the throne of this age. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Of the 7 giants, his first senior sister and the person he cared about the most, Bai Wuxia, did not mention anything. So, he could not help but ask. Speaking of Shui Lingling, Bai Qi smiled gently and said, "Who dares to challenge Shui Lingling? If she really gets angry, even the scions of the 3 holy masters would not dare to offend her. Her archery is publicly recognized as the best in the Tianwu domain. However, she is slightly weaker in close combat. If you keep a distance from her, you might end up riddled with holes." As for Bai Wuxia, at the mention of Bai Wuxia, a demonic genius with the same surname as him, Bai Qi paused for a moment. His expression turned somewhat grave as he said, "Xiao Chen, it is not that I do not have confidence in you. It is just that I advise you to give up on your challenge with him. No one will laugh at you." Xianyuan Zhantian, who was at the side, revealed a similar expression. He felt that it was unfortunate for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he did not refute. He smiled and said, "Just say what you have to say." Bai Qi gathered his emotions and said with some horror, "After he left the savage battlefield, he disappeared. No one knows where he went. He only returned a month ago." A lower realm luck bearer, who has been in the limelight recently, wanted to use him to make a name for himself. In the end, he froze that person into an ice pillar within 10 moves. With just a gentle touch, he shattered into ice shards on the ground, not even leaving a dregs behind. Xianyuan Zhantian said gravely, "This is not the most horrifying thing. There was news just half a month ago that he went to the bitter cold land of the Kunlun realm's extreme north. When he returned, he brought back a head." Xiao Chen asked interestedly, "What head?" Xianyuan Zhantian whispered, "The head of a loose cultivator ranked 10th on the evil cultivator ranking. That loose cultivator roamed free for a long time. He was an inferior grade martial sage." Right after Xianyuan Zhantian spoke, Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian both looked at Xiao Chen with some sympathy. This news was very cruel to Xiao Chen. However, the truth was the truth. Bai Wuxia killed an inferior-grade martial sage. Furthermore, he was a notorious loose cultivator, not an ordinary person. Half a year ago, there might have been some people who thought highly of Xiaochen. However, after this news came out, practically no one paid attention to Xiaochen, who had not shown himself for a long time. Bai Wuxia even killed an inferior-grade martial sage. What was the point of this challenge? No matter how hard Xiaochen worked, he would only become a laughing stock in the end. He would become a decent stepping stone on Bai Wuxia's path of cultivation. Aside from that, he was nothing. However, Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian were thoroughly disappointed. The two of them did not see any fear on Xiaochen's face. In fact, there was not even a ripple in his expression. Bai Qi asked probingly, "Xiaochen, why are you not reacting at all?" Right now, many people are saying that he comprehended the will of ice. His strength is probably not much weaker than Enjuanshi's. The head that he brought is the head of a martial sage. In the Kunlun realm, a martial sage is a bona fide major character. Xiaochen smiled bitterly to himself. What kind of reaction do I have? Not long ago, I defeated 3 inferior-grade martial sages. However, a loose cultivator who advanced to martial sage would definitely be much stronger than the Xian clan's senior elders. However, Xiaochen fought 1 against 3 and was even stronger than Bai Wuxia. As for the specifics, the two of them would have to fight for themselves to know. However, Xiaochen was very confident in his will of thunder and did not fear Bai Wuxia's growth. Demonic geniuses often had their own fortuitous encounters. Bai Wuxia's accomplishments were not too shocking. Dong! 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 Just at this moment, chaotic footsteps rang out. A group of unwelcome guests came up the stairs. The 3 people in front all had strong auras and withdrawn killing intent. This was especially so for the person in the middle. When he looked around coldly, the other customers in the restaurant felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. It was actually a martial sage. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the restaurant. The cultivators who were swept by this person's gaze quickly paid their bills and left, afraid that they would be implicated. When Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian saw this group of people arrive, their complexions immediately paled. They said in a trembling voice, "The Eternal Heavenly Sword School's people are here. Brother Xiao, this matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave first. The 2 of us will meet up with you later." The 2 of them showed somewhat surprised expressions. They had not expected the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's people to arrive so quickly. Furthermore, they had not expected the other party to send out a martial sage for the sake of the 2 of them. If there were no martial sages, the 2 of them would not be a match for these 2 half-sages. However, they were confident that they could still leave. However, the arrival of a martial sage caused their confidence to plummet. They were probably going to die here. Furthermore, they had implicated Xiaochen. The martial sage leading the group revealed a cold smile. Disdain filled his face as he stood upright with his hands clasped behind his back. He said in a cold voice, "I was wondering which expert had arrived. He managed to kill 20-odd inner sect disciples of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School with a wave of his hand. It turns out that he is just a half-sage. No one is allowed to leave today. The sects behind you will not be able to save you in Hunluo province." The martial sage waved his hand, and the 2 half-sages beside him led the superior-grade martial monarchs behind them to charge at Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian without saying a word. Dong! 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 The group of people rushed over. Their heavy footsteps caused the floor to rumble. Their killing qi spread out and formed formless shockwaves. Many porcelain vases that were used to decorate the floors cracked, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely depressing. Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian showed grave expressions. They stretched out their hands and grasped the weapons in their hands. Just as the battle was about to start, Xiaochen, who was seated at the table, looked at the 2 half-sages with strong auras. His lips curled up in a cold smile. Chapter 779. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and pushed forward. A vast and surging quintessence poured out from the thick heavenly sage laws. Then, he skillfully controlled the quintessence in the wine cup that he pushed forward. As the wine cup spun, the wine in the cup did not move at all. At first, the two half-sages did not care. However, after a while, their expressions changed drastically. The back of the spinning wine cup actually reflected thumb-thick heavenly sage laws. On a level that was hard to see with the naked eye, the wine cup guided a vast sea of lightning. It contained boundless energy, several times stronger than the two of them combined. Dodge! The two roared at the same time. They pushed off the ground and quickly shot upwards. In the blink of an eye, they were on the roof of the building. However, the group of superior-grade martial monarchs behind them did not have such good eyesight or reaction speed. Bang! Light exploded, and the first person the wine cup touched was instantly blasted into charcoal by the lightning. A roasted smell wafted out. After that, it was like a chain reaction. The 10-odd people behind screamed miserably. Before this overwhelming energy, they could not resist at all. Even ordinary half-sages could not block a casual strike from Xiaochen. How could mere superior-grade martial monarchs block it? When the electricity disappeared, the wine cup continued to spin. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the exquisite wine cup returned to his grasp. The wine in the cup heated up slightly, and its flavor increased. Xiaochen gently blew on the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. While the wine was heating up, 10-odd superior-grade martial monarchs, the inner sect disciples of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, had been killed so easily. When Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian saw this scene, their eyes went wide. They could not understand how Xiaochen had become so strong. The eyes of the two half-sages stuck to the roof were filled with horror. As they looked at Xiaochen, they quietly moved and carefully arrived behind the inferior-grade martial sage of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. This Xiaochen was clearly not an ordinary half-sage. It was very likely that he was a demonic genius. Such a genius could not be measured with common sense. He could only place his hopes on the martial sacred. The expression of the middle-aged inferior-grade martial sage finally turned grave. He said, "This old man is Sun Liang, the person in charge of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's Hunluo city. Might I ask for your esteemed name and why you attacked my sect's disciples? If you can give me a reasonable explanation, I can make the decision and let this matter pass." At this moment, he was in a difficult position. Even if he was confident that he could suppress Xiaochen, he didn't dare to act rashly. Such a powerful demonic genius would definitely have a super expert or faction protecting him. If a major character really made a move, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School would be in big trouble. However, he was not willing to just leave like that. The other party had casually killed so many of his Eternal Heavenly Sword School's people at the city gates. If he did not account for this, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's reputation would suffer. Xiaochen put down his wine cup and stood up to look at this person. Then, he stepped forward and said calmly, "Coincidentally, I have something to ask you. If you answer me honestly, I can put aside some of my grudges with the Eternal Heavenly Sword School for now. Since you are the person in charge of this place, you should know why the Eternal Heavenly Sword School has been collecting dragon bones for so many years, right?" As they spoke, Xiaochen ignored Sun Liang's concession. Instead, he questioned the other party. Xiaochen's attitude stunned Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian. The other party was a bona fide martial sage. What was Xiaochen trying to do? It would be fine as long as they both took a step back. How could he offend an inferior-grade martial sage? When Sun Liang heard this, he became enraged. His expression turned unsightly as he said coldly, "Every year, a few self-righteous demonic geniuses die. Do you know how they died? Self-righteous? If you think that I am self-righteous, then I'm afraid you will be disappointed." An electric light burst out under Xiaochen's feet, and he instantly arrived before Sun Liang. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiaochen threw a punch at this tyrant of Hunluo City. Electric light surged on his fist, and electric light flashed. It seemed like Xiaochen could even crush a tall mountain in an instant. Sun Liang was startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to really dare to make a move. By the time he reacted, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen had already arrived before him. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Sun Liang pushed off the ground and flew up. He did not want to receive Xiao Chen's punch unprepared. A hole appeared in the roof, and Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he leaped out of the inn. However, the two half-sages behind Sun Liang were not as lucky. Xiao Chen's punch struck them, and an overwhelming force surged out. The two vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back with pale complexions. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. This scene was very ironic. Earlier, the two dodged the wine cup that Xiao Chen tossed out. In the end, 10-odd martial monarchs behind them died. Immediately, the two experienced what it was like to be abandoned. Unexpectedly, Sun Liang, whom they were supposed to rely on, abandoned them as well, choosing the most advantageous method for himself. Xiao Chen did not care about the two ordinary half-sages at all. He did not even bother to look at them. He immediately leaped up and chased after Sun Liang. Xiao Chen had been curious about why the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was purchasing dragon bones on such a large scale. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity that delivered itself to his doorstep. The empty floor turned cold and silent, leaving only Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian exchanging glances. The development of the situation had completely exceeded the script in their hearts. Bai Qi sighed and said, no wonder he did not react at all when he heard that Bai Wuxia killed an inferior-grade martial sage. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is always full of surprises. Above the inn, Xiao Chen, who had just leaped off the roof, had not yet stabilized himself when a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Sun Liang remained expressionless as he swung his sword at Xiao Chen, carrying the might of thunder. The electric light on Sun Liang's sword was withdrawn, looking very plain. However, it contained all of Sun Liang's law energy, not holding anything back. Xiao Chen pulled back his palm, not showing any intention of dodging. He drew the lunar shadow saber and clashed with the attack. Boom! The saber and sword clashed, and sparks flew out. Following that, two balls of dazzling purple light clashed with each other. Bolts of lightning flashed around the two. The two thunderclouds in the sky clashed intensely as well. The rumbling of thunder did not stop for even a moment. The sky changed color, and the winds and clouds moved chaotically. Such a horrifying scene immediately attracted the gazes of several cultivators in Hunluo City. Sun Liang had taken the initiative to attack from above. Furthermore, he held the advantage of his cultivation. After a while, he gained the upper hand, suppressing Xiao Chen step by step. Sun Liang could not help but reveal an expression of joy as he pressed his sword down. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Today, I will show you the difference between a martial sage and a half-sage. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not flustered at all. He said softly, "Even among inferior-grade martial sages, there are strong and weak ones. Unfortunately, you are the weak one. It is not your turn to teach me a lesson." A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead, and the light of the immortal will of thunder spread out. Thunder roared and instantly suppressed Sun Liang's state of thunder, causing it to crumble and scatter. Xiao Chen, who had been retreating step by step, swung his saber forward. Light exploded, and Sun Liang, who held the upper hand, was knocked back. A kilometer away, shock flashed in the eyes of the pale Sun Liang. He said in a trembling voice with some horror, "Will of thunder. This is the will of thunder." The moment Xiao Chen's will appeared, the situation immediately turned around. Sun Liang's state of thunder completely crumbled. The thundercloud that belonged to Sun Liang slowly scattered. His aura plummeted continuously. Before the might of the will, Sun Liang's heart trembled. The fear in the depths of his heart made him not dare to get close to Xiao Chen. He looked at Xiao Chen with a horrified expression. Unexpectedly, a youth in the Tianwu domain managed to comprehend a will, a wondrous state that even several older generation martial sages could not comprehend. Rumor had it that anyone who comprehended a will would be able to fight someone of a higher cultivation realm as easily as eating or drinking unless their cultivation was much higher. Otherwise, when facing an opponent with a will, even if one's cultivation was higher, there would be no other outcome than death. In Sun Liang's hundreds of years, he had naturally met cultivators with wills. However, the other party's cultivation was higher than his, so they did not need to use their wills. Hence, Sun Liang had never clashed head-on with wills before. He had always felt that the rumors were exaggerated. However, now that he saw it for himself, he no longer dared to have such thoughts. The light of a will, invisible to the naked eye, spread out from Xiao Chen's body. The thunderclouds in the sky roared even more intensely. Under the boundless black clouds, bolt after bolt of purple lightning tore through the sky like long snakes. A huge shadow cast down, turning the sky dark. This made people wonder if the weather had changed. On the other hand, the state of thunder that Sun Liang had regathered was just a small patch of dark clouds. The roaring sound completely suppressed by Xiao Chen's lightning. Compared to Xiao Chen's, Sun Liang sounded like the helpless howls of a child, very laughable. When the several cultivators who rushed over saw this scene, their expressions all changed drastically. The branch master of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's branch was actually forced into such a sorry state by a youth. When someone saw Xiao Chen's face, startled cries rang out from the crowd in the distance. What a fellow! It is actually him, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. Previously, there was a rumor that he swept through the Star Grave Palace alone, snatching away all the painting pieces. After not seeing him for half a year, his strength has actually grown to such a level. It looks like the rumor is true. This fellow is truly incredible. Half a year ago, he dared to call back Wu Yuankai with words when he was only a martial monarch. Unexpectedly, half a year later, he is even more ridiculous, directly suppressing a martial sage. The scene of this white-clad youth barging into Hunluo City for the first time that night half a year ago was still vivid in the minds of the cultivators present, like it was yesterday. Half a year later, when the white-clad youth who had disappeared for a long time reappeared, he deeply shocked this group of lawless loose cultivators in Hunluo City. Xiao Chen's stern face glanced at Sun Liang, who was a kilometer away. Then, he held his saber with one hand and pushed off the air, starting to run. Up in the air, every time Xiao Chen took a step, the lightning in the sky would roar. It seemed to form a subtle connection with his footsteps. Chapter 780. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. As Xiao Chen ran, it became even more ferocious, and his vast aura soared. Xiao Chen's footsteps sounded like he was driving a vast army charging over. Clouds move with the wind, gathering wind and cloud. A saber light flashed as Xiao Chen executed the starting move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, which he had not used in a long time, gathering wind and cloud. The saber and sword clashed, giving off a melodious hum. Although it was an earth-ranked martial technique, with the support of the immortal will of thunder, it gave off a brilliant light and no weaker might. Dang! 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 Before the radiance of the will, Sun Liang's aura was at a complete disadvantage. His heart was heavy, and he was not in the mood to continue fighting. He only thought about how to leave. He feared that he might end up becoming a stepping stone for a young expert to become famous. However, the more Sun Liang thought about it, the harder it was for him to leave. Xiao Chen's aura flourished as he executed move after move of the lightning tribulation saber technique smoothly and smoothly. Sun Liang was forced to use a heaven-ranked martial technique before he could barely contend with Xiao Chen. This scene confused several people. Is the will really that powerful? Sun Liang's heaven-ranked martial technique could not gain the upper hand against an earth-ranked martial technique. That is normal. Not only can the will suppress the opponent's state, but it can also raise one's strength in all aspects. Given this situation is understandable. Earthly lightning tribulation. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Divine lightning tribulation. After the lightning tribulation saber technique finished storing up power, Xiao Chen sent down the lightning tribulation. Amid the thousands of lightning bolts, his white robes made him look like a thunder god as he used the saber light to guide the lightning tribulation. Each bolt of lightning tribulation was more horrifying than the one before. After seeing the divine lightning in misleading Fog Lake, Xiao Chen's understanding of lightning tribulations deepened. The purple talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness gave off a bright light as immortal inscriptions circulated. The 3 bolts of lightning tribulation were like real lightning tribulations in the world. The heavy and oppressive atmosphere made it difficult to even speak. After 3 moves, Sun Liang retreated again and again. The lightning instantly blasted the surrounding buildings into rubble, kicking up a large cloud of dust. When the last bolt of divine lightning fell, a golden bolt of lightning tore through the sky. The sword in Sun Liang's hand was knocked away. He vomited a mouthful of blood and landed on the roof of a pavilion. It looks like my intuition was right. After comprehending the immortal will of thunder, the lightning tribulation saber technique is indeed very promising. Xiao Chen thought joyfully. Right now, he lacked a saber technique. He was not in a rush because he still had the lightning tribulation saber technique. The lightning tribulation saber technique was created by the heavenly saber pavilion's ancestor. Furthermore, there was much room for improvement. Now that Xiao Chen had comprehended a will, he had seen the divine grade lightning talisman. He could use his current comprehensions to develop the lightning tribulation saber technique once more, changing it into a saber technique that was most suitable for him. Today, he used Sun Liang to test his skills, which further strengthened Xiao Chen's thoughts. Looking up slightly, Xiao Chen saw that Sun Liang was about to get up and run. His gaze turned cold, and 2 balls of blazing lightning burst out from under his feet. In the sea formed by the hazy lightning, there seemed to be 2 blue dragons breaking out of the sea. An explosive power gushed out from under his feet, bringing Xiao Chen to the top of Sun Liang's head in an instant. Bang! Xiao Chen stomped on Sun Liang's chest, pushing him back without any hesitation. The 100 slender heavenly sage laws around Sun Liang danced around continuously, bursting out with horrifying energy as he tried to get back up. Xiao Chen smiled coldly, and the purple talisman in his sea of consciousness spun quickly. Rings of light from his will merged with the heavenly sage laws in his body, and the energy poured into his feet wildly. When Xiao Chen's feet landed on Sun Liang's chest, no matter how Sun Liang struggled or roared, he could not get back up. Sun Liang let out cries of humiliation and dissatisfaction. A strong wind blew in the surroundings. The energy from the heavenly sage laws rippled out, making space look blurry. However, all of this was useless. Sun Liang, who was being trampled on by Xiao Chen, could not change the outcome. In the distance, where the light of Xiao Chen's will could not reach, the cultivators who saw this miserable scene looked at Sun Liang with sympathy. A bona fide martial sage was an overlord no matter where he went. Today, a youth trampled on him, unable to move at all. Xiao Chen pressed the scabbard against Sun Liang's forehead, and a killing chi flowed up the scabbard and entered Sun Liang's mind. The bone-chilling aura caused the struggling Sun Liang to instantly lose his temper and become well-behaved. Xiao Chen asked calmly, "Let me ask you one more time. Why is the Eternal Heavenly Sword School collecting dragon bones on such a large scale?" As this matter concerned the Thunder King's death, Xiao Chen had no choice but to take such forceful measures. He wanted to destroy the other party's bottom line, both mentally and physically. "I don't know. This is the Supreme Elder's idea. I am not really a major character in the Eternal Heavenly Sword School." Sun Liang's eyes were filled with horror, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked into the depths of the other party's eyes. His expression did not change. Perhaps the other party did not know the complete sequence of events, but he would at least know some clues. Qi. The scabbard exerted some force, and blood immediately flowed out of Sun Liang's forehead. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He only increased the intensity of his killing qi. "I really don't know. I only know that he seems to be here to refine." Just as Sun Liang was about to say something crucial, something strange happened. A flying sword flickering with fluorescent lights suddenly shot at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen casually caught it. However, he had not expected this ordinary-looking sword strike to have such a strong might. It sent him flying with a jolt. The energy of the flying sword did not come from the spiritual energy of the world or the owner's quintessence. Instead, it came from the flying sword itself. Xiaochen felt like he had seen the aura of the flying sword somewhere before. When he looked carefully, he discovered that the fluorescent light on the flying sword was not mental energy, quintessence, or vital qi. This was not mental strength, true essence, or physical strength. It was also not the energy produced by the fusion of the three. This was magic power. The Eros demon Lingyu had once helped Xiaochen condense some magic energy, which was exactly the same as this fluorescent light. This flying sword was a bona fide magic treasure. Xiaochen looked up. At some point in time, a black-cloaked man had appeared. The black-cloaked man quickly stretched out his hand, and an invisible hand grabbed Sun Liang. The black-cloaked man immediately hoisted Sun Liang's weak body onto his shoulder. Then, the person under the cloak recalled the flying sword back into his sleeve. Then, he tossed out an ancient-looking handkerchief and stood on it. Space flashed, and he vanished into thin air. This action was very fast, so fast that Xiaochen could not react. Damn it! Xiaochen cursed. His sea of consciousness surged as he looked around. He felt a strange fluctuation in the air in a certain direction, and his gaze immediately narrowed. Electric light burst out from under Xiaochen's feet. He did not hesitate to give chase. When he raised his leg, he crossed 5 kilometers. Electric light burst out, and the blue dragon soared into the sky. Xiaochen stepped on air in hot pursuit. In a few breaths, Xiaochen left the vast Hunluo city far behind. After traveling 50 kilometers out of the city, Xiaochen frowned and suddenly stopped. Xiaochen circulated his energy for the Kunpeng fist, and his heavenly sage laws circulated. The sky suddenly turned dark. A huge shadow blocked out all the sunlight. The Kunpeng hates the sky for being too low. Xiaochen roared and spread his arms like wings. Then, he flew towards a certain spot in the air. Then, without saying a word, he punched at a certain spot in the air. There was nothing there. Aside from air, there was nothing there. Ripples appeared in space, and a figure appeared. Everything seemed like it had purposely appeared before Xiaochen's fist. It was very strange. A loud explosion resounded. Before the mysterious black-cloaked man could react, Xiaochen's Kunpeng fist struck him. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. Crisp sounds rang out. The mysterious man's black cloak tore, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back 5 kilometers. This punch blasted Sun Liang, who was on the mysterious man's shoulder, into a mist of blood. Without any heavenly sage laws, the inner vest Xiaochen wore was just a dead object. It did not have any effect at all. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grabbed the spatial ring in the mist of blood. Then, he soared into the air and teleported, appearing before the black-cloaked man. Haha. Aside from the deity race geniuses, I have never seen anyone in the younger generation with such vast mental energy like you. However, I am very curious. How did you know that my treasure can only travel 50 kilometers in one go? Without the hood covering his face, the man's appearance was surprisingly young. He was spirited and handsome, looking rather elegant and quick-witted. There was a wave of immortal energy flowing around him. He coughed softly and looked at Xiaochen with eyes filled with spirituality. He did not seem to be afraid of Xiaochen. Xiaochen raised his guard and said indifferently, I don't know, and I don't need to know. As long as I know that you are not traveling into the void, I am confident of catching up to you. Interesting. All right, you have already helped me kill him. Goodbye. Xiaochen smiled coldly and said, Do you think you can leave? You are just a golden core cultivator who has not even formed a Yuanying, yet you still want to leave after being severely injured by me. This person was stunned. Clearly, he had not expected Xiaochen to figure out his identity with one glance. However, he remained calm after that. He said, You are quite knowledgeable. However, you really cannot stop me. Suddenly, the black-cloaked man swung his hand, and a golden rope appeared. The rope quickly elongated and flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He recognized this magic treasure for trapping people. However, he did not know what rank it was, so he quickly dodged. I cannot kill you, but you cannot do anything to me either. Leave quickly. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School is not as simple as you think. The mysterious man smiled gently and opened his hand. That handkerchief reappeared in front of him. Then, he stepped on it and vanished into thin air. That rope was rather difficult to deal with. After it locked onto Xiao Chen, he could not shake it off no matter what. Furthermore, it was made of an unknown material. It was extremely difficult to break. Ka-cie. Ka-cie. After the time it took to brew a pot of tea, Xiao Chen circulated all his quintessence and swung his saber 4 times before he finally managed to chop the rope into 5 pieces. The mysterious man in the distance seemed to feel that his magic treasure had been broken. A pained expression appeared on his face. He said sullenly, "This fellow is really monstrous. He actually managed to break the dragon trapping rope that master gave me to protect my life." However, Xiao Chen's expression turned even more unsightly. Unexpectedly, an ordinary rope had entangled him for so long. Chapter 781. Ao Jiao, are there still sects in the Kunlun realm that preserve the inheritances of immortal arts? Ao Jiao replied softly, I'm not sure. I heard that in the easternmost region of the Kunlun realm, in the depths of the chaotic demonic sea, there are still some sects that preserve the inheritances of immortal arts. However, they do not have many inheritances. They are extremely limited. Furthermore, immortal cultivation is not like the martial Dao, where everyone can cultivate it. Without an immortal destiny, one cannot even reach the basic level. Those sects are not considered major powers. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Although the compendium of cultivation in his mind contained the systematic knowledge of talismans, formations, medicinal pills, and immortal arts, there were very few high-ranked immortal arts. However, there were very few high-grade immortal techniques, and all of them required magic power to activate. The immortal arts and talismans that could use mental energy to cultivate were of lower ranks. They were not as mighty as the various martial techniques, not to mention heaven-ranked martial techniques. Hence, Xiao Chen had neglected the cultivation of immortal arts. Instead of using his time to cultivate low-ranked magic techniques, he would be much more efficient in cultivating martial techniques. However, after the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through to the 7th layer, there would be a major change. If Xiao Chen really had an immortal destiny, he might be able to cultivate magic energy. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and said, unfortunately, Sun Liang still died. There is no way to know why the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was collecting dragon bones. There is no need to feel unfortunate. I already guessed it. When he said, refine, the last word should be a medicinal pill. The only medicinal pill that requires so many dragon bones to refine is the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill. True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill? Ao Jiao nodded and said, that's right. It is the True Dragon Fame Pill, a peerless medicinal pill that can extend Emperor Wu's lifespan. It looks like that Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage did enter Emperor Wu. However, his talent is not good, and he does not have much lifespan left. To refine the True Dragon Fame Pill, one needs a special flame. Only the chaotic demonic sea has it. I guess that person was the cultivator that the Eternal Heavenly Sword School invited to refine medicinal pills. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said, in that case, this Eternal Sky Sword Sage really is related to the Thunder King's death. Ao Jiao said in a deep voice, I've seen this person before. Back then, he was guided by the Thunder King many times. With his talent, if he didn't have great help, he definitely wouldn't be able to enter Emperor Wu's realm. The death of the Thunder King is most likely related to him. When Xiao Chen returned to Hunluo City with a heavy heart, he saw Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian. The two of them thanked him for helping out. Ha. I really underestimated you. It is hard to predict who will emerge victorious in your 1-year appointment with Bai Wuxia. Xiao Chen could even trample an inferior grade martial sage under his feet, rendering him immobile. Naturally, Bai Qi and Lu Jingning did not doubt Xiao Chen's strength. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. Now that he knew that the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was related to the Thunder King's death, he felt even more anxious. As a rank 8 sect, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School had far more than one inferior grade martial sage. It would be extremely difficult to find the Eternal Sky Emperor Wu, who was in closed-door cultivation somewhere, and ask him about the true cause of the Thunder King's death. However, no matter how difficult it was, Xiao Chen had to try. Be it for Ao Jiao or his own promise, he could not give up so easily. After saying goodbye to the two, Xiao Chen headed for the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion in the city. There were no major auctions taking place recently, so there were not many cultivators coming and going in front of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Xiao Chen stopped and looked at the signboard with golden words on it, entering deep thought. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chen entered. When he saw someone in the hall, his eyes could not help but light up. A pretty maidservant smiled faintly as she walked over to Xiao Chen. This was Xiao Mei, who had served him in the past. Young Master Xiao, after not seeing you for half a year, your strength has improved again. Congratulations. Xiao Mei's red lips parted, and her melodious and pleasing voice rang out. I wonder, what is young Master's purpose in coming to the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion? Xiao Chen did not bother saying anything. He immediately took out a piece of paper and listed several spirit herbs and medicinal flowers on it. These were all the ingredients needed to refine the Breaking Sage pill. Some of the ingredients were very precious, the kind that could only be found and not sought. Xiao Chen had not expected to collect them all in one go. He only instructed Xiao Chen to give him double the amount of everything he could collect. After that, he specifically instructed Xiao Chen to buy the heart-nourishing flower if there were any. The heart-nourishing flower was a necessity for cultivating the firmament body tempering art to the next layer. In the past, Xiao Chen did not have astral coins. Even if he came across it, he could not afford it. Now that he had astral coins, he naturally had to pay attention to it. After Xiao Mei listened carefully and recorded everything down, she smiled and said, Young Master Xiao, please wait in the pavilion first. I will go and help you arrange it. Furthermore, the Nangong Venerate has been waiting for you for a long time already. This development stunned Xiao Chen slightly. This woman, Ying Qiong, has not left yet. In the pavilion on the third floor of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, the spacious room looked very elegant and quiet. The incense burner on the tea table gave off white smoke. Ying Qiong returned to her usual noble and imposing appearance. She looked elegant and refined, elegant and refined. As she watched Xiao Chen walk to the door, she smiled faintly. Young Master Xiao, after half a year, you are even more elegant than before. You are even able to trample on a bona fide inferior grade martial sage. This little girl admires and respects you. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and stepped forward. His footsteps were silent, but they carried an invisible force that struck the ground. When Xiao Chen was only 10 steps away from the tea table, his gaze sank. Then, he attacked at lightning speed, throwing a punch at Ying Qiong. Putting down the teacup, Ying Qiong pushed off with her feet and gently drifted backward. Xiao Chen landed on the tea table and pushed off the ground, giving chase. His body soared into the air, and his right leg kicked out with a whistling sound. Dang! 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 The two of them did not use any quintessence or vital qi in the room. They simply exchanged blows, their fists and feet clashing, giving off powerful sounds. Soon, the two exchanged 100 moves. Their figures flew around the pavilion, moving back and forth. As they attacked and defended, they advanced and retreated. However, no one managed to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand to grab Ying Qiong's fist. Then, he used some strength to prevent her from struggling free. Ying Qiong's pretty face changed slightly. After trying a few times, she discovered that she was no match for Xiao Chen in terms of physical strength. However, she did not really want to fight with Xiao Chen. She could not help but say angrily, "Let go." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. He directly pulled, catching Ying Qiong off guard. Then, he stretched out his hand and pulled her into his embrace. An elegant fragrance came from the girl in his embrace. With a gentle sniff, Xiaochen poked his head out. Their eyes met, and their noses nearly touched. This posture looked very ambiguous. The two spun around and gently landed on the tea table. Let go of me. What are you doing? Ying Qiong frowned. She could not figure out what Xiaochen was trying to do, so she felt very nervous. Ying Qiong opened her mouth and exhaled hot air, making Xiaochen's face feel very comfortable. Feeling the girl struggling, Xiaochen could not help but put more strength into his arms. When their eyes met, Ying Qiong saw Xiaochen's clear eyes and a playful expression. She could not help but feel guilty. Bo. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen tapped gently and his lips landed on Ying Qiong's tender, red lips. The air seemed to freeze. Ying Qiong's eyes widened in shock. She could no longer care about anything else. Quintessence surged from her body, trying to push Xiaochen away. However, Xiaochen raised his head and smiled, dodging in advance. Bang! 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 Some of the decorations nearby shattered, crushed by Ying Qiong's quintessence. As Ying Qiong stood on the tea table, her pretty face turned cold. A faint murderous intent appeared in her eyes as she said in a frosty voice, Xiaochen, you are really bold. Are you not afraid that I will fall out with you? Xiaochen laughed loudly and said, if there were people who could make me stay in this flourishing heaven pavilion, would you still be so polite to me? If you want to ask me if I have another core painting piece, just say so. Xiaochen's spiritual sense detected 4 martial sages in Hunluo City's flourishing heaven pavilion. Among them, there was even a medial grade martial sage. With such strength, it was no wonder no one dared to cause trouble within 5 kilometers of the flourishing heaven pavilion. However, it was not realistic to keep Xiaochen, who had merged thunder steps and the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Even if he could not defeat a medial grade martial sage, he could still leave. Xiaochen had once nearly died because of this girl. He could not beat her up or kill her. However, he had to take some advantage of her. Hence, the earlier kiss. Now that this girl was clearly furious but could not do anything to him, Xiaochen achieved his goal. He felt much happier in his heart. When Ying Qiong heard Xiaochen's words, a clear fluctuation appeared in her eyes. She said softly, you really obtained the other core painting piece. Indeed, I guessed that the barrier would not be able to hold you for long. Right after she spoke, Ying Qiong's expression returned to normal. Suddenly, a smile appeared in her eyes as she looked meaningfully at Xiaochen. Xiaochen's skin was not thin. If the other party wanted to look, he would just let her be. His expression did not change at all. I originally thought that young Master Xiao was extraordinary. You do not lust after beauties and have a pure Dao heart. It looks like you have surpassed this little girl's expectations. However, there are some women that you cannot touch. Do you know what kind of trouble your kiss has brought you? Xiaochen answered honestly, I do not know what kind of trouble it is, but I feel much happier. My thoughts are clear now. The matter of you trapping me in the stone room back then is now even. How hateful. This fellow actually did all this just to take revenge for tricking me back then. Am I, Ying Qiong, really that unattractive? Ying Qiong's expression changed, and the smile in her eyes vanished. After a long time, she suppressed the fluctuating emotions in her heart and said, very well, I will not speak nonsense with you. I need the other half of your core painting piece. Xiaochen replied straightforwardly, that is impossible. Don't be in a rush to reject me. I do not know what fortuitous encounter you had. It looks like you have indeed grasped the immortal epic's alchemy. However, the main ingredients of the breaking sage pill, the flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters' grass, and the heaven dragon flower. Even if you have astral coins, you will not be able to buy them. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and asked, what are you trying to say? You have the breaking sage pill. If you want to advance to martial sage, you are almost certain. This core painting piece is not very useful to you. However, it is my opportunity to advance to martial sage. Ing Qiong continued, give me the core painting piece in your hand, and I will give you the flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters' grass, and the heaven dragon flower. It is a fair trade, each taking what they need. Ing Qiong's words were worth considering. Martial sage was still far from Xiao Chen's current level. However, once he accumulated sufficient accumulations in the half-sage realm, his opportunity to advance to martial sage would be in the breaking sage pills alchemic recipe. If it was as the other party said, those 3 spirit herbs could not be bought even if one had money, that would be problematic. Chapter 782. Ao Jiao, is what she said right? Ao Jiao nodded and said, more or less. These 3 spirit herbs surpass rank 9 and can be considered peerless. Anyone who has them would not lack astral coins. Xiao Chen said without batting an eyelid, can you give me these 3 spirit herbs now? Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to waver, Ing Qiong rejoiced. She said, I can't, but I can think of a way to collect them for you within 1 year. Xiao Chen calculated the time. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have accumulated enough astral coins to advance to half-sage after 1 year. If the other party could really do it, he could consider it. To Xiao Chen, the core painting piece could greatly increase his strength. However, it was not an opportunity for him to advance to martial sage. If Xiao Chen could advance to martial sage 1 year earlier, his future accomplishments would be higher. For the sake of the Thunder King, he needed to advance to martial sage as soon as possible. Compared to advancing to martial sage, half a core painting piece was nothing. Alright, I promise you. If you can really find the flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters' grass, and the heaven dragon flower, you can come and look for me at any time. Of course, if you wait too long, I can change my mind at any time. Ing Qiong smiled sweetly and said, it's a deal. Take the spirit herbs you bought from the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion as a small gift from me. After a while, Xiao Mei entered the pavilion and brought out 2 sets of all the ingredients for the breaking sage pill. Aside from the flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters' grass, and the heaven dragon flower, there were still a few spirit herbs and strange fruits that Xiao Chen had not collected. However, these were not too rare and could be found after some time. The crucial thing was the 3 spirit herbs that Ing Qiong mentioned. These were things that could only be found by luck and not sought. That was the real headache. In the end, Xiao Mei said somewhat apologetically, as for the heart-nourishing flower, it is a rare spirit herb. Normally, no one would take it out for auction unless there is a large-scale auction. Directly consuming the heart-nourishing flower could strengthen the toughness of a cultivator's heart. The heart was the weakness of all cultivators. There was no need to worry about people not buying it. Xiao Chen didn't have much hope, so he waved his hand and let Xiao Mei go. The total value of the pile of materials was more than 2 million star coins. Ing Qiong was willing to pay for it, and Xiao Chen was also happy to let her pay for it. This is where we part ways. Goodbye. Since he had achieved his goal, Xiao Chen didn't want to waste any more time here. He got up and left. Ing Qiong stood up to send him off. Looking at his silhouette, her jade-like hand touched her red lips. Her eyes flashed with an indescribable light as she sighed, I don't know if it's him or me who's losing out. This lady's first kiss was actually taken away by such an unromantic person. After leaving the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, Xiao Chen asked around about the whereabouts of the 3rd evildoer, Zong Jianghu, who won the bid for the Broken Thunderwood Sword. He found out that Zong Jianghu had not returned to Hunluo City for half a year since he won the bid for the Broken Sword. There were rumors that Zong Jianghu had offended a major character in Hunluo City and did not dare to remain. So he took the broken subdivine weapon to the even more dangerous and chaotic primal chaos domain. The people gathered in Hunluo City were only human and fiend race loose cultivators. Furthermore, there was only one province. The primal chaos domain was different. It gathered all the loose cultivators of the Kunlun realm's 5 domains. It was a truly chaotic place. There was a vast difference in the degree of chaos between the two. When Xiao Chen heard this news, he could only sigh helplessly. It looked like his plan to retrieve the broken thunderwood sword would have to be shelved indefinitely. After killing the inferior grade martial sage of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, he could not remain here for long. Now that everything was settled, Xiaochen directly left the city and flew for 3 days and 3 nights in one go. Then, he landed in front of a rather desolate valley. This place is already completely out of Hunluo province. There is no longer any danger. The experts from the Eternal Heavenly Sword School headquarters should not be able to find any traces of me. Xiaochen landed in the valley and muttered to himself. In the valley filled with rocks, Xiaochen cleared out an empty space. Then, he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Strands of heavenly sage laws surged in Xiaochen's body, and his quintessence recovered at a visible rate. The clouds in his dantian slowly piled up. After using the Thunder Dragon steps for 3 days straight, Xiaochen had exhausted too much quintessence. He would not be able to recover to his peak state so quickly. Thunder Dragon steps was a movement technique that merged thunder steps and the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiaochen gave it this name. The name was not very nice, but it fit the image. 6 hours later, Xiaochen opened his eyes. A bright light shone in his eyes. His quintessence had completely recovered. Ao Jiao, accompany me in practicing with the saber. You should have benefited a lot from your cultivation at Misleading Fog Lake, right? A beam of white light came out of the immortal spirit ring on Xiaochen's finger. Then, the petite and cute girl with a Lolita face and an exceptionally voluptuous figure floated out. 2 sabers of light materialized in Ao Jiao's hands. Her bright eyes looked at Xiaochen as she smiled. This is really rare. To think that you actually want me to accompany you in practicing with the saber. It looks like you are not as calm as I thought about your 1-year appointment with Bai Wuxia. Xiaochen revealed an expression of deep thought. Then, he said, the extreme north of the Kunlun realm is a bitter and cold land. It is desolate and uninhabited, and danger lurks everywhere. Since ancient times, many genius cultivators have fallen there. For Bai Wuxia to emerge from there, how can I underestimate him? Ao Jiao withdrew her smile and said, that's right. Back then, the Thunder King was there as well. That place was a world of ice and snow. In the depths, there were even some remnants of the snow race of the ancient 100 races. Even the Thunder King did not dare to underestimate their inheritance. Xiaochen's expression turned grave. He said sullenly, that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he has the strength to kill an inferior grade martial sage. Furthermore, he is a loose cultivator ranked in the top 10 of the evil cultivator ranking. He is not an ordinary inferior grade martial sage. Ao Jiao raised her pretty eyebrows slightly and said, hee hee. Don't undervalue yourself. Right now, everyone in the entire Tianwu domain does not think highly of you. They are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. However, I believe that you will not lose. Now that the great era has arrived, the situation in the Tianwu domain is changing. The geniuses of the 3,000 great realms will all appear. There will definitely be a place for you on the stage of absolute geniuses. Xiaochen nodded and smiled. Then, he said, let's practice the saber. Help me test out some of my recent ideas about the lightning tribulation saber technique. Gladly. There were less than 3 months left to the 1-year promise. Including the time spent on the trip to the Extreme Ean Sect's headquarters, there was less than 2 months left for Xiaochen to comprehend the new lightning tribulation saber technique. It was almost impossible for an ordinary person to reinvent a new saber technique in 2 months. From a certain perspective, modifying a saber technique required even more time than creating a saber technique. Creating a saber technique depended on comprehension. Once one comprehended it, one could instantly create a saber technique. After that, one just had to slowly polish it. Back then, the ancestor of the heavenly saber pavilion observed a spirit beast undergoing its tribulation and gained some comprehension. In one night, he created the lightning tribulation saber technique. However, when modifying a saber technique, one had to consider its rigor. After all, a complete saber technique involved many things. If one changed it slightly, there would be changes. If one was not careful, one might end up crippling oneself. Hence, rigor was crucial. This required a cultivator's accumulation and understanding of saber techniques. The days in the valley went by one after another. As Xianxia anxiously modified the lightning tribulation saber technique, the time for the duel approached. The time for the duel slowly approached. Several of the Tianwu domain's geniuses in closed-door cultivation also came out. Thunder and Lightning Palace, at a palace floating in thunderclouds, and Jianghu, dressed in azure, slowly walked out of the clouds. He stared at the extreme insect in the north with some anticipation in his eyes. Bolts of lightning flashed behind Jianghu in the dark clouds, creating a very terrifying mysterious phenomenon. It was like he was immersed in a sea of lightning. First senior brother. A few true inheritors passing by saw this scene and quickly flew over to greet Jianghu respectfully. Now, Jianghu had fought to a draw with the Holy Son, Feng Wuji. His prestige in the sect already surpassed that of several inner sect elders. The respectful expressions of these true inheritors were not fake at all, they all came from the bottom of their hearts. There is no need to stand on ceremony. How many days until the duel between Bai Wuxia and that Haotian sect disciple? Jianghu asked calmly with a sharp gaze. The other disciples were somewhat confused. Why is first senior brother so concerned about this? Could it be that a person destined to become a joke is worth first senior brother coming out of closed-door cultivation early? Replying to first senior brother, the time will be up in 1 month. Bai Wuxia has already returned to the extreme Yin sect. However, there has been no news of that white-robed bladesman. He is probably afraid now. Although these disciples muttered to themselves, they still answered Jianghu's question in full detail. 1 month, huh? It is time for me to depart. How can someone who comprehended the immortal state of thunder be afraid? Jianghu revealed a smile on his face. Then, he turned into a beam of lightning and vanished from the sight of the true inheritors. This caused these true inheritors to be stunned for a long time before they managed to react. In the drill ground of the Shimen noble clan, Shimen Bao was currently sparring with a senior of the clan, exchanging pointers with his saber techniques. Every move was sharp and boundlessly exquisite. There was also an extremely ferocious aura that made others want to retreat. That old man dealt with Shimen Bao as he nodded to himself. After exchanging pointers, the old man nodded and said, "Successor, your improvement in the past year is gratifying." The old ancestors' teachings were not in vain. Shimen Bao casually wiped the sweat off his forehead. When he recalled the days of being taught by his great-grandfather, he could not help but tremble. A ferocious light flashed in Shimen Bao's eyes as he said, "For the sake of that person who once humiliated me, I have not relaxed at all in the past year. I just hope that he will not disappoint me." Jianghu slowly walked into the residence that belonged to Shui Lingling of the Haotian sect. Jianghu whispered, "First senior sister, it is time for us to depart. The transportation formation cannot take us directly to the extreme Yin sect. It will take another month to get there." Shui Lingling raised her head, feeling somewhat fatigued. She asked, "Is there still no news of Xiaochen?" Jianghu shook her head and replied, "There is no news of junior brother Xiao within the 100 provinces of the Tianwu domain. I believe that he must have left the Tianwu domain and have to use the Bushan Palace's intelligence network to find out." Shui Lingling said helplessly, "Not just anyone can use the Bushan Palace's intelligence network. Even the sons of the 3 holy masters do not have such authority. Could something have happened to junior brother Xiao?" Jianghu asked somewhat worriedly. "Or perhaps it is like the rumors say, he is afraid to go." Chapter 783. Undetectable worry flashed in Shui Lingling's eyes. She smiled and said, "That won't happen. He promised me that he would definitely return. As for the rumors, there is no need to care about them. Let's go." The sky turned dark. Boundless thunderclouds churned like a river with huge waves, rising and falling without end. The vast sky stretched for 50 kilometers around, filled with darkness. With one glance, it looked like the sky was about to fall. It was so dark that it was scary. Pooh! Suddenly, it seemed like a strand of saber light tore through the thick dark clouds. It was like a hole appeared in the sky. Boundless light poured out, forming a dazzling pillar of light. In this dark and gloomy world, this beam of light looked exceptionally resplendent. Dang! 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 Two figures flashed in the light, quickly exchanging moves. Bolts of lightning moved around the two like raging pythons, causing the sky to flicker endlessly. Gradually, the surrounding lightning no longer looked like raging pythons. Instead, they turned into realistic raging pythons. The huge lightning pythons had purple scales on their bodies, clearly visible. The eyes on the snakes' heads were like lightning, revealing a ferocious look. Over 100 lightning pythons danced around the two of them. From a distance, it looked like many lightning dragons dancing in the sky. That spot of light started to move. It was like a heavenly saber slicing the dark clouds for 50 kilometers around in half. The two clashing figures continuously moved along with the light. The sound of weapons clashing was like heavenly thunder. It was oppressive and filled with boundless explosive power, causing the air to buzz. Even when the shockwave reached 3 kilometers away, its might did not diminish. Many flowers and trees trembled and withered. The two fighting were none other than Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao. After comprehending day and night, they slowly perfected their brand new lightning tribulation saber technique. When the light completely sliced through the dark clouds for 50 kilometers around, the thunderclouds scattered and the darkness was swept away. The blazing sun's light poured down without holding anything back. The golden sunlight illuminated the land once more. Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao stopped fighting and turned into two streams of light. In an instant, they landed in the desolate valley. Ao Jiao gently waved her hand and put away the light saber in her hand. She smiled and said, "Hee hee. Not bad. In less than 2 months, you have more or less finished modifying the new lightning tribulation saber technique. Furthermore, its might is extraordinary. It probably won't take long for the lightning phenomenon to turn into a flood dragon." Xiao Chen smiled faintly, a look of joy on his face. By relying on the immortal will of thunder and the unforgettable divine lightning talisman deeply imprinted in his mind, the process of modifying the lightning tribulation saber technique went much smoother than Xiao Chen expected. For the new lightning tribulation saber technique, Xiao Chen removed the state of wind and the state of cloud, continuing to strengthen the state of thunder. Without wind and clouds, there would be no thunder. Only when the wind and clouds changed could thunder move in all directions. This was the old lightning tribulation saber technique. If Xiao Chen wanted to bring out its might to great perfection, he needed to have some understanding of the state of wind and the state of cloud. However, now, Xiao Chen gave up on it. The reason was that he simply did not have the time to comprehend the state of wind and the state of cloud. Rumor had it that in some of the large-scale auctions in the Kunlun realm, there were crystals that could allow one to comprehend all sorts of states after consuming them. Unfortunately, they were very expensive. Even large-scale auctions could not be held on a whim. Distant water could not quench present thirst. The more important reason was that even if Xiao Chen comprehended the state of wind and cloud and brought out the might of the old lightning tribulation saber technique to great perfection, it would only be a peak earth-ranked martial technique equal to the four-season saber technique. In the end, it was not a heaven-ranked martial technique. It could not keep up with Xiao Chen's current progress. He needed to completely break the rules and come up with a revolutionary innovation. He needed to forge the new lightning tribulation saber technique into a saber technique equal to a heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, it needed to have a stable room for improvement, something that could accompany him for a long time. Since there was no wind or clouds, how could there be lightning? Without lightning, how could there be a lightning tribulation saber technique? The idea that Xiao Chen came up with was very simple. In the past, the scattered state of thunder had extraordinary might. However, it was scattered, after all. Now, the immortal state of thunder was completely condensed. The lightning that it casually shot out was no weaker than natural lightning. That was right. The idea that Xiao Chen came up with was to use his immortal will of thunder to replace the lightning produced by the collision of wind and cloud, using it in the lightning tribulation saber technique. As the might of the immortal will of thunder increased, the lightning tribulations that the lightning tribulation saber technique materialized would continuously increase as well. This would be sufficient to accompany Xiao Chen for a long time. Using one's body as lightning to materialize a tribulation was the essence of the new lightning tribulation saber technique. Aside from the last 3 moves of the new lightning tribulation saber technique, the starting moves and storing up power all changed. Xiao Chen pulled it into 12 moves. There were 6 basic moves, 3 moves of lightning gathering, and 3 moves of killing. Collecting his wandering thoughts, Xiao Chen looked to the north of the boundless sky and muttered, "It is time to set off. Along the way, I will try to upgrade the berserk lightning python mysterious phenomenon to a lightning flood dragon." Naturally, this inspiration came from the tens of thousands of true dragons around the divine lightning talisman. Naturally, it was impossible to make lightning transform into a true dragon in one step. Xiao Chen could only take it slow, taking it step by step. Starting from the berserk python, then the lightning flood dragon, then the true dragon, and finally the true dragon lightning. The blazing sun shone down from the sky, casting a long shadow on Xiao Chen. Ao Jiao looked at the radiant Xiao Chen. Her lips curled up in a satisfied smile. The 2 figures turned into beams of light and flew out of the valley, disappearing into the sky. Target, the first 9 ranks of the great families of the north, the Extreme Yin sect. The Extreme Yin sect was the top sect of the 27 northern provinces. Among the 9 ranks of the great families of the entire Tianwu domain, this sect was second only to the Thunder and Lightning Palace, which the Thunder King presided over. The sect had 20,000 disciples. On the surface, there were 2 Emperor Wu, who guarded the sect all year round. Even after experiencing several demonic calamities, the sect did not fall. Outside the vast starry heavens, there were still many Emperor Wu of the Extreme Yin sect. Such a secret was not something that outsiders could know. Over the long years, the Extreme Yin sect had become the center of the north, establishing a high prestige. In terms of prestige and status, the Extreme Yin sect was much higher than the top sect of the south, the Haotian sect. Practically no sect in the north dared to oppose the Extreme Yin sect. They relied on absolute strength and accumulations. As for the Haotian sect's prestige, it relied more on its new top true inheritor, Shui Lingling. Its strength and accumulations were not much higher than the Full Moon Pavilion and the Thousand Mystery sect, which were also in the south. Normally, the Extreme Yin sect was very lively. There would always be cultivators from the other sects in the north coming to ask for advice or spend large sums of money to buy medicinal pills, spirit weapons, and spirit-gathering pearls from Extreme Yin City. However, today, the Extreme Yin sect was exceptionally noisy. A large group of cultivators had already gathered at the challenge peak outside Extreme Yin City. Thousands of beams of light could be seen from the horizon, heading for the summit. The challenge peaks of the various sects were all about the same. A major character had shaved off the summit and turned it into a vast drill ground. At the center of the martial practice grounds was an enormous arena meticulously constructed from various precious ores, and not far from the arena was a bronze bell that was filled with an ancient charm. When the bell rang, it meant that the challenge had begun. A figure stood quietly on the arena with his eyes closed, deep in thought. Wisps of faintly discernible cold air spread out from his body, causing the air to become extremely cold for no apparent reason. This was the top true inheritor of the Extreme Yin sect. Despite the changes in the Tianwu continent, his fame did not diminish, one of the 7 giants, by Wuxia. The beams of light heading for the summit immediately stopped a kilometer away from the summit, not advancing any further. Everyone knew that Bai Wuxia had personally killed an inferior-grade martial sage loose cultivator 3 months ago. If they really fought later, the shockwaves would quickly spread to the entire summit. However, not many people believed that Xiao Chen would come. Haha. It is almost noon already. That white-robed bladesman still has not appeared. He probably will not come. How could he dare to come? Right now, Bai Wuxia does not even care about inferior-grade martial sages. He most likely comprehended a will. Now that I think about it, what that brat said back then was just a joke. After all, Bai Wuxia is Bai Wuxia. I guess he received news that a lower realm demonic genius that challenged Bai Wuxia not long ago directly crushed him to pieces, frightening that brat. The sage war of the proud son of heaven ranking will start soon. Perhaps Bai Wuxia will be able to fight against the four holy scions. Similar voices rang out in the crowd in the air. The rumors all favored Bai Wuxia. No one thought highly of Xiao Chen. In the end, strength reigned supreme in the Kunlun realm. Now that Bai Wuxia had defeated a martial sage with his fist, his fame grew. Naturally, the winds would change. A tyrannical beam of light flew by. It was the Shiman noble clan's Shiman Bao. When he saw the lonely Bai Wuxia in the arena, disappointment flashed in his eyes. Soon after, the passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng, the top genius of the battle realms, Niu Deng, the top bladesman of the south, Feng Xingsheng, and the mysterious swordsman, Duan Yi, who had been in the limelight recently, all arrived. The arrival of so many young demonic geniuses surpassed everyone's expectations. Some had not expected this, so discussions broke out. Just at this moment, a huge purple bird slowly flew over from the distance. Someone immediately recognized it as the Haotian sex Shui Lingling spirit beast, the profound sun bird. Look, the Haotian sex people are here. The white-robed brat is really not up there. Some sharp-eyed people did not discover Xiao Chen's figure above, so they immediately made a big fuss. The Haotian sex people on the bird's back could not help but show unsightly expressions. Jun Si frowned and said, "These people are really snobs." First senior sister, could it be that junior brother Xiao Chen is really not here? Someone behind Jun Si asked. Just as Shui Lingling was about to answer, she heard a commotion in the crowd. She turned around to take a look. Behind her, a thundercloud scattered. It was the newly promoted Holy Scion, Anjuanshi, who had arrived. Anjuanshi's appearance immediately raised the atmosphere to a climax. Even Bai Wuxia, who had his eyes closed in deep thought, suddenly opened them. Snowflakes flashed in his eyes, materializing a boundless mysterious phenomenon of 5,000 kilometers of ice, blazing with a boundless fighting spirit. Anjuanshi smiled faintly. His figure flashed, and he landed on a nearby peak, no longer bothering with Bai Wuxia. Chapter 784. Time slowly went by, but Xiao Chen still had not arrived. The cultivators, who originally had some interest and hope, all lost their patience. Several of them even started cursing in low voices. What bullsh** T agreement of 1 year? He is just a coward. To think that Bai Wuxia even formally acknowledged him. It turns out that he is only so-so. Even if he did not want to come, he could have just sent someone to admit defeat. He made us wait for so long for nothing. He has thoroughly embarrassed the Haotian sect. When Jun Si and the others on the profound sun bird heard these discussions, they could not help but show even more anxious and unsightly expressions. Regardless of the reason for Xiao Chen's cowardice before the fight had even begun, the Haotian sect's reputation had been tarnished. Jun Si said hesitantly, "First senior sister, I think we should discuss this. Dragging this out is not a solution." Shui Lingling's gentle face remained calm as usual. She said calmly, "Don't worry. Since he promised me that he would return safely, he will definitely rush over." Boom! Just as some of the extreme Yin sect elders were getting impatient and wanted to announce Xiao Chen's forfeit, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly tore through the sky. It was like a spear descending. In an instant, it crashed into that bronze bell. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, the deafening sound of a bell rang out incessantly. When the bell rang, the rumbling thunder and the deep chime merged together, echoing everywhere and rushing to the clouds. A figure landed somewhat hurriedly. As he looked at Bai Wuxia, who was in front of the arena, he said calmly, "Xiao Chen has arrived on time for the agreement of 1 year." On the profound sun bird, Shui Lingling's pretty face melted like water. An indescribable joy appeared on her face as she smiled and said, "I just knew that he would rush over." The bell's chime resounded endlessly. The purple lightning that descended from the sky was still very mighty. Arcs of electricity crackled and danced around the ancient bronze bell, showing no signs of stopping. The moment the white figure appeared, the cultivators hovering in the air a kilometer away from the challenge peak could not help but look over. He really made it. He knows that he will lose, but he still dares to come and fight. He has some guts. He's just asking to be humiliated. What does it matter whether he comes or not? You can't say that. Cowering before a fight and coming as promised are two completely different things. Let me ask you, if we knew that by Wuxia could kill half-sages, would we have the courage to come and fight? That's right. No matter what, I admire your courage. Xiao Chen's arrival was out of many people's expectations, and the criticism about him lessened by a lot. Knowing that he would lose, he still dared to fight. This courage earned Xiao Chen a lot of positive evaluations for his victory. Shiman Bao smiled, and a murderous intent appeared on his face. He said in a cold voice, I hope that Bai Wuxia can spare your life. Otherwise, this will be too boring. The top genius of the battle realms, Niu Deng, had a similarly hostile gaze. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, unexpectedly, you managed to break through to half-sage in 1 year. However, you do not stand a chance against Bai Wuxia. The passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng, and the full moon pavilion's Feng Xingxing both showed expressions of pity. Xiao Chen managed to break through to half-sage in 1 year. Such talent could be considered top-notch even in the current age of martial artists where heroes were rising together. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen ran into Bai Wuxia. Defeat was certain. It all depended on whether Bai Wuxia was willing to spare Xiao Chen's life or not. Otherwise, if Xiao Chen fell here, it would truly be a pity. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to see the heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Chen. However, these peak experts could see it with one glance. Although they could not see it clearly, the fact that Xiao Chen could comprehend heavenly sage laws proved that he was a martial sage. Such a cultivation realm and talent shocked several people. However, they still did not think much of Xiao Chen, as his opponent was simply too horrifying. He could even kill a martial sage. How heaven-defying was he? How demonic was he? So what if Xiao Chen advanced to half-sage? Among everyone, only Juanxi, who was on another peak, looked up at Xiao Chen thoughtfully. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The extreme Yin sect elder looked coldly at Xiao Chen and said expressionlessly, when the bell rings, life and death will be decided by heaven. The duel will begin immediately. After saying that, he floated away from the mountain peak without saying anything else. Bai Wuxia wore robes of alternating blue and white. His handsome face was cold, showing neither joy nor sorrow. When he saw Xiao Chen rushing over, his expression did not change at all. I haven't seen you for a year, and you've advanced to the half-saint realm. Not bad. Unfortunately, I didn't stop. If I admit defeat now, I can let you live. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop later. Bai Wuxia said indifferently as he looked straight at Xiao Chen. He had absolute confidence in his strength. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted. He smiled faintly and said, Is that so? In that case, I'll return those words to you. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself. Bai Wuxia did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky for no reason. Soon, a thick layer of snow covered the ground. Holy icy palm imprint. Bai Wuxia took a step forward and threw a palm strike. A huge icy palm appeared out of nowhere and smashed towards Xiao Chen. Compared to the great icy palm imprint of the past, this holy icy palm imprint seemed more spiritual. It seemed to merge with the world. Xiao Chen looked up. Amid the snowflakes, he could even vaguely see an ancient sage sitting in the air. This palm strike came from that sage and not from Bai Wuxia. This is the extreme Yin sect superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. No one has succeeded in practicing it for several hundred years already. It has an extremely high comprehension ability. It looks like this Bai Wuxia does not intend to waste time with Xiao Chen. The moment he makes his move, he wants to kill him. It's over. Bai Wuxia is too direct. There is nothing to see in this battle. The moment this palm strike was sent out, it elicited startled cries. Unexpectedly, Bai Wuxia had even succeeded in practicing this move. Shui Lingling and the true inheritors of the Supreme Sky Sect, who were on the profound Sun Bird, could not help but show nervous expressions. Interesting. However, that should not be all you are capable of. Xiao Chen looked around and made up his mind. His figure flashed as he quickly dodged. The ice palm imprint, which was circulating with holy light, directly cracked the arena with a bang, and the entire mountain top was shaking. The might of the holy icy palm imprint was very impressive. Boom! 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 The palm was like a mountain as it pressed down on the dodging Xiao Chen. The entire mountain started shaking intensely. The arena crumbled into countless shards, filling the air. The moment it started, the battle spread across the entire mountaintop. The cultivators watching from afar had great foresight. Before that huge palm, Xiao Chen seemed very insignificant. As he dodged continuously, it was a shocking sight. Every time, he would be nearly suppressed. After dodging a few times, Xiao Chen found an opportunity. He pushed off the ground and nimbly dodged the holy icy palm imprints. Then, he soared into the air and charged at Bai Wuxia. Such an ingenious and nimble movement technique attracted many praises. However, Bai Wuxia smiled coldly and quickly formed hand seals. His lips curled up in a mocking smile as he said, "I was just waiting for you. Die." Suddenly, two incomparably huge icy palm imprints appeared in the air. Then, Bai Wuxia pressed his hands together, looking like two mountain peaks about to merge together. In an instant, they trapped Xiao Chen. This sudden scene caused many people's expressions to change greatly. Xiao Chen, who was trapped between the two palms, looked very insignificant. There was no chance for him to dodge. If Xiao Chen got caught between the palms, he would not have a chance to survive. Unexpectedly, Bai Wuxia still had such a trump card. Just as everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, a majestic and resonant sagely song suddenly rang out. A golden light descended from the sky. The resonant sagely song recounted the legend of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's past deeds materialized into golden scrolls flickering in the sky. As the sagely song rang out, the gears of time spun. The legend turned into an epic of vicissitudes, then into a glorious myth. Many people had an illusion. Looking at the picture scroll that flashed between heaven and earth, it was as if they were looking at ancient history and imprints. They felt a sense of worship. Bang! Xiao Chen punched to the sides and infused the legendary energy into his fists. Before everyone's shocked gazes, the two holy ice palm imprints shattered into ice shards that filled the air. The ice shards reflected the light of the sun, giving off a multicolored light that formed a dreamy scene. In this scene, Xiao Chen's white robes gave off the feeling of a celestial being in heaven. You are not the only one who knows a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. Then, a clump of electric light burst out from under his feet as he instantly executed Thunder Dragon steps. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he sent out a radiance of deities. The situation instantly reversed. Xiao Chen, who had been fleeing all over the place, actually turned from defense to offense. Bai Wuxia's face sank. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chen to break his holy ice palm imprint so easily. When Bai Wuxia saw that majestic, resplendent pillar of light, he stomped on the ground. Rumble. Suddenly, a 3-kilometer-tall snowy mountain rose behind him. A white-robed sage sat at the peak of the snowy mountain. In that instant, this place firmly stabilized. Bai Wuxia did not move his feet at all as he directly threw a palm strike at the incoming pillar of light. The sage at the peak of the snowy mountain opened his eyes and sent out a palm strike at the same time as Bai Wuxia's palm strike. It seemed like the two's movements overlapped. When the sage made his move, ancient sagely music resounded in the sky, sounding very distant. Instantly, snowflakes fell from the sky, drifting even faster. There were even several snow tornadoes spinning wildly in the distant sky. Such a mysterious phenomenon was truly horrifying. The cultivators watching from a kilometer away could not help but move back another 5 kilometers. The overwhelming might was as immovable as a mountain. Bai Wuxia firmly caught this majestic, resplendent light with his palm. His feet did not move at all. He even froze that light into ice, shattering it piece by piece. I have obtained the inheritance of the ancient snow race. No matter how strong you are just a joke before me. When Bai Wuxia saw the light turn into ice shards, he could not help but smile cockily when he easily dealt with his startlingly mighty move. So what if you can shatter my cold ice hand imprint? You will still be defeated. However, before Bai Wuxia's smile froze, Xiaoqin had already arrived before him. Xiaoqin did not feel dispirited at having his deity's light imprint dissolved. All Xiaoqin wanted was to get close to Bai Wuxia. Clearly, he had already achieved his goal. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. A beam of divine light tore through the barrier of the sky and entered Xiaoqian's body, causing his aura to soar. Everything in the world seemed to want to prostrate in worship. Before this aura, the snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly froze. It was like time stopped. Xiaoqin roared ferociously, and a golden light spread out. His white robes fluttered, and his long hair gave off beams of light as he punched. Bai Wuxia, who had received this move head-on, had not expected Xiaoqin to suddenly bring out tenfold his combat prowess. The snowy mountain behind him started to crumble in an instant. The sage who was sitting at the peak of the mountain was blown to pieces. Break! The 3-kilometer-tall snowy mountain crumbled, and Bai Wuxia's momentum broke. He went flying back like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he flew back 1 kilometer and landed outside the platform at the summit. The snowflakes stopped dancing, and the strong wind stopped howling. Xiaoqin stood calmly on the summit, looking coldly at Bai Wuxia, who was filled with shock and incredulity. The surroundings were quiet. The situation on the battlefield changed in an instant. Just a few moves had already made everyone's heart surge with excitement. No one had expected such a result. Unexpectedly, that white-robed brat knocked Bai Wuxia into the air. Chapter 785. In the distance, Shimen Bao's pupils constricted slightly. Shock appeared in his eyes as he said softly, "What exactly did this fellow experience in the past year? To think that he managed to gain the upper hand." However, Feng Xingxing frowned slightly. He whispered, "This fellow has only practiced this fist technique for 1 year? In that case, I am too disappointed. No matter how ferocious this fist technique was, it was still unorthodox to a bladesman. Furthermore, he could not defeat Bai Wuxia with just this fist technique." Bai Wuxia hovered in the air, and his expression turned grave. As he looked at Xiaoqin, he no longer looked down on him like he did at the beginning. "After not seeing him for a year, it looks like not only did I have a fortuitous encounter, but you are also extraordinary. However, just based on this, you will still lose." Bai Wuxia's face sank as he turned into a beam of cold light. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a crystalline beam of light in the air, giving off a cold light. Suddenly, the figure of that sage appeared once again. Beams of cold light flowed in the air, giving off a boundless might. The cold light flashed, and heavy snow fell from the sky once more. Bai Wuxia instantly arrived before Xiaoqin and sent out a palm strike. Bai Wuxia did not believe that Xiaoqin could continue using his tenfold combat prowess. In terms of close combat, Bai Wuxia definitely held the advantage. Bai Wuxia guessed the beginning correctly but not the end. Indeed, deities descending could not be used continuously. However, in close combat, that was not Bai Wuxia's advantage. The two of them quickly started fighting. Loud explosions rang out as the lightning and the cold chi clashed, resulting in terrifying shockwaves. Soon, the shock waves from the two's battle flattened the entire mountain by about 30 centimeters. Lightning flickered amid the snowflakes, creating a wondrous scene. In an instant, the two exchanged 100 moves. As they attacked, they did not give way to each other. They did not take half a step back, giving the other a chance to gain an advantage. Xiao Chen's thunder steps and Bai Wushua's mysterious cold light movement technique were brought out to their limits in the air. Those with weaker eyesight wouldn't even be able to see the afterimages of the two of them. If it weren't for the terrifying phenomenon in the air and the loud bangs that pierced straight into people's hearts, no one would think that there was some kind of earth-shattering battle going on here. Dance of snow, 100 flowers bloom. The snow turned into flowers. Thousands of pure and holy ice flowers spun gently, containing boundless killing intent. They formed a beautiful storm that swept towards Xiao Chen. Energy ignited, green cloud burns the sky. Xiao Chen was not afraid at all. He directly burned half of his vital qi, and the blue sky seemed to be burning. A true dragon rolled in the sky, and a dragon claw descended from the sky. The 10,000 flowers shattered into countless ice shards that shot out in all directions. Dance of snow, 100 flowers blooming. After Bai Wushua's first move was broken, he immediately used his second move. Hundreds of flowers, roses, peonies, azaleas, parasol trees, and laurels, bloomed. They formed the 100 flowers grand array, containing a world of its own, intending to trap Xiao Chen to death. Xiao Chen's face darkened, and he did not hesitate to execute the Kuan Peng fist. A massive shadow descended, and the aura of the ancient Kuan Peng spread out. The rock hated the sky for being too low when it spread its wings. After the 100 flowers grand array broke, Xiao Chen broke it with one punch. Then, he continued fighting with Bai Wuxia. Such a soul-stirring battle forced the spectators to retreat another 3 kilometers. Their expressions were strange. Originally, everyone thought that this battle would end quickly. They did not expect it to be so intense. Everyone thought that Xiao Chen would definitely lose. However, not only did he come, he even managed to push Bai Wuxia to such a state. Bai Wuxia broke every move he made. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. After exchanging another 100 moves, they were still evenly matched. However, Xiao Chen lost his patience. He knocked Bai Wuxia back with a punch and immediately retreated. Then, he looked at Bai Wuxia coldly. If that is all you have, then I think you are only so-so. With a flip of his hand, the slender lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. When the saber appeared, the crowd exclaimed softly. They suddenly realized that Xiao Chen was also a bladesman. The eyes of the top bladesman of the south, Feng Xingsheng, and Wang Meng, the bladesman of the 7 giants, immediately lit up as they quickly looked over. When Bai Wuxia saw Xiao Chen take out the lunar shadow saber, his expression remained calm. He still had a trump card that he had not used yet. He believed that as long as he threw out that trump card, no matter how strong Xiao Chen was, he would not be able to change the result. From the very start, Xiao Chen was destined to lose. Boom! Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber, and a bolt of lightning immediately tore through the sky. Boundless thunderclouds churned continuously. Soon, the thick, dark cloud stretched for 50 kilometers, looking very horrifying. The instant the electric light flickered, Xiao Chen ingeniously used the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber in the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Bai Wushua's expression changed slightly. He suddenly discovered that he could not make out the trajectory of this ordinary saber strike. He did not know where Xiao Chen would come from. So. Bai Wuxia could not help but reveal a horrified expression as he quickly retreated. However, it was already too late. A purple light flickered, and a saber light tore through the protective quintessence on Bai Wushua's chest. Then, it landed heavily on the inner vest he wore. Thunder roared, and boundless electricity exploded on the saber. Bai Wushua's body was blasted back like a cannonball. How can this be? How did he execute this saber strike? It was very stunning. The cultivators who used the saber all cried out in surprise. Even Feng Xingsheng, Wang Meng, and the other 2 became somewhat excited. Their gazes were very complicated. After not seeing you for a year, your saber techniques did not disappoint, Feng Xingsheng muttered to himself. Feng Xingxing muttered to himself. The look of pity in his eyes intensified. He said, if Bai Wuxia had not comprehended a will, you might have been able to win this battle. The other people who knew about Bai Wuxia also revealed looks of pity in their eyes. After Xiao Chen executed the lunar shadow saber, he gained the upper hand in one strike. The brand new lightning tribulation saber technique forced Bai Wuxia to retreat. Bolts of electricity formed berserk pythons around him. Bai Wuxia roared ferociously. That horrifying might caused Bai Wuxia's aura to plummet to rock bottom, unable to rise again. His earlier disdain and calmness vanished. He was now in a sorry state. The 100 electric pythons merged into one and released motes of golden light. Then, together with Xiao Chen's lightning tribulation, they turned into saber lights sweeping at Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia clenched his teeth and held on. The sage sitting on his head sent out a palm strike, and a snow mountain appeared in front of Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia leaped up gently, and his body merged with that sage image. He appeared very dignified as he sat on the peak of the mountain. The lightning tribulation descended, and electricity split apart. That snow mountain mysterious phenomenon started to shake continuously, looking like it would crumble at any moment. Bai Wuxia, who merged with the sage image, had a calm expression on his face. His gaze turned cold as he suddenly stood up. In that instant, the sky seemed to have risen significantly. Bai Wuxia's aura, which had fallen to rock bottom, soared back into the sky. The dark clouds above him resisted for a while before being torn apart by his aura. Under the sunlight, Bai Wuxia stood at the peak of the snow mountain. He looked very beautiful, like a god of ice and snow. Crystalline halos flowed out from under his feet. The teetering snow mountain became firm in an instant. A rebounding force shot out and directly blasted the thick lightning python away. Let's end it here. Bai Wuxia snorted coldly and looked up. The cultivators who met his gaze immediately felt an indelible chill appear in their sea of consciousness. The mysterious phenomenon of the snow mountain collapsing and the boundless storm lingered in their minds. It's a will. The will of ice. Bai Wuxia really comprehended the will of ice. No wonder he can kill martial sages. For people with a will, fighting above their cultivation realm is as easy as eating or drinking. The fear they felt on a mental level made the surrounding cultivators all cry out in alarm. There had long been rumors that Bai Wuxia comprehended the will of ice. However, rumors were just rumors. Now that they saw it for themselves, they were all greatly startled. Shiman Bao could not help but reveal a sinister smile. He said, in the end, this fellow still managed to force Bai Wuxia to use the will of ice. Unfortunately, I cannot kill him personally. What a pity. Feng Xingxing and the others sighed and shook their heads. Once the will of ice was used, no matter how big of an advantage one had, it would all vanish. Even if Xiao Chen did not lose, he would not be able to escape death. Shui Lingling, who was on the profound sun bird, had a terrifyingly calm expression. At some point in time, the purple bow had appeared in her right hand. She clenched it so tightly that it seemed like she would break it. Only Juanxi, who was on the other peak, did not show any changes in his expression. From the moment Xiao Chen executed the lightning tribulation saber technique, he had confirmed some of his guesses. No matter how talented you are, or how great your luck is, challenging me, Bai Wuxia, is fated to be your misfortune. Die. A murderous intent flashed in Bai Wuxia's eyes. Illuminated by the light, Bai Wuxia stretched out his hand and pointed. A white light surged out from his forehead, and the light of his will formed white rings of light visible to the naked eye. Bai Wuxia's forehead lit up, and a small ice sword with a flowing light shot out from his finger towards Xiao Chen. This was the form of Bai Wuxia's will. The small ice sword was only about the size of a palm. However, the energy it spat out made space tremble continuously, as if it would tear at any moment. A huge pressure encased Xiao Chen. A flood of ice and snow seemed to form behind the small ice sword, rumbling like 1,000 horses galloping forward. Several people could not bear to watch this, so they closed their eyes. Another unparalleled genius was about to fall. The age of the martial epoch was the best stage for geniuses, but it was also the grave for countless geniuses. When Xiaoqun saw the small ice sword approach him, he smiled instead. He said softly, "I thought you had some trump card. So, it is this. It seems like I have a little bit of a will as well." The purple lightning talisman in Xiaoqun's sea of consciousness spun around and flew out from his forehead. The huge pressure instantly vanished before the immortal will of thunder. Chapter 786. Without giving the crowd any time to be shocked, the talisman crashed into that ice sword. A melodious shattering sound rang out. The thing that by Wuxia's will took shape shattered in half. A purple light flashed. At the summit of the snowy mountain, Bai Wuxia vomited a mouthful of blood. Before he could express the shock in his eyes, the purple lightning talisman struck him. Electric light burst out, and the light of an immortal will poured out. The 3-kilometer-tall snowy mountain directly melted. Shock waves surged, and Bai Wuxia's body flew back 5 kilometers before crashing heavily into the cliff of a mountain. With a loud bang, the mountain peak was immediately split into two. The huge mountain peak collapsed heavily towards the ground. Xiaoqun flew over, and the talisman automatically returned to his sea of consciousness. Then, he swung his saber, and the saber chi tore through the sky like a crescent moon, directly chopping the falling mountain in half. Xiaoqun gently drifted over and landed beside Bai Wuxia, who was covered in wounds and coughing up blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. Xiaoqun sheathed his saber. Then, before everyone's shocked gazes, he kicked out and sent Xiaoqun tumbling down from the middle of the mountain like a sandbag. When the crowd saw Bai Wuxia being casually kicked away by Xiaoqun like a cripple, they thought about how Bai Wuxia had said that whoever challenged him was unlucky. They could not help but find it ironic. Who exactly was unlucky? As the crowd watched Bai Wuxia fall, the answer went without saying. The extreme Yin sect elder who announced the start of the duel earlier looked at Xiaoqun with an extremely cold expression. Then, he gently drifted over and caught the severely injured Bai Wuxia. When this elder saw Bai Wuxia's body covered in wounds and charred skin, his face twitched uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, the top true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect ended up like this. Without a month of rest, he would not be able to recover. Damn it. The elder's face darkened, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. As he looked at Xiaoqun, who was halfway up the mountain, the heavenly sage laws behind him could not help but move. A tremendous amount of spiritual energy flowed like a river and rapidly gathered towards him. Buzz! Just as he was about to make his move, a wisp of fiery light streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving a beautiful trail in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it fell towards him like a falling star. It was so fast that it could not be described with words. The old man was startled and quickly withdrew his killing chi. Then, he hugged Bai Wuxia and pushed off, his figure flashing into the air. As soon as he took a step forward, the stream of light descended and instantly sank into the ground. A finger-sized hole appeared in the ground. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Boom, boom, boom. Without any warning, after a second of peace, countless spider-like cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and the entire ground exploded. Rocks filled the sky and shot out in all directions like sharp arrows. A deep, spiral-shaped crater with a diameter of 500 meters appeared. The power of this arrow was incomparably shocking. What is the extreme Yin sect trying to do? Are they not going to admit their loss? The rules of the challenging peak are set by the Bushan Palace. The disciples of the various sects are free to challenge others. Life and death are up to heaven. Grudges are settled fairly. The elders of the sect are not allowed to make a move. Just as the old man was about to lose his temper, a clear and elegant voice rang out. Shui Lingling appeared above him on the profound sun bird. She held up her purple bow and pointed it at him expressionlessly. The surrounding cultivators could not help but show interested expressions. Was this extreme Yin sect planning to go against the world and challenge the rules set by the Bushan Palace? Girl from the Haotian sect, don't be too overbearing. Naturally, the extreme Yin sect will not do something so dishonorable. The extreme Yin sect can afford to lose, and so can Bai Wuxia. A loud and clear voice approached from afar. It was a skinny old man walking over with a gloomy expression. When the cultivators in the distance saw this person's face, they could not help but take a few steps back. A deep fear flashed in their eyes. The extreme Yin old man actually came out. That is normal. Bai Wuxia is the disciple he is most proud of. How could he not come out after being injured to such an extent? However, Xiao Chen is really surprising. The extreme Yin old man was an expert of the Tianwu domain, second only to Emperor Wu. In this era where Emperor Wu was fighting in the starry heavens, he represented the peak of the Kunlun realm. When facing this person, just a glance from him would cause one to feel immense pressure. Shui Lingling suppressed the panic in her heart and said, "Many thanks for Senior's magnanimity. Xiao Chen, let's return to the Haotian sect." Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Chen gently leaped up and landed on the back of the profound sun bird. He discovered that there were many familiar faces on the bird's back. Aside from Jun Si and the others, Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu were among them as well. Xiao Chen looked at their identity medallions. After not seeing them for a year, they had already become true inheritors. It looked like gold would shine wherever it was. "Congratulations, senior brother Xiao." A few people offered their congratulations, and Xiao Chen responded to them one by one. They were all familiar people, so he did not stand on ceremony. Shui Lingling looked cautiously at the extreme Yin old man and did not say anything. She controlled the profound sun bird to spread its wings and turn into a beam of azure light, flying far away. After all, this was the extreme Yin sect's territory. While the other party did not dare to play any tricks, there was no guarantee that they would not do something in secret. The earlier they left, the better. As they watched the group leave, the cultivators who had rushed over to join in the fun all had complicated expressions on their faces. Originally, they thought that there would be nothing to see in this battle. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be so intense. The process was filled with twists and turns, extremely dangerous. The final result was also unexpected. Bai Wuxia had brought out the will of ice and launched a great counterattack. Originally, he should have won. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would comprehend a will as well? Furthermore, that will of thunder was much stronger than Bai Wuxia's will of ice. The moment it came into contact, it shattered Bai Wuxia's will of ice. If the will of thunder was damaged, it would harm the cultivator's foundation. Bai Wuxia's injuries might even affect his cultivation. This was a severe loss. Of the 7 giants, Bai Wuxia was the first to comprehend a will after Anjuanxi. His future should have been bright. Bai Wuxia had used this arranged battle with Xiao Chen to use Xiao Chen as a stepping stone, reaching the sky in one step and rising rapidly. Who could have imagined that the result would be the opposite? Bai Wuxia became Xiao Chen's stepping stone, becoming famous instead. After today, the name of the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen, would shake the entire Tianwu domain. He would appear before the eyes of all the major factions, and his fame would catch up to the newly advanced Holy Sun, Anjuanxi. The crowd slowly dispersed. Soon, the extraordinarily bustling Challenge Peak also slowly dispersed. The old man hugging Bai Wuxia said with a sullen expression, "First Elder, we are really not satisfied with letting that brat leave just like that." Many figures landed at the foot of the Challenge Peak. All of their auras were terrifyingly strong. Unexpectedly, all of them were superior-grade martial sages. They were all major characters of the extreme Yin sect. Any one of them could sweep across the 27 northern provinces. At this moment, these strong martial sages all focused their gazes on the extreme Yin old man. With just a word from him, these people could instantly catch up to Xiao Chen. They would immediately kill Xiao Chen like he was an ant. They would absolutely not let him leave alive. The extreme Yin old man glanced at the weakened Bai Wuxia. His emaciated face looked terrifying. He slowly said, "There is no need. That girl, Shui Lingling, definitely has a will clone of the Haotian emperor on her. Even if all of you go, you will not be able to stop her. However, Wuxia is so severely injured. How is he going to participate in the sage ranking 1 month from now? Our extreme Yin sect is counting on him to get a spot. Indeed. If the 2 supreme elders in closed-door cultivation know that we messed up this matter, they will definitely hold us accountable. The big shots of the extreme Yin sect behind him all chimed in one after another. They were clearly unwilling to accept this outcome. Ignorant. The extreme Yin old man's face sank as he snorted coldly. When the others felt his rage, they all shut up. Even if we kill that brat, will Wuxia definitely get a spot? You don't have to worry about the spot. The will of thunder has a suppressive effect on the will of ice in the first place. It is a good thing that Wuxia is injured. Without destruction, there can be no construction. This matter will make him calm down. Without destruction, there can be no construction. The old man hugging by Wuxia thought of something. His expression changed, and he said, "First elder, are you saying?" The extreme Yin old man said indifferently, "Coincidentally, Wuxia's will of ice shattered. While it is being reconstructed, I will think of a way to add an attribute into it." When the others heard this, their eyes could not help but light up. If they could add an attribute into the will of ice, such as light, massacre, ruin, darkness, or destruction, then Bai Wuxia would definitely benefit from this disaster. This was definitely a blessing in disguise for Bai Wuxia. His strength would increase explosively, and his chances of obtaining a slot would increase significantly. However, if one does not comprehend an attribute on their own, forcefully adding it in would be like drinking poison to quench their thirst. It would be a huge obstacle to Wuxia's future growth, an elder said somewhat worriedly. The extreme Yin old man smiled mysteriously and said, "I have my own ways. Just wait and see. What does one arranged battle count for? The most important thing is who has the last laugh." The azure profound sun bird pierced through the clouds in the gorgeous sky and a gentle breeze. Xiao Qin stood on the profound sun bird and casually chatted with his junior brothers and sisters from the Haotian sect about their experiences in the past year. From the time they set out from the Haotian sect to the time they entered the savage forest, 1 year seemed very long. However, to Xiao Qin, it felt like it was just a thought. This feeling became even more intense when he told others about it. It gave him a comprehension of the great Tao, of how time flies. There would be many more years like this on the path to the peak. Be it bitter cultivation or searching for fortuitous encounters, 100 years might be but a flick of a finger. After the profound sun bird flew for 2 days, it stopped in a provincial city with a transportation formation. Then, Shui Lingling spent a large sum of money to transport the group to the Haotian province. The familiar silhouette of the Haotian city appeared in Xiao Chen's vision once again. The group bade each other farewell, and Xiao Chen prepared to return to his residence to rest. Junior brother Xiao Chen, wait for a moment. Shui Lingling, who had not spoken along the way, smiled gently and called out to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the other party. He said, "First senior sister, you are looking for me." At such a close distance, Xiao Chen did not dare to look at Shui Lingling directly. This gentle girl had an indescribable charm. Shui Lingling nodded and said, "Wait for a moment. I'll bring you to a place. The first elder of the inner sect wants to meet you." As long as the sect masters of the various sects had the same cultivation as Emperor Wu, they would travel the starry heavens and adventure in the depths of the universe, searching for fortuitous encounters that belonged to them. Chapter 787. Normally, the sect would have a supreme elder holding down the fort to prevent outside invasions and demonic calamities from descending. The inner sect's first elder was in charge of the internal affairs. The Haotian sect was no exception. To a certain extent, the authority of the sect's inner sect elders was equivalent to that of the sect master. The first elder's family name was Han. Xiao Chen had met him before when he made an exception and traveled far away. He did not know why the first elder was looking for him, so Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Shui Lingling smiled mysteriously and said, "You will know when you get there. Come with me." The two soared into the air. Under Shui Lingling's lead, they flew higher and higher. Soon, they approached the inner city. However, they showed no signs of descending. Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He looked up and used his sharp spiritual sense to look at the boundless space. He could feel something slightly different. However, he could not pinpoint exactly what was different. It was like a goose feather drifting in the air, indistinct and indistinct. Shui Lingling took out a jade strip and tossed it into the air. A light flickered in the air, and a spatial door appeared from nowhere. Then, Shui Lingling took a step forward and vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Xiao Chen rushed forward and entered the spatial door before it closed. The spatial door immediately closed silently, not attracting anyone's attention. After walking in the space-time tunnel for some time, the scene before Xiao Chen suddenly opened up. Unexpectedly, there was a completely different world inside, a completely different world. When Xiao Chen looked up, the starry sky looked very strange. The sky was clearly not dark at all. However, the boundless stars on the other shore were clearly visible, both bright and dark, inspiring wonder. There was a continuous mountain range on the ground. The mountains were lush and green. Xiao Chen could see pavilions and strong spirit beasts galloping about. In the center of the mountain range was a huge platform with hundreds of huge warships parked on it. Xiao Chen observed the auras of those warships. He discovered that the lowest-ranked warships were Sage-grade secret treasure warships. However, when he looked carefully, he discovered that there were many king-grade warships. In the Sky Dome realm, the noble clans treated the king-grade warships as family heirlooms. Unexpectedly, there were so many of them here. Thousands of palaces floated in the air, surrounded by dense spiritual clouds. Looking at the spiritual vein origins suppressed under the palaces, if one counted carefully, there were at least 4 grade 1 spiritual veins suppressed under each palace. Seeing the appearance of Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling, powerful mental energy was sent out from the palaces and flew towards them. His spiritual power circled around Shui Lingling's body and then concentrated on him. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and instinctively set up a bounded domain around himself with his divine sense. However, there were still a few extremely powerful psychic forces that directly penetrated Xiao Chen's divine sense, wanting to enter his body to see clearly. Xiao Chen could not help but feel horrified. The masters of these psychic forces were all superior grade martial sages. In terms of cultivation, they were no weaker than the extreme Yin old man. The feeling of being seen through was not a good one. Ever since Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder divine incantation advanced to the 6th layer, he had not experienced such a situation for a long time. Xiao Chen's face sank, and the purple lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness started circulating. Strands of spiritual sense carrying the might of the immortal will of thunder swept out. When those psychic forces saw the spiritual sense containing the will of thunder approaching, they all dodged, not daring to clash head-on. Some psychic forces did not manage to pull them out in time and were directly refined by Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Muffled groans came from the palaces. Clearly, they suffered some losses. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. He asked, "First senior sister, what is this place?" Shui Lingling answered, "This is the Haotian sect. This is the place of 10,000 years of accumulation. It is also where the elites of the entire sect are. You will soon become one of them." Xiao Chen now understood. It turned out that the Haotian city outside was just a facade. This was the true foundation of the Haotian sect. No wonder Xiao Chen found it strange. The Haotian sect was one of the 9 ranks of the great families. Why did it only have 7 or 8 true inheritors? Furthermore, there were very few martial sages in the sect. It turned out that they all ran here. When a cultivator advanced to martial sage, their lifespan would increase rapidly, reaching 500 years. The number of cultivators who could advance to martial sage in the Kunlun realm was 1 in 10,000. The chances were extremely low. This was even lower in the Sky Dome realm. If not for the vast spiritual energy and horrifying population of the Kunlun realm, there would not be so many martial sages. However, once a cultivator advanced to martial sage, their long lifespan ensured that they could survive for a very long time. Nearly all the martial sages of the Haotian sect in the past thousands of years were gathered here. Most of the people in this secret realm were martial sages. Aside from them, there were the previous true inheritors of the Haotian sect. These people were only one step away from martial sage. These people were under 100 years old and were the focus of the Haotian sect's nurturing. They could be considered a reserve force of elites. If an older generation martial sage fell, they could immediately replace them. Only then could a sect be guaranteed to last a long time and not fall. Once the reserve forces could not keep up, the rank of the sect would automatically fall in less than 500 years. Such a situation was very common in the Kunlun realm. Although there were many 9 ranks of the great families, there were very few 9 ranks of the great families that could last forever. Las Ling, who is this fellow? As the two spoke, a palace flew over from the distance like a castle in the sky. The fog formed by spiritual energy scattered, and a spirited old man walked out with a smile. When Shui Lingling saw this old man, her eyes lit up. She could not help but smile gently. It is rare for martial Uncle Qin to be so free and come out of closed-door cultivation. I tried to visit you a few times, but the door was always shut in my face. However, the old man with the family name Qin laughed loudly and said, "Do you think I still do not know what you want? This purple bow of yours is already a high-ranked sage-grade secret treasure. If it is upgraded again, it will become a peak sage-grade secret treasure. This old man will not be able to endure your exploitation." Petty. Shui Lingling muttered. Then, she introduced this old man to Xiao Chen. This was Elder Qin of the sect. He advanced to martial sage 500 years ago. Now, he was already a peak superior grade martial sage. Elder Qin could be considered a grandmaster level martial sage. His strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, he was very good at refining secret treasures and managed the refining pavilion in the sect. Xiao Chen understood. While this old man did not put on any airs, based on Shui Lingling's introduction, he was a bona fide major character in the Haotian sect. Junior Xiao Chen greets Elder Qin. Greetings, Elder Qin. Not daring to be too casual, Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute. The refining pavilion's Elder Qin glanced at Xiao Chen and revealed a contemplative expression. He wanted to see through Xiao Chen. However, he felt that there was a thick layer of fog that prevented him from seeing the light. Feeling helpless, Elder Qin could only give up. He said, "Brat, you are really not simple. No wonder that Elder Bai and the others suffered at your hands. They are probably too ashamed to face others now." When Shui Lingling heard this, she could not help but feel slightly startled. The Elder Qin mentioned were all major characters of the Haotian sect. However, they were all major characters of the Supreme Sky sect. They had lived for several hundred years and possessed unfathomable strength, all Grandmaster-level martial sages. If they took another step forward, they would be able to break through to the Great Tao and become the blue-robed emperor. Unexpectedly, they suffered at Xiao Chen's hands. After being praised like this by a Grandmaster-level martial sage, no matter how thick Xiao Chen's skin was, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Any one of these people could kill him with a flick of a finger. Senior is joking. Elder Qin smiled and said, "I am not joking. Brat, are you interested in secret treasures? I am already so old, and my disciples are not skilled enough. If you are interested, this old man does not mind taking in a final disciple." Elder Qin's expression was somewhat stunned. He could not understand why Elder Qin suddenly wanted to take in a disciple. However, Elder Qin appeared very serious. He continued, "This old man is the pavilion master of the refining pavilion. As long as you become my disciple, you will not lack secret treasures in the future. You will be able to change the tattered items you have on you immediately." Wait, that's not right. There is still an inferior grade sage grade secret treasure in your body that has not been completely refined. Hee. This pagoda has great potential. If you become my disciple, I can immediately upgrade it to a peak sage grade secret treasure. When Shui Lingling, who was at the side, heard this, she frowned slightly. She smiled and said, "Elder Qin, you are really something. The moment my junior brother came over, you gave me a secret treasure and helped me upgrade it. I have already asked you to help me upgrade my purple bow to a peak sage grade secret treasure many times. When Elder Qin heard this, he laughed and said, that purple bow of yours is a magic treasure from the immortal epoch. Now, it is probably no weaker than a king grade secret treasure. This old man really cannot afford to spend the resources needed to upgrade it. Stingy. Shui Lingling said with a pout. Elder Qin smiled awkwardly and said, Junior, have you thought it through? If you follow me and travel the boundless starry heavens, you will not have to worry about not having enough secret treasures. Xiao Chen could not help feeling tempted. After all, the other party was a Grandmaster-level martial sage with more than 500 years of cultivation. His strength was unfathomable and he knew how to refine secret treasures. Taking this person as Xiao Chen's master would definitely be of great help to him. However, he was hesitant. Xiao Chen had a free personality and found it hard to abide by some rules. Ha ha ha. Old Qin, you are just a lousy blacksmith, and you want to take in such a good seedling? You are dreaming. You have to ask whether we agree or not. Resonant laughter resounded, and a few more martial sage palaces flew over. A few old men parted the spiritual fog and appeared before Xiao Chen. Shui Lingling felt somewhat shocked. She said, Elder Bai, Elder Qi, Elder Lu, and Elder Wu, why are you all here? Without a doubt, these people were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. One of them even made Xiao Chen feel boundless pressure from his bones. The purple talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness trembled as it spun continuously. Only when the immortal inscriptions flickered did the situation take a turn for the better. Xiao Chen sized up this old man, whom Shui Lingling referred to as Elder Bai, cautiously. The other party definitely comprehended a will as well. Furthermore, his will was of a much higher level than Xiao Chen's. Elder Qin immediately fumed and glared at the old man. Old Bai, Old Qi, why are you all here? Elder Bai laughed loudly and said, you are not the only one with sharp eyes. His bone age is only 23 years old, but he already comprehended 100 heavenly sage laws and the will of thunder. Naturally, we will not waste such a good seedling. Chapter 788. Several Grandmaster-level martial sages disregarded their statuses and started promising Xiao Chen all sorts of benefits, dazzling Xiao Chen. He could not help but cast a pleading gaze at Shui Lingling. Shui Lingling smiled bitterly. She understood these people's excitement at finding a good sapling. However, they could not teach Xiao Chen. Just as Xiao Chen was about to speak, a small mountain-like flame descended from the sky. A strong aura pressed down, making breathing difficult. A formless force swept over. Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling were the most vulnerable. They could not resist at all, and their bodies were pushed back uncontrollably. Boom! The flame stopped above a residence and quickly turned into a stout figure. This person had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a squarish face. He looked like a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore purple battle armor that flickered with talisman scripts. An extremely heavy stench of blood lingered on his body. Clearly, he had just experienced a great battle. Greetings, Vice Sect Master. Everyone, including Elder Bai, lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. It turned out that this middle-aged man was the Haotian Sect's Vice Sect Master. No wonder he had such a strong aura. He was probably a martial sage that surpassed Grandmaster-level martial sages, someone like the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen lowered his head and guessed in his heart. He had not guessed that this person was Emperor Wu because of his intuition. The few of you, stop messing around. He is someone that the sect master has taken a fancy to. Even I do not have any designs on him. Elder Bai, bring some people to Blackwater Star. I already dealt with the astral beasts there, the square-faced, middle-aged man said calmly. The square-faced middle-aged man said calmly. Then, his figure flashed and he turned into a fiery light that escaped into his own palace. The moment this person left, that formless might and aura vanished. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Vice Sect Master's strength is becoming increasingly unfathomable. There are several rank 5 astral beasts on Blackwater Star. Soon, He will become our Haotian sect's fourth Emperor Wu. There is nothing to say about that. It is just unfortunate that the sect master snatched away such a good seedling. The few old men muttered to themselves. Then, they looked at Shao Chen reluctantly before leaving. These words confused Shao Chen. He raised his head and looked at the starry heavens above. Then, he asked, "First senior sister, are we still in the Kunlun realm?" Shui Lingling smiled and said, "Naturally, we are still in the Kunlun realm. However, we are no longer in the Kunlun continent. We are already in the starry heavens. This is the headquarters of our Supreme Sky sect in the starry heavens, the Supreme Sky Star. You don't have to be surprised. In the future, you will know that the resources of the continent are limited. Only the resources of the starry sky are unlimited. The top sects will set their headquarters in the starry sky." After flying for about an hour, Shui Lingling brought Shao Chen to a majestic hall in the mountains. An old man with white hair and eyebrows stood on the platform in front of the hall. He looked very amiable. This was the Haotian sect's inner sect's first elder, Han Xinghe. "Greetings, first elder." After the two landed, they performed cupped fist salutes. Han Xinghe raised his hand and smiled. Then, he carefully sized up Shao Chen. Revealing a satisfied expression, he said, "Shao Chen, you already know what this place is, right?" Shao Chen nodded and said, "I do. First senior sister already told me. You are the first inner sect disciple to enter this place in the past 1,000 years. You will understand how many benefits there are in the future." Han Xinghe continued in a calm tone, "1 month from now, the proud son of heaven ranking sage battle will begin. This sage battle will be different from the past. You will not fight for rankings but for slots." The moment Shao Chen said that, even Shui Lingling found it strange. She asked, "What slots?" Han Xinghe explained, "The Kunlun Mountain's heavenly dew divine spring is already full. The Bushan Palace obtained 10 slots. The other fiend races, the deity race, the ghost race, and the corpse race all obtained slots as well." When Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, heard the mention of the heavenly dew divine spring, she immediately cried out, "Shao Chen, you cannot miss out on that slot. You have to fight for it." Shao Chen asked doubtfully, "Heavenly dew divine spring? What is that?" "It is very complicated to explain. Let me put it simply. Kunlun Mountain is a holy mountain that has existed since the immortal epoch. Even now, it is still the center of the entire Kunlun realm, the starting point of the martial epoch. There is a legendary immortal spring in the mountain, which is the current heavenly dew divine spring. By soaking in it, one's aptitude can be improved, turning a mediocre person into a genius, and a genius into a powerful demonic genius. According to legend, the cultivators who soak in this spring will definitely become Emperor Wu if there are no accidents. Furthermore, many facts have proven this point. Aside from those who died accidentally, all the geniuses who soaked in this spring became Emperor Wu before the age of 100. When Shao Chen heard the last sentence, he could not help but feel excited. Han Xinghe smiled and said, "I believe the two of you have more or less heard of the heavenly dew divine spring. The Haotian sect places its hopes on the two of you. You have to obtain 2 spots. Lingling, bring Shao Chen to the heavenly battle palace. Here is my token. Give Shao Chen a Heaven Series training room. Shao Chen should not go out for 1 month." The Heavenly Battle Palace was a place where all the Haotian sect's true inheritors would be attracted to after they reached a certain stage. As long as they did not advance to martial sage, they would remain there. Hence, there would be a large age difference. However, most of them would be within 100 years of age. If they could not advance to martial sage by 100 years of age, they would be chased out of Haotian Star, never to return. The highest floor of the Haotian sect's pyramid would have nothing to do with them. However, such a thing was extremely rare. The true inheritors that the Haotian sect took a liking to had pretty good talent in the first place. With vast resources and guidance from many senior experts, they would be able to advance to martial sage before the age of 100. In normal times, those who could advance to martial sage before the age of 100 in the Kunlun realm would be considered geniuses. Ordinary martial sages could not compare to them. After all, it was unfair to use this once-in-10,000 years era of geniuses as a standard. The martial epoch only had a history of tens of thousands of years. Along the way, Xiaochen asked Shui Lingling, first senior sister, "It is understandable that the heavenly dew divine spring is useful to us. However, based on Elder Han's expression, it seems like if we can obtain a spot, the sect will benefit greatly as well." Shui Lingling knew that Xiaochen had always been cautious and meticulous. So his question was not strange. She explained, "After soaking in the heavenly dew divine spring, our blood will contain the medicinal effects of the heavenly dew divine spring for 24 hours. At that time, as long as you and I bleed a little more, the sect will refine it into medicinal pills. The Haotian sect will have several dozen or even hundreds of martial sages." Seeing the shocked expression on Xiao Chen's face, Shui Lingling smiled and said, "However, don't worry. This matter will not affect us. The essence of the heavenly dew divine spring will immediately enter our bones. In the end, the only thing circulating in our blood will be some dregs." Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not say anything. He was just somewhat shocked at the effects of this heavenly dew divine spring. Just the dregs could produce so many martial sages. Xiaochen wondered if the cultivators who soaked in the heavenly dew divine spring would really become Emperor Wu before the age of 100 like the rumors said. On the mountain path, they rarely met other people. However, when they did, they were all martial sage experts. Xiaochen did not dare to underestimate any of them. These were ordinary martial sages. They were all elite martial sages of the Haotian sect. Grandmaster martial sages often led them to fight astral beasts in the starry heavens. These martial sages did not lack resources. They were far from what loose cultivators or the few Xian clan doyens could compare to. Xiaochen finally understood how vast the Kunlun realm was. The Haotian sect was not even at the peak of the 9 ranks of the great families, yet it already had so many earthen cores. How strong were the accumulations of the peak 9 ranks of the great families? What kind of scenery would the sovereign sects and sovereign noble clans be? Not to mention the other races that were still mysterious to Xiaochen. "We've arrived. This is the heavenly battle palace." Xiaochen looked up and saw a majestic palace in front. 3 large words were written in a flamboyant style, "Heavenly Battle Palace." When Xiaochen stared at it for a while, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes. Xiaochen quickly withdrew his gaze. It looked like these 3 words had some other meaning. "First senior sister, you're here again." A few men and women walked out of the palace's doors. They all had deep cultivations, all peak half-sages. However, they did not look young. The youngest among them was at least 40 years old. However, based on the average lifespan of the Kunlun realm, 40 years old was not considered middle-aged. Furthermore, one's appearance would not change too much. When the leader saw Shui Lingling, he immediately walked over with a smile. Shui Lingling was now the top true inheritor and the sect master's personal disciple. Even though these people were older than Shui Lingling, they still had to address her as first senior sister. Due to seniority, they could not simply address her that way. Clearly, Shui Lingling was familiar with the people here. After she greeted them, she said, "Junior brother Zhongyi, this is the newly arrived junior brother Xiaochen. He received orders from the first elder to come to the heavenly battle palace to cultivate for 1 month." When Zhongyi saw Xiaochen behind Shui Lingling, surprise flashed in his eyes. His first reaction was that Xiaochen was too young. Based on Xiaochen's appearance, he was only about 23 or 24 years old. Zhongyi had not heard of such a young person entering the heavenly battle palace in a long time. The group of previous true inheritors behind Zhongyi also showed surprise on their faces, clearly in disbelief. "First senior sister, is this true? How come I have never heard of this junior brother Xiaochen before?" Zhongyi could not help but ask. This was also what the others were thinking. Shui Lingling took out the inner sect's first elder's medallion and smiled. "That is natural. The first elder's medallion is here. How could it be fake?" "That's right, who will get the Heaven Series training room for this month?" The first elder has already decided to give it to Xiaochen. The moment Xiaochen said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The surprise in their eyes turned into extreme shock. Is this for real? The Heavenly Battle Palace's only Heaven Series training room is going to a person who just entered the Heavenly Battle Palace. We have to have a competition every month. Only the champion can enjoy the Heaven Series training room for 1 month. The moment he arrived, he will stay there for 1 month. Chapter 789. In the Heavenly Battle Palace, the 100-odd true inheritors of the previous batches could not obtain the Heaven Series training room even after putting in blood and sweat. He obtained it so easily. This is too unreliable. All sorts of dissatisfied voices came from the mouths of the previous true inheritors. As they looked at Xiaochen, they became even more curious about his origins. Could he be the new disciple of a major character in the sect? If not for his connections, he would not have been able to obtain such preferential treatment. They could not be blamed for having such thoughts. It was normal for people to be jealous and suspicious. Furthermore, Xiaochen did look very ordinary. Zhong Yi looked at the token that Shui Lingling handed over. His expression turned strange, as the token was indeed real. Shui Lingling was not lying. First senior sister, this is going to be difficult. This time, the winner of the Heaven Series training room is Cui Hao. He has a fiery temper. Furthermore, he has been the champion of the competition for half a year in a row. It will be difficult for him to move out. Shui Lingling repeated Cui Hao's name. Then, she said in a low voice, this is going to be difficult. However, Xiaochen is a special case. He really managed to free up this month. Xiaochen entered deep thought. This group of people had such a huge reaction. The Heaven Series training room should have a great effect on cultivators' cultivation. Otherwise, they would not have such a huge reaction. Thinking of this, Xiaochen could not help but feel some anticipation in his heart. When the others saw Xiaochen and Shui Lingling leave, they hesitated for a while before following after. They wanted to see Cui Hao's expression when he found out about this. As Shui Lingling stepped through the palace doors, the scene inside the Heavenly Battle Palace entered Xiaochen's vision. The style of the Heavenly Battle Palace's buildings could be described with 2 words, tall and large. Every pavilion and pavilion was extraordinarily tall. It gave off an extremely crude and simple feeling. There was an incredibly vast drill ground in the palace, and many disciples were currently sparring in it. Seeing Xiaochen behind Shui Lingling, he stopped what he was doing. Eldest senior sister actually brought a male disciple in. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. This was something that had never happened before. After asking Zhong Yi, who was following behind them, and finding out the ins and outs of the matter, they all revealed the same expression as the previous group of people. Holy crap! He is just a brat, yet he wants to stay in the Heaven Series training room the moment he arrived. Are you kidding me? Not to mention Cui Hao, even I am not convinced. Those who could enter the Heavenly Battle Palace were all the outstanding true inheritors of the previous batches. They all had high mental states. They were not young. Even with the first elder's order, they were still quite dissatisfied when they saw a junior trying to step on their heads. A group of people followed him in a grandiose manner, quietly waiting for the development of the matter. Many of them were even discussing how to put Xiaochen in his place. Standing in front of the Heaven Series training room, the blue-robed Cui Hao's expression immediately sank when he heard Shui Lingling's words. You want me to give it up? To even give it up to a brat? Shui Lingling, don't you think this is an insult to me? The skinny and capable-looking Cui Hao snorted coldly. He had a dark expression as he spoke with extreme dissatisfaction. When Shui Lingling saw that Cui Hao was not easy to deal with, she felt angry. She said sullenly, Cui Hao, this is the first elder's order. Even the palace master has to abide by it. Cui Hao looked around and stared at Xiaochen. He said, I don't care about the first elder's order. I personally obtained this Heaven Series training room. I am abiding by the Heavenly Battle Palace's ancestral teachings. You want me to give it up? Sure, but you have to defeat me first. Shui Lingling still wanted to say something, but Xiao Chen smiled faintly and answered first, that suits me. I do not want people to think that I came here because of connections. Xiao Chen clearly heard the people pointing at him and slandering him. Even though he could ignore them, he still had to consider Shui Lingling's feelings. Xiao Chen, you have to think this through. Actually, what Shui Hao said makes sense. This is indeed the Heavenly Battle Palace's ancestral teachings. I think the First Elder assigned you to the Heaven Series training room because he wants to test you one last time. Shui Lingling sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. Shui Hao is 38 years old this year, more than 10 years older than you. 10 years ago, he was already a half-sage. Previously, he was also the top true inheritor. Hence, his talent is definitely not low. Furthermore, he has been bitterly cultivating in the Heavenly Battle Palace for the past few years. Even if you grasp a will, you cannot guarantee that you can defeat him. Xiao Chen sent a voice projection back, first senior sister, don't worry. I am fully confident. However, even if I lose, it will just be because my skills are inferior. I will not have any complaints. Clearly, Shui Hao had not expected Xiao Chen to answer so straightforwardly. Then, he smiled and said, you are rather hot-blooded. Come with me to the drill ground. If I lose, I, Shui Hao, will not have any complaints. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Where did this nameless brat come from? He just came in, and he already wants to stay in the Heaven Series training room? Furthermore, he wants to fight with senior brother Cui. I, Tian Mao, am the first to not accept this. I, Lu Shui, am not accepting this either. I, Bai Feng, am not accepting this either. Many people in the Heavenly Battle Palace were arrogant and unruly. The people who had been discussing how to take Xiao Chen down a peg earlier all shouted together, looking quite impressive. Bang! Right after the three spoke, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He moved like the wind, moving through the crowd and arriving before the person who spoke first. This person's family name was Tian, and he was about 40 years old. He had already been a half-sage for a long time. The heavenly sage laws behind him were all as thick as a pinky finger. Furthermore, they were extremely dense. There were more than 70 of them. With such a cultivation realm and talent, he would definitely be considered an outstanding talent of the Kunlun realm before the Great Age. However, now that the Great Age had arrived, if he still could not see the situation clearly, correct his position, and rein in the pride in his heart, he would be asking for trouble. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he charged forward and punched at this person. The heavenly sage laws in his body surged, and thumb-thick purple ribbons of light appeared behind him. The ribbons of light moved up and down, and electric light surged. Boundless lightning attributed spiritual energy surged towards Xiao Chen's fist. When he punched, the sound of thunder and wind filled the world. When this person saw the heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Chen, his expression could not help but change. However, it was already too late for him to retreat. He could only receive Xiao Chen's punch head-on. The heavenly sage laws behind both parties formed long ribbons of light. As they danced about, whistling sounds rang out continuously. The spiritual energy of the world fluctuated intensely. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The instant the two fists clashed, blood leaked out of this person's mouth, and he immediately went flying back. The other disciples along the way quickly moved to the side. That person flew back 100 meters before he landed with some difficulty and stabilized himself. He felt his chi and blood unstable, and his right fist trembled in pain. He felt like his earlier punch had landed on a metal mountain. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who had not moved back a single step, horror appeared in his eyes. Brother Tian, are you all right? The other two disciples, who had been heckling, quickly rushed over and asked worriedly. The other disciples, who had moved to the side, looked at Xiao Chen in shock as well. Although this Tian disciple was not an outstanding person in the Heavenly Battle Palace, his strength was clear for all to see. He had cultivated bitterly in the Heavenly Battle Palace for so many years, putting in a lot of effort and sweat. Everyone could see for themselves that he was no ordinary half-sage. However, Xiaoqun still knocked him back with one punch. If this continued, he would be severely injured in less than 20 moves. What a demonic genius! Has the outside world really changed? Some people started discussing in soft voices. They had also heard about the age of geniuses. Several of them revealed sad expressions. Cui Hao's expression turned grave as well. He said, "I'll wait for you at the drill ground." After saying that, Cui Hao leaped up and turned into a beam of light, flying towards the drill ground in the heavenly battle palace. Xiaoqun leaped up and quickly followed. "Let's go. I want to see how strong this demonic genius from the outside world is." Many people held their breaths and soared into the sky, flying towards the martial arts practice field. When Shui Lingling saw this scene, she had a complicated expression. These people were the outstanding true inheritors of the Haotian sect. However, they had been born too early. They had missed the age of geniuses. Their past glory was not worth mentioning in this age of geniuses. The disappointment in their hearts was easy to imagine. The number of true inheritors this year is already full. At that time, the heavenly battle palace will have more newcomers than before. It is good to let Xiaoqun remind them in advance. With a gentle push, Shui Lingling turned into an azure light and flew towards the drill ground as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two beams of light landed one after another. Xiaoqun and Cui Hao stood facing each other on the vast and hard drill ground. Cui Hao, who wore tight blue robes, no longer dared to underestimate Xiaoqun. A yellow disc floated out of his body and hovered above his head. The disc gave off motes of light that looked like moonlight. These motes turned into threads encasing Cui Hao. Cui Hao stretched out his hand, and a crescent moon saber appeared in his grasp. The blade of the saber was as smooth as a mirror. Its edge was cold and emotionless. The crescent moon saber was even more beautiful than the moon. When the moonlight from the disc shone on the saber, they complemented each other, forming a beautiful scene. Xiaoqun looked at the disc above Cui Hao's head and raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a completely refined sage-grade secret treasure. It contained heavenly sage laws and could absorb the energy of moonlight. That elder Qin said that my pagoda was not completely refined. However, I feel that it is already completely refined. It looks like there are still many secrets about sage-grade secret treasures that I do not know. When I have time, I should ask him about them. Make your move. I can see the hidden saber intent in your eyes. The waning moon scimitar was pointed straight at Xiaoqun and Cui Hao said in a flat tone. Sorry for the offense. Xiaoqun flipped his palm and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his left hand. His right hand grasped the saber hilt. Leaping into the air, the Qing Emperor instantly executed the drawing the saber. In that instant, 72 figures of Xiaoqun appeared in Cui Hao's eyes. Each figure represented a different trajectory of the saber. Cui Hao squinted and the figures in the air merged. However, Xiaoqun drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Dark clouds filled the sky, and this saber strike carried a horrifying purple lightning. This saber strike was very mighty. The trajectory of the saber was unpredictable. By the time Cui Hao discovered Xiaoqun drawing his saber, the saber light had already arrived before him. Chapter 790. It was already too late to block with his saber. However, Cui Hao did not panic. The disc hovering above his head gave off a bright light, and a moonlight curtain fell. The lunar shadow saber hacked at the moonlight curtain, and electricity exploded, immediately chopping it in half. However, Cui Hao took advantage of this opportunity to retreat 100 meters, dodging this saber strike. When the moonlight curtain completely shattered, he spun the waning moon saber in his hand and charged forward. Using the secret treasure above his head, Cui Hao nimbly dealt with this troublesome drawing the saber. Even though he moved later, he managed to arrive first, gaining the initiative. Xiaoqun swung his hand back, and the lunar shadow saber blocked Cui Hao's waning moon saber. Boom! A starry sky appeared behind Cui Hao. A vast bright moon rose up, giving off a boundless radiance. Purple lightning bolts appeared behind Xiao Chen, turning into berserk pythons covered in scales. Their eyes were like lightning, and they howled in the air like they were alive. The two mysterious phenomena materialized from their respective saber techniques. The instant the sabers clashed, they immediately gave off a horrifying sound. The vast drill ground shook intensely. Senior brother Chui used the moonlight disc and the heavenly moon saber technique right from the start. He is treating that Xiao Chen as a true enemy. Lightning materializing into berserk pythons. This Xiao Chen is indeed not simple. I have only seen such a mysterious phenomenon among some older generation cultivators. The heavenly battle palace disciples who rushed over hovered in the air. Their expressions were all strangely grave. Senior brother Chui had been forced into such a state. If he still lost, it would mean that they were truly old in this age of geniuses. The new generation would replace the old. In a river, the front waves would beat the back waves. Who would be willing to be beaten to death by the front waves? The fight between the two in the drill ground intensified. The moonlight disc above Chui Hao's head gave Xiao Chen a headache. Xiao Chen's berserk lightning pythons already possessed spirituality. Without needing to think about it, they could automatically pursue and attack their opponents, creating a lot of trouble for them. However, as long as the lightning python made any strange movements, the disc would absorb the light of the bright moon behind Chui Hao. With a light shine, it would shoot out a pillar of light, striking the lightning python into a ball of lightning and dispersing it. However, Xiao Chen did not know that Chui Hao also had a similar problem. Chui Hao's moonlight disc could be used for both offense and defense. When he faced an enemy, he could gather the energy of the heavenly moon and disrupt his opponent's movements. Even if Chui Hao faced a regular inferior grade martial sage with this secret treasure, he would not fear them. However, in the face of Xiao Chen's saber technique, it was useless. It could only be used to defend against his endless lightning pythons. Their figures flashed. The crescent moon saber and the slender lunar shadow saber clashed in the air, creating sparks. Lightning flashed, and the moonlight was like snow. The martial arts practice field was overflowing with brilliance, and it was a magnificent scene. Sky Moon Slash. Chui Hao suddenly shouted and executed the killing move of the heavenly moon saber technique. The bright moon behind him suddenly disappeared and the saber gave off a bright light. A 300-meter-long saber chi in the shape of a crescent moon chopped at Xiao Chen. Earthly lightning tribulation. Xiao Chen countered with equal harshness. He did not hesitate to execute the killing move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The 100 pythons merged into one. The purple talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun gently. Strands of immortal will of thunder infused into the pythons. Boom! The python formed by the tribulation lightning clashed with the saber chi in the shape of a crescent moon, resulting in a deafening explosion. Cracks appeared on the hard ground. The might of the will contained in the saber technique. No wonder this insignificant earth-ranked saber technique can clash with my heavenly moon saber technique. A strange look flashed in Chui Hao's eyes. He finally discovered something wrong with the other party's lightning tribulation saber technique. The bright moon behind him, which had disappeared, glowed again. Chui Hao's expression turned grave. At this moment, he no longer had a path of retreat, he could only fight. Flawless falling moon. Xiao Chen held his saber with both hands and raised it above his head. Then, he hacked down ferociously. Chui Hao's figure quickly rose towards the bright moon behind him. Unexpectedly, this attack forced him back. Furthermore, the speed at which Chui Hao retreated was unimaginably fast. Soon, he flew across the sky and entered the full moon. This startled Xiao Chen. As he looked at the bright moon growing larger, he suddenly understood. It was not that Chui Hao retreated too quickly. Instead, it was this saber strike that pulled down the bright moon in the sky. Flawless falling moon. It turned out that this bright moon would really fall. This move was somewhat similar to the moon bright like fire that Xiao Chen knew in the past. However, this flawless falling moon was of a much higher level. Its might was not something that moon bright like fire could compare to. The full moon was about to fall. If it struck, the consequences would be dire. Without much time to think, the purple talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun wildly. The light of the immortal will of thunder turned into a bolt of heavenly lightning and soared up from Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen brandished his saber at the sky, and the saber light instantly became extremely resplendent. Heavenly lightning chop! Xiao Chen shouted, and the heavenly lightning formed by his will turned into a berserk python. Countless strands of electricity gathered towards it. The berserk python roared, and a small horn appeared on its head. 4 legs extended from its abdomen, and the purple scales on its body flickered with a faint golden light. Heavenly lightning chop, flood dragon transformation. The lightning flood dragon roared ferociously. Carrying the light of an immortal will, it turned into a heavenly lightning tribulation and charged at the full moon. Boom! In an instant, the lightning flood dragon crashed into the full moon in midair. A shocking explosion resounded in the sky, and the bright moon shattered. The lightning flood dragon's figure shrank by half its original size. However, its charm remained, and its might did not diminish much. With a ferocious roar, it blasted the pale-faced Cui Hao behind the bright moon into the ground like a cannonball. Bang! A large pit instantly appeared in the drill ground. When the dust settled, the faint light of the moonlight disk appeared in everyone's vision. Coughing came from the deep pit. Cui Hao jumped up and stood back on the drill ground with a charred face. At this moment, Cui Hao's clothes were tattered, and the blood on his lips had yet to dry. His hair was messy, and he looked very weak. As Cui Hao looked at Xiao Chen, who had sheathed his saber, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still spat out the words with much difficulty. He said, "I lost. The Heaven Series training room is yours. Thank you for letting me win." This battle was very clean and efficient. Cui Hao was also defeated very quickly. When he saw that Xiao Chen had a will and that his killing move was slightly inferior, he decisively admitted defeat. Xiao Chen did not make things difficult for Cui Hao. Cui Hao was someone who kept his word. After he was defeated, he immediately gave up on the Heaven Series training room. The previous true inheritors hovering in the air had sad expressions in their eyes. Cui Hao was already the strongest among them, but he was still not a match for Xiao Chen. The world had really changed. The changing winds and clouds of this era, the most dazzling stage, no longer had anything to do with them. Silent sighs resounded as the crowd left in groups of 2s and 3s, leaving behind dejected figures. Cui Hao glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "If you had not comprehended a will, the result of this battle would have been hard to say." After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen replied, "Perhaps. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. There are no ifs during a battle. There is only the result." After losing to a junior brother who was much younger than him, Cui Hao felt somewhat sad. He did not want to say anything more. He put away his saber and moonlight disc and silently left the drill ground. High in the sky, the heavenly battle palace's 2 vice palace masters and palace masters showed rueful expressions after watching this battle. The person in the middle was Elder Bai, whom Xiao Chen had met once before. He was also the heavenly battle palace's palace master, responsible for guiding and training the previous true inheritors. It looks like sect master's judgment was right. This fellow is indeed worthy of our Haotian sect making an exception for him. Now that we are in an age of geniuses, our Haotian sect will be able to obtain Shui Lingling and Xiao Chen. These 2 absolute demonic geniuses will be able to gain a foothold. The 2 vice palace masters spoke with joy on their faces. Only Elder Bai, who was in the middle, did not show much joy on his face. He said, "I recall that the number of true inheritors in the Haotian sect this time seems to have increased to 30. The competition is still exceptionally intense." Yes. The first elder is considering transferring half of the disciples into the heavenly battle palace. Elder Bai thought for a while and said, "When you and I go to Blackwater Star 7 days from now, let's bring some of the previous true inheritors along as well. Even if they are born at the wrong time, they cannot let their hearts be disturbed. These people are the hope of our Haotian sect." Inside the Heaven Series training room, Shui Lingling introduced the various facilities to Xiao Chen before taking her leave. Xiao Chen now knew why this Heaven Series training room was so attractive to others. First, there was the cultivation room. Under the prayer mat, there was a formation connected to 10 rank 2 spirit veins origins, which could double one's cultivation speed. There was also an incense burner in the cultivation room that could calm one's mind. The herbs in the incense burner were obtained from the seabed of the chaotic demonic sea, which was extremely valuable. After the incense burner was lit, azure smoke spread out, allowing cultivators to cultivate quickly without entering a state of berserking chi deviation. There were combat puppets of various ranks in the combat room. They could exchange moves with one at any time. However, one had to use the spirit gathering pearls to activate the combat puppets. There was also a kind of holy spring spiritual milk in the combat room. Consuming one drop would guarantee instant recovery of one's quintessence, allowing cultivators to fight with the combat puppets continuously. However, all this was not the most exciting thing. The most exciting thing was the crystal in the combat room. This crystal contained a Wu clone of Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen could activate it once a month, allowing him to exchange moves with Emperor Wu in the mental space. Just thinking about it made him excited. Emperor Wu was the name of the peak of the Kunlun realm's cultivators. He was the common pursuit and dream of millions of cultivators in the martial epoch. Being able to exchange moves with Emperor Wu personally went without saying how helpful it would be to Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen arrived at the cultivation room, he lit the incense burner first. Strands of white smoke immediately spread out in the room. When Xiao Chen inhaled gently, his mind immediately became tranquil. Xiao Chen's chaotic thoughts instantly calmed down. His body, both inside and out, was filled with a sense of peace and tranquility. This was very mystical. Ao Jiao could not help but sigh. The Haotian sect really put in a lot of effort. The herbs in there are called deep sea coumarins. Just half a kilogram is worth 100,000 astral coins. Furthermore, they can only burn for 3 days. Xiao Chen sized up the quiet and elegant cultivation room. He said, I have not been able to feel any bottlenecks in the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. I can use this place to speed up my cultivation and not have to worry about entering a state of berserking chi deviation. Chapter 791. According to the secret manual, when the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through to the 7th layer, there would be a lightning tribulation and a heart tribulation. After the official breakthrough, there would be great benefits. Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation and nervousness. According to the records, if he could not clear the tribulation, he would end up dying. There was no perfect cultivation technique in the world. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation could cultivate both quintessence and mental energy. Furthermore, its effects far surpassed those of similar heaven-ranked secret techniques. Now that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had reached the 7th layer, its tribulation had arrived. Whether it could safely clear it or not, Xiao Chen was not confident. Be it the lightning tribulation or the heart tribulation, they were not that easy to deal with. After taking another deep breath of the fragrance in the room, Xiao Chen tossed aside these messy thoughts. He sat cross-legged on the prayer mat and entered a state of cultivation. There was no concept of time when cultivating. 3 days later, after the deep-sea coumarin grass finished burning, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. The bottleneck of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Even after absorbing the spiritual energy of 10 rank 2 spirit veins without restraint, he showed no signs of reaching the bottleneck. For some reason, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. However, he immediately startled awake. Although he maintained a calm mental state, in reality, he still feared the lightning tribulation and the heart tribulation of the 7th layer. If he could not clear it, he would die, turning into dust and vanishing from the world. All his glory and dreams would vanish like smoke. Xiao Chen could not help but smile self-mockingly. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. When he felt the surging energy in his body, he muttered, "Death, it seems like the higher one's cultivation realm, the stronger one's strength becomes. The fear of death is no longer as indifferent as before. Is it because the more one obtains, the more one fears losing?" resulting in one's contentment with the status quo? Between a peddler and a person of high authority, who is more afraid of death? Clearly, the latter is the latter. In the end, Xiao Chen was just an ordinary person. Even though he understood some principles, he could not do it. For now, Xiao Chen had no good way to counteract this disadvantageous mental state. The more he thought about it, the deeper his heart demon would be. Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking. Then, he got up and headed for the combat room. After preparing sufficient spirit-gathering pearls, Xiao Chen activated an inferior-grade martial sage bladesman-type combat puppet to fight with him. The humanoid combat puppet had everything an inferior-grade martial sage could grasp: heavenly sage laws, heaven-ranked martial techniques, movement techniques, auras, and everything else. It even possessed a certain level of intelligence. As the other party did not feel pain, Xiao Chen would have a much harder time dealing with it than a true inferior-grade martial sage. 6 hours later, Xiao Chen ran out of Zhenyuan. He exited the combat room and took out the Holy Spring spirit milk from the compartment in front of the door. Drinking a drop, his quintessential essence instantly recovered to its peak state, and he charged in once more. By the time Xiao Chen could deal with the 5 inferior-grade martial sage combat puppets, he had already exhausted all the Holy Spring spiritual milk. After 3 consecutive days of high-intensity combat, Xiao Chen had gained a lot of insights and gains in saber techniques. So, he spent another day to digest these insights. During these 7 days, Xiao Chen's bitter cultivation in the Heaven Series training camp was equivalent to half a year outside. Furthermore, there were many conditions that the outside world could not create. Indeed, the Heaven Series training camp has many benefits. If only I could cultivate here for half a year. I wonder if that would be enough for me to reach peak half-sage. Xiao Chen said somewhat greedily. 1 month was simply too short. Senior brother Xiao Chen. A somewhat distant shout came from outside the courtyard of the training room. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and left the combat room. With a few flashes, he flew out of the courtyard. When Xiao Chen discovered that the person who came was Zhong Yi, whom he had met once outside the Heavenly Battle Palace, he felt very uncomfortable hearing Zhong Yi call him senior brother. Zhong Yi smiled and said, "I wonder if I have interrupted senior brother Xiao Chen's bitter cultivation? If so, this Zhong apologizes." Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "Brother Zhong, there is no need to be so polite. Just call me Xiao Chen. I have already used up all the Holy Spring spiritual milk and deep-sea coumarin grass. Coincidentally, I was just about to go out to collect more." When Zhong Yi saw that Xiao Chen was so low-key and did not put on any airs, he heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "In that case, I will not stand on ceremony. The palace master is preparing to bring people to Blackwater Star. He instructed me to ask if you are interested in going." Xiao Chen suddenly recalled that this was no longer the Kunlun continent but the starry heavens. "I would be happy to." Xiao Chen had been looking forward to the starry heavens for a long time. Now that he had a chance to experience it, naturally, he would not let it go. However, it was a pity that he would be delaying his time in the Heaven Series training room. When Zhong Yi heard Xiao Chen's straightforward reply, he was somewhat surprised. After all, the benefits of the Heaven Series training room were that people who had the opportunity to enter were reluctant to leave. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "Brother Zhong, I wonder if you can tell me more about the starry heavens? I have always been curious about them." After Zhong Yi heard that, he replied humbly, "Without reaching superior grade martial sage, there is no way to survive in the starry heavens. However, it is still very difficult. Only Grandmaster level martial sages can survive alone and take risks. However, they cannot leave alone for too long. Only those who are at least the blue-robed emperor can travel freely in the starry heavens and experience dangers everywhere. Hence, I do not know much. Brother Xiao Chen, if you have any questions, just ask. I will do my best to answer." Xiao Chen thought for a while before asking his first question. "How far is this star we are standing on from the Kunlun continent?" "I know that." Zhong Yi smiled and said, "The Haotian star we are standing on is actually not far from the Kunlun continent. We just need to break through the barrier of the sky and travel 5,000 kilometers. Most of the bases that can be established in the stars are within this range. If it is too far, even Emperor Wu might not be able to protect it. 5,000 kilometers sounded very far. However, in the context of the boundless starry heavens, it was indeed very close. However, breaking through the barrier of the sky was extremely difficult. Without the cultivation of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, one would not be able to move the barrier of the sky at all. The star under Xiao Chen's feet should be the one where the previous Emperor Wu of the Haotian sect spent a lot of effort and met with many fortuitous encounters to open a space-time tunnel to the main sect. Otherwise, given the strength of several martial sages on this star, they would not have been able to break through the barrier of the sky and come here alone. Through this exchange of questions and answers, Xiao Chen obtained some information that he did not know before. For example, the barrier of the sky, which covered the entire Kunlun continent, existed only in the Kunlun continent. None of the other stars had such a powerful, vast, and seemingly boundless barrier. Furthermore, such a barrier had an even stronger defense against astral beasts. Even the astral beasts, which were as strong as Emperor Wu, could not break through the barrier of the sky. Due to the protection of the barrier of the sky, the Kunlun realm was free from the invasion of astral beasts. Otherwise, it would be an even more severe disaster than the demonic calamity. However, Zhong Yi did not know much about some of the profound things. The Heavenly Battle Palace disciples rarely had the chance to leave the Haotian star. Furthermore, Grandmaster-level martial sages would protect them every time, preventing them from leaving on their own. As the two spoke, they arrived at the gathering place, the drill ground of the Heavenly Battle Palace. Many of the previous true inheritors were there. Aside from the disciples at critical junctures in their cultivation or those who had gone out on business, most of them were here. After all, if one was lucky, one might be able to obtain great fortuitous encounters in other unknown stars. It could be sect remnants from the immortal epoch, the cave of a mysterious powerhouse, rare ores, or wondrous items. Of course, the chances of this were extremely small. There was only a sliver of possibility. If there were truly great fortuitous encounters, the Grandmaster-level martial sages and the blue-robed emperor would have found them long ago. Xiao Chen could only see if he could find some that slipped through the net. When Xiao Chen appeared in the drill ground, he immediately felt several gazes. This was especially so for Cui Hao, who appeared extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, this fellow gave up on cultivating in the Heaven Series training room and came here to join in on the excitement. Others might not be able to personally experience the benefits of the Heaven Series training room, but Cui Hao had stayed there for a long time and was very familiar with its benefits. When the two Vice Palace Masters of the Heavenly Battle Palace saw Xiao Chen arrive, they nodded to themselves. Then, they started to explain some things to take note of on this trip. The Blackwater star we're going to this time is a little different from the stars we've been to before. All the alien beasts above level 4 have been killed by the Vice Sect leader, but the alien beasts below level 4 are still around. So, we mustn't stray too far away from us. The main purpose of this trip is to subdue a few rank 3 spirit veins on Blackwater star. At the same time, we can let you fight with some weak astral beasts to gain combat experience. Of course, if you obtain any wondrous items during experiential training, they will be your personal property. The sect will not care about subduing them. The two superior grade martial sage Vice Palace Masters spoke one after another, carefully explaining the things to take note of. This was the first time Xiao Chen experienced such an adventure in the starry heavens. He listened very seriously, not missing a single word. Suddenly, urgent whistling sounds came from above. A huge shadow fell on the ground. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw a king-grade warship flying over. The two Vice Palace Masters knew that it was time to depart. So, they called someone over and got that person to hand out a purple jade pendant with the word, Haotian, on it to every disciple preparing to go to the starry heavens. Xiao Chen asked Zhong Yi, who was beside him, about the function of this jade pendant. The king-grade warship had its own protective barrier. With this jade pendant, one could pass through the barrier unobstructed. Jade pendants were divided into mother and son. The palace master and the vice palace masters could use the mother jade to locate the disciple with the sun jade. If one ran into any unpredictable danger, they could activate the sun jade to ask for help from the mother jade. At the same time, there was a star map attached to the jade pendant. There were simple markings on it, the stars around Haotian where the Kunlun realm factions were stationed. If one lost their way, they could find a star with a Kunlun realm faction to descend on. Otherwise, surviving on a desolate, abandoned star would most likely result in death. Of course, it would be best to find a star with a Tianwu domain faction or the human monarch star where Bushan Palace was. Otherwise, if one went to a star of another race, it would be just as dangerous, perhaps even more so. Chapter 792. Danger lurked everywhere in the starry heavens. It was clear that the Haotian sect had put in a lot of effort to ensure the safety of this group of disciples. Put on your jade pendants and board the warship. Whoosh! Right after the vice palace master spoke, the many disciples on the drill ground immediately leaped up and passed through the king-grade warship's protective barrier, landing on the deck one after another. Xiao Chen casually sized up this king-grade warship. It was about 300 meters long and 30 meters tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and its hull was made of Yama black gold, a rare ore found in the starry heavens. The purple banner of the Haotian sect hung on the bow of the warship, with the word Haotian written on both sides. High-ranked ancient demonic energy cannons were mounted on the deck and the surroundings of the warship. The might of the high-ranked ancient demonic energy cannons was very strong, no weaker than the full power strike of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. With 100 cannons firing together, they could instantly kill a Grandmaster-level martial sage. There was even a sage-grade ancient demonic energy cannon hidden in the mouth of a mutated beast at the front of the warship, something that could threaten a strong existence like the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen could even vaguely sense extremely complicated and mysterious talisman scripts on the warship's protective shield, appearing indistinct. Only when Xiao Chen infused his spiritual sense into his eyes could he see flickering golden spots of light. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this king-grade warship is not as simple as it looks on the surface. Just as Xiao Chen thought this, the bow of the warship tilted up slightly. For exhaust pipes popped out from the stern, and red flames spewed out ferociously. The warship moved at Mach 2, heading for the sky. Then, it continuously accelerated until it reached Mach 10, leaving this star. At a certain moment, Xiao Chen lost his center of gravity. His body floated up involuntarily. He immediately realized that he had arrived in the starry heavens. Although this was the first time Xiao Chen experienced something like this, he did not panic. He circulated his quintessence and landed back on the ground. The other disciples had wanted to see Xiao Chen make a fool of himself. They had not expected that Xiao Chen would not panic at all. They were all shocked. After walking on the bow for a while, Xiao Chen quickly got used to the absence of gravity. Furthermore, he discovered that the starry sky of this world was somewhat different from the starry sky of his previous world. When Xiao Chen turned his head back and looked at his surroundings, he saw the boundless starry sky. The visual impact of the boundless starry sky was many times stronger than when he was on the ground. This was not the first time the other disciples on the bow had seen such a scene. However, the shock in their hearts was not any less than Xiao Chen's as they stared at their surroundings. The outer space was not peaceful. Meteorites would fly toward the battleship from time to time. The advanced magic cannons around the battleship had not stopped firing since they arrived in the outer space. Resplendent beams of light blossomed in the starry sky, shattering the incoming asteroids. Otherwise, if they crashed into the barrier at such a terrifying speed, it wouldn't be a small matter. Xiao Chen lowered his head and fiddled with the jade pendant on his chest. He recalled that the jade pendant contained a map of the nearby starry sky. Feeling curious, he sent in his spiritual sense. A three-dimensional star chart immediately appeared before Xiao Chen. The battleship and the people around him seemed to have disappeared. He felt like he was standing alone in the outer space. The stars on the star chart were marked with various colors. Blue stars indicated that other factions of the Kunlun realm were stationed there. The other colors of different shades indicated the danger level of the stars. The stars on the star chart were not fixed. They moved at high speeds at every moment, giving off a very wondrous feeling. As Xiao Chen's gaze moved, the star chart would slowly move. When he looked closely, the small stars would grow larger. However, this star chart was clearly just an ordinary continent. The starry sky marked was not particularly vast, and many things were rather crude. After the novelty vanished, Xiao Chen felt that it was no longer interesting, so he withdrew his spiritual sense. Just as Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense, he looked into the distance with his peripheral vision. 10 odd clumps of light burning with scarlet flames quickly flew towards the warship. The scarlet flames looked very dazzling in the dark starry sky. It's a flame crystal rock. Several disciples at the bow of the warship cried out excitedly, their eyes lighting up when they saw this item. The 2 vice palace masters guarding the bow of the warship were somewhat astonished as well. Then, they smiled and said, "It really is a flame crystal rock. Unexpectedly, we are so lucky. When we come over later, make your move. However, remember not to stray too far from the warship." However, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. His spiritual sense could see much further than the mental energy of the 2 vice palace masters. He could see a young man with a dark and sullen expression sitting on a black throne behind the 10 odd clumps of light burning with scarlet flames. There was a clump of pitch-black clouds below the throne. The dark-faced man drove the throne forward quickly, chasing after the scarlet clumps of light in front. The entire throne gave off a deathly aura. Xiao Chen felt a strange sense of familiarity. The scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness started shaking restlessly. After absorbing a flame crystal rock, a cultivator would have a high chance of comprehending the state of fire. After a cultivator with the state of fire absorbed the flame crystal rock, the might of their state would become even stronger. It was even possible to directly comprehend a will after absorbing some of the higher quality flame crystal rocks. Of course, such peak-grade flame crystal rocks were extremely rare. Furthermore, they were worth cities. Very few people discovered them. Clearly, none of the flame crystal rocks flying towards the king-grade warship contained any peak-grade flame crystal rocks. Otherwise, the 2 vice palace masters would not have been able to hold themselves back. However, their value could not be underestimated. Furthermore, there were many of them. Just one would be enough to make a small fortune. The scarlet clumps of light became increasingly distinct. With just the naked eye, one could see the red crystals within the flames. Whoosh! 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 Many figures soared into the air, flying towards the scarlet clumps of light. The 2 vice palace masters glanced at the unmoving Xiao Chen. Then, the old man on the left said, "Xiao Chen, go and fight for it as well. As long as you do not stray too far from the warship, you should be safe for 4 hours. There is no air in the starry heavens. At first, you will not be able to control your speed. You should get used to it first before you go and fight for the flame crystal rocks." The person on the right gave some advice. Xiao Chen could not help but smile bitterly. Naturally, he wanted to fight for the flame crystal rocks. Even if he could not use them, he could still exchange them for a large sum of astral coins. However, the throne that the mysterious man chasing from afar was clearly the death throne of the evil monarch throne. It came from the same source as Xiao Chen's massacre throne. Ao Jiao once said that the evil monarch throne was split into 7. Each of them represented a high-ranked state. As long as one could snatch and merge the other party's throne, they would be able to gain another high-ranked state. Aside from the energy states of wind, water, fire, thunder, and earth, there were also states of massacre, destruction, immortality, ruin, death, despair, darkness, and other even more difficult to comprehend high-ranked states. With each additional state, a cultivator's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. If that mysterious man sensed that Xiao Chen had the massacre throne, he would definitely charge over without a care for anything else. As for the rumor that the evil monarch was reborn after merging the 7 thrones, no one would believe it. Xiao Chen, don't worry. You will take this step eventually. It is good to familiarize yourself with it now. The 2 vice palace masters continued to console Xiao Chen. They thought that Xiao Chen was worried about the unfamiliar environment of the starry heavens and was unwilling to go out. Xiao Chen's bitter smile turned into a conflicted one. He had no choice but to go out now. He controlled his mental energy in his sea of consciousness and wrapped the restless scarlet throne in layers. Xiao Chen understood the principle of possessing a jade ring in one's pocket. He had not used the scarlet throne all this while because he was not strong enough. Once it was exposed and attracted the attention of some experts, it would be a huge hidden danger. With a gentle push, Xiao Chen instantly passed through the protective barrier of the warship and arrived in the boundless starry heavens. The instant he exited the barrier, he clearly felt the pressure on his body decrease. His speed automatically increased by 20%. Without the obstruction of air in the starry heavens, one would be much faster than in the Kunlun continent. After reaching a certain level of speed in the Kunlun realm, one would hit a bottleneck. Only by entering the void would one be able to increase one's speed. However, tearing the void of the Kunlun realm was something that even Grandmaster-level martial sages could not do. After adapting to his surroundings, Xiao Chen held his breath and circulated his quintessence. Then, he looked at the situation in front of him. Cui Hao took the lead, nimbly dodging the meteors in the starry heavens, rushing ahead of everyone else. He was the closest to the 10-odd clumps of scarlet flames, his eyes filled with excitement. Ao Jiao, I used my mental energy to envelop the throne in several layers. That fellow should not be able to discover it, right? That should not be the case. If you can still be discovered, the result will be the same whether you leave the warship or not. This conversation allowed Xiao Chen to relax. As for the flame crystal stones, they were not something that he urgently needed. If he could fight for them, he would. Xiao Chen executed the Thunder Dragon steps and narrowed his eyes. Then, he quickly dashed forward, overtaking a large group of people and flying side by side with Cui Hao. Haha. I might lose to you on land, but it is impossible for you to defeat me in the starry heavens, Cui Hao said to Xiao Chen beside him. Cui Hao said sullenly to Xiao Chen, who was beside him. Then, he increased his speed again, leaving Xiao Chen far behind. Hearing Cui Hao's mocking words, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored him. He continued flying forward at a constant speed. Good. The first flame crystal stone is mine. Cui Hao revealed an expression of joy. Then, his figure moved, heading for the long flame crystal stones. Then, he stretched out his hand, wanting to grab a flame crystal stone. His quintessence surged, and a flame crystal stone immediately left its original trajectory and flew towards Cui Hao. The joy on Cui Hao's face deepened. He stepped forward and tried to grab the flame crystal stone. Scram! How dare you snatch something that I, Wang Can, have my eyes on? A ferocious shout suddenly came from the distance. Suddenly, a black energy appeared in front of Cui Hao and swept over like a whip. The flame crystal stone that was about to fall into Cui Hao's hand was instantly knocked away. The black quintessence's might did not diminish, continuing to sweep towards Cui Hao.